Suddenly, Olver felt a deep warmth. He had lost so many people, but one had come back for him.
Who was that?
Is Matt.
Oh, Matt. Right. I forgot about Matt. That is right. What's up, Internet? My name's Nerdy.
And I'm Claroos.
And that light behind me is still too bright.
It's it's pretty aggressive today. I don't know what's going on. Sure. You know what? That's fine.
There we go.
No, it was.
Everyone can see my Grogu pants. I have to wear, like, the thinnest pajama pants in the stream room because it gets so hot.
So it gets a little bit toasty.
My name's Nerdy.
And I'm Claroos.
This is the Nerdy.
The Wordy.
The book club. We're off to a weird start for the last battle. It's still so bright. What is going on?
I told you, just leave it on the dullest one, and you were like, no.
All right, fine. Down one.
Down one. Yeah.
It doesn't look as bright to us as it does in the camera.
On the camera, I know. It's super weird. Like, that's like barely anything.
Oh, hi, chat.
Hey, how's it going?
You guys are here.
Yeah, I don't know why chat's not pulling up on here for me, because YouTube is dumb.
People in the chat are throwing around a big word.
Oh.
You guys are right. This is, like, technically, and y'all know it's my favorite word, the penultimate episode.
Yes.
Of the Wheel of Time. Although we do have a full book recap. So, like, technically the final
So it's the penultimate section of the book.
Yeah.
But it is not the penultimate book club.
Arzu, thank you for gifting 5 gifted membos.
Hell yeah, let's go.
Welcome.
Great chat.
Welcome to the team. Everyone thank Arzu for that.
Yes, we appreciate you.
Alto Venue says they missed much of this book.
Alto, hi.
You really didn't.
Hello.
The book begins here.
Yeah. The rest of the fighting, it didn't matter really that much.
Here's what I'll say. I have not been the kindest to this novel in this book club.
True.
I think that's fair.
True.
I will say this, as clunky as I think maybe the first half of this book is, it pays off.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
We're not even at the end yet.
No, but in terms of, like, what the last battle is and what an accomplishment the chapter is,
yeah,
I accept... If we were reviewing books as wholes and not stopping and doing chunks, I think that I would be more generous to this book than I have been in the individual sections. Right,
because we have to stop and we have to talk about it. Like, that's how we structured our show.
And there's some stuff in this book that is, like, long chunks of, like, the previous books have not set up the last battle very well. And so this book had to do all of the heavy lifting to set up the last battle.
Yeah.
And so by kind of, like, shoving a lot of the heavy lifting into this book, the first bit of it is a little bit chunky. It's a little bit like, okay, like, these people are just kind of, like, doing stuff to get to a place.
Yeah.
Once they get to that place, it makes sense why they're there, and it's pretty good, right?
Yeah.
I do think a lot of the earlier stuff could have been set up a little bit slower throughout earlier books and stuff, and we could have gotten here a little bit more naturally.
Yeah.
I still believe that. But what is accomplished in the chapter that is the last battle is really spectacular, in my opinion.
Yeah, for sure. Blue also says, shout out to Skep Cat for joining the Nargs at like 2 a.m. Appreciate it.
You know what? Thanks for joining the Nargs at 2 a.m.
Yeah.
I'm sure you were up playing
Good
Baldur's
time.
Gate 3, the best game.
Truly.
Just the best game.
There are no other video games. There is only Baldur's Gate.
Rustung says, I don't know, you had a bit of a knee-jerk reaction about the horn even without talking about it. Yeah, we did. We'll get there.
Yeah, I mean, that's...
I still don't love that, but it's fine.
Yeah. We do make reacting content, so having a reaction seems like pretty on brand for us.
Yeah, it does. Housekeeping this week. What is up, everybody? We got to get into some stuff before we talk about the book. The first thing we got to get into is that this podcast is brought to you by Misty Mountain Gaming.
Hell yeah!
Misty Mountain Gaming is the venue on the internet where you can buy the best dice.
Yes.
Canonically, the best dice in the Nerdy Nightly universe.
You want to roll good? You get Misty Mountain Dice. You want to roll bad? You get Misty Mountain Dice.
I don't know if that's... Sure.
Well, because they'll roll and they'll kind of be whatever they want.
Because Misty Mountain Dice balances their dice well.
Exactly. Yeah. There's not like you don't go there and you buy good and bad dice. It's very balanced.
Yeah. Some people are really obsessed with dice balance. not realizing that it's actually like really hard to not have balanced dice.
Oh, sure.
You have to like try really hard.
I assume that the people who like, put funky things inside the dice maybe would have a harder time with that.
The at the size that most dice are, the amount of weight differential between your materials would have to be so high in order to actually load dice. Like loaded dice are actually hard to make, but people get obsessed with dice balance. And it's just not really a problem, especially if you're buying like stone dice. Like the chances of stone dice not being weighted properly are it's impossible, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, doesn't matter. Misty Mountain Dice makes very balanced, very good dice that we love, and we're grateful to be working with them. We're just enamored with you, Misty Mountain. We adore you.
Yeah, go make an order and use our code.
Yeah, nerdynightly15 is the code, gets you 15% off your order. That's
deal.
nerdynightly15 at MistyMountainGaming.com.
We love deals.
They also have bags. And
they do have bags.
They
the
also
bags
have
are really cool.
miniatures. There's good shit there.
The notebooks. Turbock, welcome back to the Nerd Table. Misty Mountain Dice needs to always get 3 months so their dice are in the game. That would be incredible advertising. Yes.
That would be pretty good.
Yes. Branding.
Yeah, absolutely. Some other housekeeping. Keep your eyes peeled this Monday. We are going to be making some announcements regarding the Roleplay Relay 2. Should we, because it's the last battle, because this is the book club, should we like give a little sneak peek on what that reveal is?
The charity?
Yeah.
Because we've already announced like that we're doing Relay 2.
Yeah, but should we like tell people what charity we're doing it for?
I guess if they want to.
Chat, do you want to know what charity Relay 2 is going to be going towards?
We have chosen our charity.
Yeah.
We're very excited about it. It's going to be great. It's going to be a good time. I didn't know we were going to talk about Relay 2 today.
Well, we're going to be making some announcements about it on Monday. Yeah. There's going to be, Monday's kind of the 2-month out from Relay 2. So we, the big bad of Relay 2 is currently printing in the basement.
I did not know that.
Yeah, the resin, I'm printing the little guy that they're going to be fighting. Blue is like, no, because I already know. Did you post that in the Discord?
Well, for the people who are involved in it.
Yeah, so we have a friend, Sterling, who is a incredible cosplayer, an incredible human. And we got to meet him this year, and we've bumped into a few times at different cons and on a trip that we went on with him earlier this year, and I've just been enamored with him as a person.
Yeah.
And we were at Dragon Con, and the previous charity that we'd been thinking about going to did some like kind of shady stuff, and so we were kind of just talking about it. I was like, yeah, like we're like we're kind of a little lost on what we're gonna do here, and actually that's not really how it came up. He was talking about his charity. But yeah, it's called Cap for Kids. And Cap for Kids is a charity that is, they raise money to help the families around children who have cancer. And so they take their time and energy to help families with kids who have cancer not lose their homes and pay their rent while they're dealing with a child who has cancer.
Yeah.
I think it's an absolutely incredible cause. They do such amazing work. On top of that, they take their beautiful cosplays that they make and they go to hospitals to entertain children.
Yeah.
These are like really good people. It's a cause that I think everyone can get behind. I really don't think that you should lose your home because your kid has cancer.
Yeah.
And the United States makes shit like that possible.
Ooh, yeah.
So we're going to be raising money to try and help some cancer kids and the charity that benefits the families that surround them.
Yeah.
And I'm really excited.
Just in time for the holidays.
Yeah.
It's a chance to do something to like help real people. Like feel like it's actually going towards something, and it's because it's somebody that we know personally. We have close ties with them, and they're so excited, and we're so excited, and it's just it's gonna be a good cause.
Yeah, and they're a charity that like is really open about where their money goes and all of that stuff, and that makes me, that's the kind of people I want to support. Some of these charities, you see that like behind the scenes, it's like 60% in like costs, and then like 10% things, 20% taxes, and then we spend 10% of the money we raise on the people we're trying to help.
Yeah, and you're like, what happened there?
Cat for Kids is not like that. And so we're so excited to be partnered with them and do some good work this holiday season, killing Santa for kids with cancer.
Hell yeah. Santa's gotta go.
Santa's gotta go, y'all.
Also, sorry, Father Drewsome, that we missed your membership. Welcome back to the Nerd Table. Don't call it a comeback. I've been here a year. Tyshar Butts?
Tyshar Butts.
What?
That's a shirt.
Shadowheart is bae. What is Tyshar Butts?
Well, like Tyshar Manethrin, Tyshar Malkir.
Oh, we're just like
it's just like cheers.
Booties.
Cheers to the butts.
Tyshar Butts.
Cheers to the butts. So we're gonna be doing that. That's November 25th. There's gonna be a lot of people involved. It's gonna be a wild day. We're gonna be raising money, having a good time, and I'm very excited to get you all involved.
Yes. We have one last bit of housekeeping. If you're in the Discord, you already know. But we did announce the schedule for...
oh, shit, that's right, yeah.
The next book club, which is obviously going to be a shorter one. We said we were doing Murtagh, and so we are squeezing in the entire inheritance cycle, and then plus Murtagh at the end.
Yeah.
So, it is a lot of reading because we're doing one book a week. We've already read the books, and they are definitely
except for Murtagh.
Of course, except for Murtagh.
Unless, Christopher Paolini, if you want to send us an advanced copy...
That would be nice.
If you want, I'm just saying.
No, just throwing that out there. If you want to get on your reading now, go for it. It's less dense than the Wheel of Time as well. So I think talking about one book a week is totally doable for us. Especially because we're not predicting anything.
Yeah,
right.
And we've read them.
Yeah. So the schedule for that is in the Discord. We're going to be starting on Tuesday, October 24th. I think.
Yeah, y'all. So here's the deal. 24th? We are going to be trying Tuesdays.
Yeah.
With just for inheritance, this isn't Tuesday's not the permanent day. If it works, it will be. But if it doesn't, it won't. We just want to try Tuesdays because we want to try. We want to try and get away from Friday mornings for book club. I know that we've been doing the Wheel of Time on Friday mornings. It's kind of a tradition. But at the same time, we cancel a lot of book clubs because we go to a lot of cons.
Yeah.
And we can't stop going to cons because that's part of our job.
Yeah.
And that is where part of our money comes from. And so it's tough. We want to keep doing book club, but we want book club to be a little bit more consistent than it has been this year in particular.
Yeah.
Because Fridays are just a really tough day for us.
Mm-hmm.
And so moving forward, we want book club to be on a day where we can be able to do it. And then have a flight on Wednesday or whatever our schedule ends up being.
Yeah.
And just not cancel as much as we have been. We really felt it this year where we kind of broke up the Wheel of Time in a way that I don't think I would have chosen to do.
Yeah.
But that ended up happening that I wasn't really happy with. So we're going to try and find a schedule that doesn't lead to us doing that as much moving forward as we go into the inheritance cycle. And then starting in December, when inheritance is done, another series.
Oh, I was like, did you decide without me?
I mean, I feel like we know what it's going to be.
I do not.
You don't?
No?
I feel like we're hard leaning towards one thing.
We haven't really talked about it, so...
We have talked about it so much.
No, we're kind of like, what are we doing after book club? And we're like, okay, well, we've got these options.
Yep. Yeah, but I think I feel like the vibe is heading in a direction. You know what I mean?
All right.
If you had to guess, do you think there's one thing that you think we're probably going to end up doing?
I think I know what you think it's going to be.
But you don't think it's that?
I don't know.
Why?
Because, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Interesting. It's going to be Cradle.
It's actually going to be the Bible. We're doing each iteration of the Bible.
I would do it. We do the Bible. We do the Book of Mormon.
No. We do all the different Bibles. The different versions of them.
I don't know what you mean.
Well, there's different versions of the Bible, right?
Oh, you mean do King James versus... Oh, my God. Okay.
No.
We're actually going to learn Hebrew.
Oh, wow.
We're going to learn Hebrew in order to read the original Bible.
My name is Hebrew.
What?
Yeah. Weird, right?
Is it?
Yeah. Like my legal name. Means Lion of the Gods.
Ariel?
Ariel.
Yeah, but that's not I've never met a Jewish Ariel. I've only met Jewish Ariels.
Because the only person who ever pronounced my name correctly on the first try was Jewish. And they were like, yeah, no, it's because it means Lion of the Gods. And I was like, how the fuck do you know my name?
Interesting.
Yeah, so I don't know if the Ariel pronunciation is actually like a kind of North American thing. But, fun fact.
That's funny. Because living in New York, I know like a few Jewish Ariels.
Interesting.
Ariel Gordon, what's up? How you doing?
Hey.
Haven't seen you in years. Hope you're doing really well. But that's interesting.
Yeah.
Guys, I've catered a lot of bat mitzvahs. A lot.
I'm so sorry.
I'm not. Like, it's really good money. It's oh god, it's
that's fair.
Such
you know
a strange like the New York like bar mitzvah scene is so strange because it's just like parents throwing money to brag about how much money they have. It has nothing to do with the kids.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
But
yeah, I did events planning for long enough. Michael Kioski, thank you for the super chat. Don't announce next book club yet. Keep us in suspense. We're not gonna announce it yet.
Absolutely.
We're not gonna.
Oh no, I deliberately was keeping it vague there. Y'all, I when you said last housekeeping, I didn't think you were going there.
Oh.
I thought the last housekeeping.
One more.
Yeah, this has been a long intro. Sorry, it's been 15 minutes. Oh crap,
Oops.
This is a long intro. It was our anniversary on Wednesday, and I just want to say thank you for 3 years of marriage.
Thank you for 3 years of shenanigans.
Yeah, we were gonna celebrate this morning, but Clarence was like, I don't like champagne. And I was like, oh okay.
I don't.
That's fine.
I'm like, I don't like fizzy stuff. Like I was like, do we have a drink? And then I was like, do I want to drink and then talk about the last battle? Not particularly.
Yeah.
Want to be coherent for it.
Yeah.
So we're just gonna say happy anniversary and.
Holy shit. Let's get into some super chats. Michael Kioski says we did that one. Gordon Chen, thank you for that super chat.
Thank you for that super duper
Flying
chat.
out for a week-long trip next Friday, so I'll miss the next 2 book clubs. You're gonna miss the end of the series. That's crazy.
No.
Planned it without knowing it overlaps with your completion of Wheel of Time. Hope you enjoy the rest of the book. Catching up will be one of the first things I do upon return.
Okay, well, first off, have a wonderful trip. Okay,
Seriously.
Enjoy yourself.
Yes.
And you do not need to plan your trips around book club. Thank you for that super chat. That is incredibly kind.
Book club is always here when you're ready for it.
Yes,
You know what
whenever
I mean?
you're ready for some smut corner.
I
is
really
ready
wonder
for
if
you.
someone's gonna like go back and watch all of this crap in 5 years. I can't imagine. Like, there's podcasts that I start from the beginning. I can't imagine starting this one from the beginning. If I were to like open up Apple Podcasts, right, and I see 3 hour or 1.5 hours episode 1, I'd be like, oh, that's reasonable. 1 hour 56 minutes episode 2. Oh, that got long. 3 hours and 20 minutes, and then I would and you would see it from the back, right? And so I'd scroll back and I'd be like, one of their last episodes is 4.5 hours.
Oopsie.
I'd be like, no.
Oopsie doopsie. Yeah, you know what? It all worked out though because last week we got hard out, so I was really glad that we kind of actually took the week off. And then it's guys, everything's working out. It's gonna be great. We're gonna do Inheritance. We're gonna do Murtag. We're gonna do something else. It's gonna be super fun.
Yeah, we're actually gonna be book clubbing all of the Dr. Seuss books. We're gonna have
Like
3-hour
6 per
discussions about
each individual one.
yes.
I
The
do
Cat
not
in
like
the
green
Hat
eggs and ham.
for 3 hours.
One fish,
But
two fish. Red fish, blue fish.
Do you think he actually didn't like green eggs and ham? That is absolutely something I would say on a book club.
Oh my god, I hate it here. Someone help. 3 years. No.
All right, Clarus. A Memory of Light, chapter 37.
Hell yeah.
The last battle. Most of it.
Um.
A significant chunk of the last battle.
Yeah. The battle's not over. I feel like I've been lied to. I was like, this chapter is the last battle. Okay, that's fine. And then this chapter ends after like 200 pages and it's not over. I was like,
Yeah.
what? Like, I literally thought that next week would be all resolution. And we still have no idea.
I am not going to lie. Because the last battle isn't one chapter, this chapter didn't need to be this long.
Oh, as long as it was? Yeah.
This could have been,
That's fair.
if you're not going to put the entirety of the last battle in the chapter called The Last Battle, you don't have to make one chapter of The Last Battle 200 pages. This is such a dumb nitpick. This is not a complaint. I want to be really clear.
Yeah.
I'm not complaining about this. I'm just saying that it much like the prologues, epilogues, and chapters themselves of this series, it felt very arbitrary.
The things are just chaptered however they're chaptered. I do want to say, I'm sorry if I'm like gonna butcher your name, but Nishlia in the chat says her sister plans to read the series and follow the reactions as she does. So
there's some episodes she can skip.
If you get this far, A, I'm sorry, and B, thank you, and congratulations, because what a ride. Blue
says, we know Nerdy didn't read it in one go, but I'm curious if Clarus did.
No, not 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. Only because, like, I didn't have enough time. That, like, I would have kept going. Like, I wanted to keep going.
To have enough time to sit and read all of it in one go.
Yeah.
This week was very busy, you guys.
Yeah.
We're in, like, a crazy period of time. So, yeah. Sean says, I agree with Nerdy so much on this, it should have been broken up. I'm not even saying it should have been broken up. I'm just saying that where it is broken up is entirely arbitrary.
Yeah.
Like, it's not like there's like a thematic shift into the next chapter. It is a continuation of the same kind of POV jumping.
Yep.
It just is sort of a completely arbitrary point where they're like, this is no longer the last chapter battle. It's still the last battle. You know what I mean? Like, it's just a different chapter now.
I was like, all right. It doesn't really matter. When you're the author, you can do whatever the fuck you want.
But I've said that about this whole series of like, why is this in the prologue? Why is this not in the prologue? Why is this not in the epilogue? Yes. Like, there's been some like truly arbitrary shit in these books where I'm like, I don't know. Sure. And like some of it is like, this is in the prologue because we released it before the book came out. And you're like, I guess, sure.
Yeah.
But that's not a complaint. That's just kind of a like, this book was not very intentional with how it chaptered. Or this series was not very intentional with how it chaptered things. Some authors are meticulous about where they drop those.
Right.
Because it's so intentional.
Right.
There's a reason why this is here. The Wheel of Time is like, there is so much fucking writing. It is just on the page somewhere. Go find it.
Yeah.
And that's fine. Like, that's not a bad thing. It's not, there's not a right way to do it.
Mm-hmm.
I also think these books are so long that you can be less meticulous with that stuff because you're saying so many things, you don't need to be as intentional with how you're using your words.
Yeah.
Granted, I would argue Robert Jordan could have been a little bit more particular with how he used his words at some times. He could have used less of them to say the same thing. But it's just a different authorial style. And this one time at the end of the series just stood out to me because we've been talking about it for a year and a half.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna agree with you there. It's not like it's like a negative. It's just kind of funny.
Because you could call the chapter like The Last Battle Part 1, Demandred.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what I said I was going to do and I never did?
No.
Oh, I was like, what if I like order the notes to be like by like character POV? Never fucking did that.
When you told me that you were going to do that, I said, when are you going to do that? And you said, I don't know.
Well, and I like reread bits last night. I definitely like could have done it. I just completely forgot that it was a thing that I said I was going to do. So anyways, it doesn't matter. We're going to be talking about it in chronological order.
Great.
Love that for us.
Did you like The Last Battle?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. It's fun. I mean, it was a lot.
It was a lot.
Yeah. Like, yeah. I would have kept reading. Like, I would have just like barreled through it.
Mm-hmm.
If I could have, for sure. I thought that like it's weird because like sometimes the pacing feels a little bit weird, but I never wanted to stop. Like I felt the momentum keeping moving forward.
Mm-hmm.
And like you said, this chapter is an accomplishment in itself.
100%.
It's pretty incredible.
I think the fact that this works at all is an accomplishment.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I think that even just being able to write something in this way and it not be dreadfully boring to read is so hard to do.
Yeah.
And I think that, like, just as an aside from the series and as aside from the book it's in, just the fact that a chapter like this is able to flow in the way that it does really, to me, like, is something special that I've never read in anything else.
Yes.
You know, I like...
It is unique.
Even, like, the great battles of, like, Helm's Deep, which is one of my favorite written battles. Mm-hmm. You know, some, like, historical fiction or nonfiction that I've read about real battles. Like, that kind of stuff just... there's nothing like this. Mm-hmm. And that is truly special.
Yeah.
If I had, like, one nitpicky thing about it, I there were some times where it did a really good job of reminding me who people were. And there were some people that it was like, this name. And I was like, because sometimes Rand, they would like cut to Rand and Rand would be like, oh my God, Huron. And he would be like, remember when I met Huron on the, like, Huron was the one who got in case you forgot who Huron was, Rand remembers him.
And then we're like, Doseen.
There were a couple of people who I was like, fuck, who's Doseen?
I know that we know this person. I know that we know them.
And they're having these like emotional moments in the last battle, and I was like, I don't want to Google it because I don't want to because I'm worried if I Google it, the first thing I'm gonna see is this is how they die.
Yeah.
But there were a couple of times where I was like, fuck, who are you?
Shit. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. A lot of people show up for the first time in a long time.
Yeah. Yeah, I needed like a comprehensive list there, which is fine.
I really appreciate the map though. I used that map like a motherfucker.
I did not.
Oh my god, I was flipping back to it every 5 seconds. I was like, where are they
Didn't even look at it. I already know that I can't picture it in my head. So like I don't even I like chapters and things like these, which are big battles with like huge moving pieces and things being what they are, I literally use like almost no critical thought. I sit on a wave and I ride it the whole way. Like I'm like, yeah, whatever you say, because I know it's never going to I'm never going to be able to plot it out in my head, and so I don't even bother trying. I'm just like, wee, like.
Yeah, I'm grateful. I read on a Kindle. Because it helps. I have an easier time reading like white text on a black screen than the flip. And so I love dark mode on everything. And so there's a button where you can just like, I can like go to chapters, and then because the Kindle puts the map as its own chapter, I can like flip to that chapter, and then there's a button that takes me back to the page that I came from. Mm-hmm. That was the best part of this. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? That was so helpful here. Mm-hmm. Because I love to visualize things, and I'm so grateful for that map. Because otherwise, I would have. I think I still would have enjoyed the chapter. Yeah. I don't know that I would have enjoyed it as much as someone who likes to have the visual.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
If for something this large and with this many moving pieces, I just and the map just had the right amount of detail. Mm-hmm. It was just great. I really, really, really appreciated it. If I was reading a book, obviously it'd be easy. I would have kept my thumb on that page and just been flipping back to it constantly.
Right. Yeah. Just like throw a bookmark in there.
But I think like there were a lot of editorial choices that went into how this is put into the book that I think are really smart. Before we get into like the moment to moment of it, I just wanted to compliment that as well, on top of just it being an accomplishment on its own. Yeah. Because there were editorial choices that are very clearly here to help the audience. And I think that they were very smart and very appreciated in my read.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you for that. We appreciate the effort.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we get to the fields of Marilor, and Lan is there. And they're...
Dosine was a yellow Aja sitter who hunted the black Aja. That's right.
Yeah, sure. I believe you.
You know what?
I can't remember otherwise.
That's who she is.
Yep. They're gonna lead the cavalry against the Trollocs and the Sharans, because they gotta get their fight on. And Logain is there. And Logain's got Ashaman and Aes Sedai.
Yeah.
And Lan's like, Aes Sedai.
And they're at the Howl Ford and attack the Sharans riding between bogs and Palov Heights. This is where the map was really helpful.
yeah, that's fair. I was just like, yep, sure. And then we moved on. There's going to be a lot of jumping around, which is kind of why I wanted to order it by character, but it doesn't matter.
But I don't think that would have worked because of the way that this battle works. It's there's a lot of like things happen that like reflect what something else has done, right?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. And anyways, Elaine is like, oh my god, I hear Drakkar. So they run over there, and she like deafens them all. She like destroys everybody's hearing, which like it makes sense.
In a world
when you can heal it, sure, I guess why not?
I liked this because it started the chapter off with our characters, particularly Elaine, who I've kind of criticized in this book as like, why do you have the job that you have? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And also, having said that, the job that they gave her, I thought was going to be relevant to this book. Elaine is at no point in charge of the 4 armies. Like when they're at the treaty signing and they're like, Elaine's going to lead all of this. I don't know that Elaine ever did anything to lead all of this.
Yeah, I think the most that happened really is like she went off to lead her own battle, and like the other people checked in with her. Yeah, she made like decisions to set up.
Elaine came up with the idea of the hospital.
Yeah.
I can't, like, it's so funny because that seemed like such an important moment early in this book.
Yeah.
So much so that I was like, I was like, I don't get why they're doing this.
Yeah.
And then it really wasn't very consequential.
No, it literally didn't matter because...
Unless it matters after the last battle for some reason.
Maybe.
But yeah, it was just, it's really interesting that there was like chapters about setting that up.
Yeah, we were like, why?
It didn't do anything.
Yeah.
Because she was never in a position where she needed to do anything like that. Mm-hmm. Right?
Yep. everyone was like, oh yeah, look to Elaine. She's in charge, kind of, until Matt's in charge.
Yeah, it was an interesting, yeah. Light Blinded Fool says, not consequential. How do you think they replenished their troops? Fail mostly handled that.
Yeah, Fail was kind of running the caravans and the supplies.
Elaine was... We read Elaine's movie. She was on the front lines with her army the whole time. She wasn't running shit.
Yeah. It seems weird for you to put one person in charge of, like, overseeing everything, but then not having them be in a neutral position to oversee everything. Instead, you have them going with one of the armies to focus there. They
gave her a job and she didn't want to do it.
Well, no, I don't know about that.
She was like, no, Brigitte, I gotta be like I want to be in the woods. I want to be on the march with my army. But like, Elaine was given the job of like overseeing the 4 of them.
Yeah.
And then was like, fuck the other 3. They're good. They got talented people over there. I'm gonna be with my army, which is fine. It's just weird to set up that she's the figurehead and then have her kind of not be the figurehead.
Yeah, she went off to lead specifically one of the battles. I legitimately thought that she was going to be kind of like separated from the actual like fighting, and I know she wants to fight, right? She has the one power and she's very like useful in those situations, but I thought that she would be like back at a secure place
doing what Fail was doing essentially.
Yeah, literally like organizing people and running things and sending people here and there. I just that's what I imagined her job was going to be when they gave it to her, and it wasn't that, and I was like, okay, I misunderstood.
It's interesting because it's like it was put in the book almost to create tension between her and Egwene around the hospital moment.
Which didn't matter either.
Yeah, but it didn't. But her being the leader of the entirety of the light didn't really matter all of that much in terms of anything other than the hospital moment.
Yeah.
Because she was doing a great job of being the Queen of Andor. Right?
Yeah.
And what's interesting is that she was doing a good job at the thing that I thought she should be doing.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Which is inspiring her troops and leading kind of her people in the after the fall of Caemlyn.
Yeah.
And she kind of fell into the role that you know what I mean? Like when she was first elevated to that position, I was like, why are you giving this role to the woman whose city was just burned? Like she's got people she has to take care of right now. And like she didn't immediately put someone in charge of that. But then she ended up doing that job instead of trying to be the lead figurehead of the armies of the light. Right?
Yeah, for sure.
And so I understand why she felt like it was more important for her to be doing that thing. Because ultimately, if you like really read how those 4 battles went, there wasn't really a reason to be a person at the top of all 4 of them, right?
Yeah, like sure, you pick one person to make decisions, but like in my mind, like if you put somebody in charge of like hundreds of thousands of people and several different battles, you need them to be able to oversee all equally and not focus on one. And what they did was they put her in one so that she kind of had to focus there. Like her attention was taken up by her immediate circumstances. And I just would have thought that like the person in charge would be more of an overseer as opposed to being in the middle of it. That's all. Arizona, thank you for that super chat. She's the one deciding which armies got the reserve troops, while Fael was the one organizing to go there and getting them the gateways and stuff.
Was she doing that, though?
Yeah, I mean, that was technically her job, but we didn't really see her doing that. And then, like I said, she was with one of the armies, so it just seemed strange that she, like, her focus was in one place.
She's technically above everyone at Thakandar. She has no idea what's going on at Thakandar.
True.
She has no clue.
Yeah, I don't think we ever see her, like, check in with them or be, like, informed about them at all.
It was interesting that so much of the beginning of the book was how important that was. In a way that, like, it wasn't. It's just, it was fascinating.
It's just strange.
Yeah, like, I kept waiting for that role to matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all it was.
Yeah. Yeah, I just would have thought that she would have been a bit more neutral so that she could be, like, impartial and not her attention drawn by the literal Trollocs in front of her.
Garen Barros says Bryce commented on her doing a good job balancing the other monarchs. She made the call about following Matt's decision to retreat. Also, she had the best insult with the 2-fingered Trolloc haystack grunter.
Yeah, that was something.
Yeah, but the only retreat that she ordered was her own. Agomar ordered his.
Yep.
And Brian did not order a retreat. They got fucking slapped around.
Yeah.
Like that. Like she
guys,
she led her army, right?
We're not saying she didn't make decisions. We're saying it's odd that she like was shoved into one specific battle when, if her job as overseer of the 4 captains in the 4 battles, she probably should have been like either traveling to them and speaking with the captain. Like it just seemed like her focus was on one specific battle as opposed to organizing them all.
She was given the job of president of the United States, and she went, nah, fuck that. I'm going to go be a soldier.
Well,
and she made
officer, that like, you know, she's definitely
No,
like,
she is on the front line fucking shooting people.
Yes, but she's still the one making decisions.
Oh, sure. I just mean that like the all of them are like, all right, we're going to listen to her, and she's like, I'm going to be in the woods somewhere. Good luck fucking finding me.
Yeah. It was just like, yeah, strange.
It's not a bad thing.
It's not what I expected.
It was not what I expected. I felt like her maneuverability and her brain were going to be more important to this book than they ended up being. And I like what she ended up doing, right?
Yeah,
I'm not
and I
complaining
like that
about
Matt
what she did
is the
do.
One who, yeah.
It's just not what I thought the book was setting her up to do.
Yeah, yes, exactly. Yeah. My expectations were not at all what ended up happening for this particular character.
Arzu says she also decided on the Scorched Earth strategy. True. That was forever ago.
Yeah. She made a bunch of decisions. Like I just said, it was
she decided
strange.
to burn those cities.
I thought she would be more of like a neutral player and like, you know, had kind of a hand in each of the battles as opposed to being focused on her own. That's all.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that it was her movement to the front line that changed that, right? Because there was a point where there just was a point, and it gets to that in the last battle here too, where like she's so focused on her people because there isn't one of the things that's really interesting about this book and in the way in which our main characters have been divvied up. Is that Andor suffers this great loss with Caemlyn, right? And then the people who should be leading the Andoran armies aren't with them. Like, Perrin is not at the last battle.
Oh, yeah! Perrin missed the whole damn
Perrin's
thing!
fucking asleep the whole time. And
poor Perrin, he's gonna be so upset.
Gareth Bryan wants to be with the White Tower, right? And so, for the last battle... For the armies of Andor, they need a figurehead. They need someone to rally around. And so Elaine kind of has to like fit into the role of being a little bit more of a visible commander of the army.
True. Because
otherwise there isn't really like a character that we know as an audience who can be in that role.
Yeah.
Unless Brigitte's going to be there without Elaine, but why would that happen?
No, there's no way.
There isn't really an important Andoran who can lead that army in this battle if it isn't Elaine, and so she has to be there. Otherwise, it would be like, and then the Andoran armies are just kind of over there somewhere with nobody that you know, and so why would you care? In order to have us as the audience give a shit about this part of the battlefield, people have to be there that we have met.
Yeah.
And so I think that it's a really smart use of her putting her in that position.
Yeah, for sure.
Especially considering Davrin Bashir doesn't come into the last battle until like halfway through.
Yeah. We'll get to him. God damn it. Yeah.
Anyways, anyway, this moment with the drag car is super cool. Guys, this is going to be a 17-hour book club. Welcome to the last motherfucking battle, chat.
Nobody is surprised.
Welcome to the last battle. This is the last book club because we will die in this one. We will be here so long we will starve to death.
Oh, wow.
We're going to have Uber Eats brought in at 6 p.m. when we're still going.
Could you imagine we're just like ordering food for ourselves so we can keep going?
Yeah, Dusty Wheel did a 12-hour stream, so who knows? Maybe we will.
12 hours. This fucking guy. Oh my god.
We gotta be Dusty. We gotta go 13.
Oh my... No.
I streamed for 36 hours one time. Granted, I almost died, but...
yeah. That did not go well.
Our daughter had to bring me, like, provisions.
God damn it. You say our daughter, and people don't know what that means.
So, after this, they kill the drag car. This is the last of the drag car.
Yeah, and she's like, how did the archers not see the fucking flying things? And turns out the archers they got fucked. Yeah, archers got fucked.
Yeah, Demandred is actually really good at this.
Yeah.
Turns out, smart. Guys, hey, you remember how the Forsaken weren't good at things?
They're good
at things now.
Good at things. Guys, Demandred is good at things. Let's go.
The Forsaken have developed skills they did not previously have in the 3,000 years of existence they've had before this moment. But they are good at things now.
Yes. Honestly, it's nice. It's great to see it.
You could definitely read the last battle and read the everything before it and be like, wow, these are different tones.
Oh, they are definitely. Yeah. They are definitely, yes. The villains are competent and everyone dies. Like that. Yeah. No, they're very
so nice. It was so nice. People started dying and I was like, oh, finally.
Finally, yeah.
It's a little bit too little too late for me, but finally, you know.
Yeah. No, yeah. I was like, oh, death number 1. Yeah. Death number 2. Oh, like 6 deaths that we didn't get to see. Oh, wow. Okay. Anyways, we get Uno. And Talmains and Eludra, they're moving around the dragons and stuff, and the rock.
Well, no, before we get to Uno, Elaine goes to the command tent and is like, Matt, what the fuck is your plan? And he's like, we're throwing out the plan.
Right.
And she's like,
right.
What do you
Matt
mean?
is like, we spent all this time working on the plan, and then I realized that means that the Forsaken are gonna know the plan. And so I changed it.
And then I realized, he's like, I knew, I was lying to you guys. I was gaslighting you so hard.
No, he said he, like, had a feeling. Like,
yeah, but that was, like,
wasn't sure.
That was a while ago.
Yeah.
That was, like, days ago. He had a feeling.
I thought they made the plan, and he was like, you know what, never mind, that's not gonna work.
No, it's in the text, where he's like, where she's like, there's a line of text where she's like, you knew the whole time. And he's like,
not really.
Yeah.
No, that's not what he says. He's like, not exactly.
It does not matter. Matt is like, I'm the only one who knows the plan. Yeah. Nobody else knows the plan. Mm-hmm. Guillermo Barros says, no rant on the pink ribbon banding Matt's hat. I don't like it. I don't want to talk about it for 30 minutes.
Yeah. It's
I think that neither Robert Jordan nor Brandon Sanderson did a great job writing stuff like that.
Yeah.
I've said it. There's hours of book club. I know it's there. I don't like it. I don't think that Matt should be carrying his trauma into this battle in that way. But whatever.
Yeah, that is what it is. But yeah, Matt's gonna be the only one who knows the plan because he can't be compulsed.
Yeah.
And
because there's a spy.
Obviously spies, like.
But there's a spy in the command tent.
Well, yes. That is correct.
Matt also, though this isn't where Matt is like, we'll get to it.
Yeah, this is gonna be what's hard about this talking in order is because there's like things that happen and it's like, okay, but did that happen in this 5 sentences or did that happen a page later? Because there's a lot that happens in this battle.
But this is where the gaslighting begins. There's 2 major elements of gaslighting in the last battle, right? Uh-huh. The first is that Matt lies to everyone about what the plan is and then is like, but that we're doing this plan. The other major element of gaslighting comes from the great gaslighter himself, the Dark One. It is the funniest. It kind of turns the last battle into a comedy a little bit. That all of the Forsaken and all of the good guys and all of the pikemen and all of the archers in the fields and most of the Trollocs probably know that Rand al'Thor has been fighting the Dark One in Shayol Ghul for like a week and a half.
The Dark One is the biggest fucking troll because he could have told Demandred.
Oh, no, he deliberately lies to Demandred because he needs Demandred to fight this fight.
Oh, I know.
Everybody fucking lies to Demandred going into this fight because it is the only rational way Demandred doesn't know where Rand is because everybody fucking knows where Rand is. He's been there for like a week and a half.
Well, and also Rand did have the dagger that like hid him from the Shadow's view. So until he got to the Dark One, actually, the Dark One didn't know that that's where he was headed.
I know, but that was like a week and a half ago.
For their time.
Yeah, no. In Shayol Ghul, it's been like an hour.
Yes.
On the slopes of Shayol Ghul, so for the Aiel ladies to have been going through multiple 4-hour shifts that feel like 8 hours to the people in Thakandar, Rand has been in there for days. And there are are people in the good guy army who know that's where he is. Like individual little dudes.
Yeah.
Who we don't know the name of, know that Rand is fighting the Dark One right now because he's been there for days.
All the blacksmiths are like, how do you think Rand's doing over at like Shayol Ghul? And Demandred's
like, no,
he's
on top
here.
of a mountain, like
he's here.
You must fight me with Lews Therin, and everyone is like, does that guy? Is he like not in on the group chat?
No, did he get the WhatsApp?
So did they start a separate group chat in order to gaslight Demandred into fighting the last battle?
Absolutely.
That has to be what happened.
Absolutely. Yes, 1,000%.
It is like the funniest. it truly is the funniest thing that the spy in the command tent is not revealing to Demandred that Rand has been there for, like, days.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. The Demandred probably is not listening. He's probably like, no, he's here in disguise. He has to be. Like, he just is so hell-bent.
Oh, he's definitely gaslighting himself, too.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's like, no. This has to happen right now. Because otherwise, what's he going to do? Go to Shell Ghoul? No, he fucking can't. He has to believe that Rand is on this battlefield.
Oh, 1,000%. And he can't go because Perrin clicked the Dream Spike. So they can't travel there.
Click. Yeah. Nicholas, thank you for that super chat. Uno is best boy.
Michael Kioski, thank you for that.
Thank you, Michael.
Demandred got his information from the same merchant that told Gawyn that Rand killed Morghese.
Oh my god.
I just, the fact that it goes on the whole chapter... It just got so funny to me.
It is
like,
funny.
Do you think that he's like messaging Lanfear to be like, "Hey, Sindane,
where's your husband?
Where's your boy?
Yeah, where's your boy?"
I'm like about to have his like babies ripped out of his lover.
God damn.
He's not showing up. I'm really confused.
Yeah. Poor Demandred.
Michael also says Demandred came straight from Shara and didn't speak to anyone.
That checks out. Yeah, that checks out. Anyways, the rockin'.
It was great. It was fantastic. I loved it.
The rockin' around.
Yeah, the rockin' do be rockin'.
Messages, you know.
Aerosmith's Rock and Roller Coaster is truly the savior of the last battle.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then the Sharans attack, and there's lightning, and there's pew pew, and there's bang bang, and the Aes Sedai and the Ashaman, they ain't doing too hot, you know. The Ashaman obviously are like trained in like war, but like a lot of the Aes Sedai they're not. They have less of an idea of what they're doing and how to kill people. Anyways, Demandred steps out of a ginormous gateway.
Yeah.
And then he bail fires definitely a character we've met before.
Quamesa.
Yeah.
And Einar.
Yeah. Those people who I definitely remember them from before. I'm so sorry. Like there are too many.
This is where it begins. This is where it's like, because I was a little.
Person died.
I was a little bit worried that all of the deaths were going to be like characters like Quamesa.
Yeah.
They do get to like important actual characters who matter. Not that's rude, but like characters that like we have emotional connections to do die in this chapter, and it's great. But the first ones are like, oh no, Quamesa died, and I was like, I'm so sorry, I don't know who that is.
I've read that name before. I know I have.
I know it's an Aes Sedai.
It's one of those things where you know that like study that's like after a certain point, your brain can only remember so many like faces and people and like be attached to them.
Dunbar's number. You can only remember 400. You can only have an emotional connection to 400 people.
Yeah, it's like that. This book is what 2,600 characters.
Yeah.
Sorry about it. I can't. That's my limit.
Nicholas Cardillo, thank you for that super chat. Most Forsaken are not all there in the head. That is true.
Yeah. True. They definitely all need therapy.
Because Demandred got that saw going on.
Yeah. The saw.
Yeah, that's something I'm curious to see how the show visualizes.
Well, and to be honest, I'm really hoping it comes into play because obviously we don't know how it resolves between Rand and the Dark One and Moradin.
Yeah.
So I'm actually really hoping that it's kind of brought back again because it seemed really cool and important at one point in the series and kind of just
disappeared for a while.
Yeah, it's been there in the background, and I think it's gonna come back because Moradin and Rand are still like within the same place.
Well, and all of the Forsaken seem to be like using the true power. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
they've all been rented a little bit of it for traveling. Well, yes. Yeah. Or maybe she has, and that's why she's able to get to the Tel'aran'rhiod without being seen. But no, then the Dark One would know that she's visiting because it's the... Yeah.
No, but it's not about the Dark One, it's about Moradin. Right. I don't know. Sindane is not in these chapters, so we don't have to worry about it.
No Lanfear.
Yeah,
Demandred killed some people, and Uno's like, oh shit, we gotta get out. We gotta get out.
Lightblind Full says, you don't remember that Quamesa has a sharp nose?
No.
I did remember that. Did she fold her
arms under her breasts one time? Probably. We move over to Loghain.
Yeah, Loghain.
Guys, Loghain's doing some cool shit.
I fucking love that Loghain is here. And I like what he does in this chapter. I think the Loghain stuff in this is some of my favorite from the last battle.
I also love that we get a little bit of his perspective of him, like, not being okay.
Yeah.
Like, he's like, why the fuck do these people trust me and look up to me? He's like, I'm a nightmare.
I also just, I think that I'm really glad in this battle we get into the, like, mentality of why he, Nishilia says no spoilers for show, please. We haven't seen the show, so no talk of season 2.
Yes, no season 2 talk, please, and thank you.
And mods, please remove anything that is about season 2. We have not seen it, and I don't want spoilers.
Yes.
Because there's a strike going on. Hey, AMPTP, thank you for talking to the WGA this week, but the SAG, we're also on strike, so talk to us as well. I know it's a lot for Bob Iger to have to go to 2 meetings. But he's getting paid $500 million. So I think that he can not go to Ibiza on his little vacation. I don't think it was Bob Iger. It was one of them.
One of them.
You cannot go to your vacation and you can sit down and let's make a fucking deal so that we can make entertainment again. Because I want to make TV shows and I want to talk about the ones that I'm in.
Yeah.
So please.
We want to talk about the fucking shows, please.
I'm really excited about a part that I have in a TV show coming up. And I would like to not be on strike when it comes out so that I can be like, hey guys, I'm proud of this.
I did this.
That would be great.
That would be really cool.
Anyway, I will stand with you in forever. Even though, you know what? Is it really hurting our channel? Yeah. This month last year, guys, we were at 1.1 million views. This year, we're at 427,000.
Don't worry.
It's still great. I'm grateful for the views. I'm grateful that anyone gives a shit about our stuff. But I would really like for the strike to end.
Yeah, that'd be very nice.
Guillermo Barros says not to bring it back, but Uno remembering Matt as the sniveling second book kid made the world really lived in. That's true.
Yeah, he's like, Matt, this motherfucker?
Well, because he only knew the only time he met Matt was Dagger Matt. Yeah. Dagger Matt. Dagger Matt does whatever a Dagger Matt
does. Anyways,
well,
Logan.
it's Spider-Man and rhymes with can. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, no.
It is. You know what, Embrise? It is a good time to smash the like button.
Yeah, smash it hard.
So Logie Boy is circled up, and we find out that his mission is to find the seals to the Dark One's prison.
Rand was like, hey, if you could do this for me, pretty please, I'd appreciate that. And he's like, okay, fine.
Don't worry, they found the goofiest way for that to happen.
I loved it. Shut up.
If there's one moment in the last battle that is 1,000% Looney Tunes, it is that moment.
But like in the best way. It was so funny. We're gonna get to that. It doesn't matter.
Okay. Mm-hmm. We will get to it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. We'll get to it.
Anyways.
What's his one of his Aes Sedai was like turned. And he's like, gonna kill her. And the other one is like, what? Why? And he's like, well, would you want to live as a slave to the Dark One? And she's like, fair point.
Yeah. I one of the things that makes the last battle work is that they make room for moments like this.
Yes.
I think the last battle, if it was just the combat,
if it was just punchy,
I think that why this giant chapter works is how much it stops to talk about what is at stake individually for people in a way that I think has been a little bit lacking for me in the book so far. And I think that a lot of that is like suddenly thrust into the last battle in a way that makes this chapter better than a lot of other stuff I've read.
Yeah.
Is that there's this knife's edge the last battle is on, and on one side is combat, and on the other side is emotional stakes.
Yeah.
And sitting on that blade is so hard for this long, because it starts off pretty wide, right? It's a wide blade, and then as the battle goes on and on and on, it gets thinner and thinner and thinner and thinner. Yeah. And I think that this really is that like bullseye shot right down the center that manages to not drift too far in either direction.
Yep,
in a way that it feels like watching a tightrope dancer. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But one who isn't using a weave to stay up there. Call back to book 4.
Wow.
Our favorite arc, the circus. See? We've read the
5?
whole Wheel of Time. I don't fucking know. That was 6 million words ago. You think I remember when Elaine tightrope walked?
Zara, welcome back to the Nerd Table. Dagger Matt, that should be your parody song entry.
No, we need a better song than the Spider-Man theme.
Look, we have said so many ideas for parodies. I cannot remember a single one. I'm sure we'll go back and we'll work on one of them.
I want to do, it's Matt, and he's like, I'm no bloody hero to one. Jesus. I'm the sounder of the horn.
God damn it. I will take your slaves away.
I fucking hope so.
I hope so.
I fucking hope so.
My
God.
Gabrielle is like...
Oh, no. You know what would be more Matt?
What?
I will dice the night away.
Yeah, that checks out,
there
actually.
It is.
Gabrielle is like, wait, you released Tovine's bond? She doesn't say anything. She just kind of feels about it. And so Logain, like, feels it through the bond.
Yeah.
Because apparently he could just, like, let it go.
I also love that he's like, she doesn't actually care. She's pretending that she cares. She's sending me fake shit through the bond to manipulate me.
Has she manipulated the bond now as well? I was like, oh my God. Fair. You know what? Fair. I said kind of the worst. I get it. I get your suspicions. But, like...
Yeah. All right. We cut over to the worst character ever written in any book of all time. Clarus. There are hours and hours and hours of book club where you defended a young white man who was just swimming in privilege. And because of that was unable to be a half-decent person to the woman that he married off screen. How are you feeling about Gawyn as he enters the last battle?
God, guys, I'm so embarrassed.
I'm so glad I never liked this motherfucker.
After
the White Tower stuff. Before that, he's he's nobody, right?
I just understood him. I was like, look, Gawyn is not the hero.
Well, that makes me very concerned.
No,
for our marriage.
Not anymore. No, not anymore. But in the moments where I defended him, I was like, I understand Gawyn. He's not the hero, and he doesn't know how to be, and he doesn't. In a way, he's like Amos from The Expanse, but worse, because he doesn't really know what the right thing to do is.
I disagree with that.
He needs somebody to guide him because he can't fucking figure it out for himself.
But Amos doesn't have empathy. Amos is a very cold person who is very defensive of a small group of people, but he would do anything for those people. Gawyn is a selfish prick who will only act in his own best interest.
Yes.
And he views Egwene as... He does not view his relationship with Egwene as a relationship of respect. It is a relationship of making himself look good.
I agree with you. I did defend him earlier on. We hadn't gotten to that yet.
We were all anti-Gawyn. No. James Ross says, did she? We all said he was the worst. No. We all said, there's a line right here, and chat, you're on this side of the line. We all fucking hated Gawyn, and on the other side of the line was someone being like, no, he's great, he's gonna redeem himself, he's gonna be awesome, we're gonna get there with Gawyn, and guess where we got? Fucking nowhere. I
just empathized with him because it was because it wasn't in the point really where he had a true relationship with Egwene yet.
Yeah.
He didn't have the position that he did. He was just a lost kid. And he never grew up. And I feel bad for him because he fucking sucks here.
Yeah.
He did not grow up.
No.
And it is unfortunate. I still stand by what I said before at the points in time where I said them. I don't think I was wrong. I think I was trying to be empathetic, but yeah, no, Gawyn fucking sucks and he dies, so it doesn't matter.
Gawyn is the guy that a woman like Egwene dates in college and deeply regrets later on in life.
Yeah.
Because they date for too long.
Yeah.
And he's a prince and he seems like the right kind of guy.
Because on the surface, he is very caring and affectionate, you know? He does the right things at first in a performative way, but he does not have his shit together.
Externally,
he is a child.
Externally, it seems very protective, but internally, it's very possessive.
Yes.
And his possessiveness of Egwene and of his position is so driven by his ego that it leads to Egwene dying.
Yeah.
He is internally possessive and ego-driven to the point where his wife dies.
Yeah. Yep.
Carlac26 says,
yep.
I bet you Gawyn thought Matt sent 2 letters. Gawyn would think that. Gawyn would be on Clarus' side of that argument.
Wow. There was... Oh my god. We're not there yet. Anyways, yeah.
And look, I think that it's really good writing of a shit person.
Yeah, yes.
This is not a complaint on the side of the writing. I think he is intentionally written to be a very ego-driven person. who upon like his death realizes, oh shit, I fucked up at every turn. Because that's what he says to Galad, right? Is like, I killed Hamar. I should have taken a side.
Yes, he knows he fucked up, but he dies.
Gawyn realizes as he's dying that like from Hamar on, he never made the right call.
Yeah.
And it's a tragedy. Like it is sad, right? And I think that it's a really good writing.
He is the tragedy of the series in a way. Like,
yeah, and I honestly wish we'd had more time with him because of it. I think that he's one of the more interesting characters in the series because of the fact that he's the tragedy. Guillermo, we are never going to agree on that. Guillermo Barros, thank you for that super chat. We're about to fight. Gawyn had his heart in the right place without realizing the consequences of failure, without considering he could fail. No. Gawyn wanted to have glory for himself and didn't realize that in doing so, he damaged everybody around him. Yeah, he made promises to the woman he said he loved that he was willing to forgo his own ego to protect her and stand by her. And when it mattered most, he went, fuck her. I'm going to go do it for me.
Well, because he like tries to justify it in his head where he's like, this isn't actually for me. I'm not. It just has to be done.
Bullshit.
And I'm like, that is the thinnest sheet of paper you could have put your fucking argument on. But okay. And also, like, he knows that the rings are dangerous because fucking Egwene tells him. She literally tells him, and he's like, fuck it, I'm gonna put him on anyways. Like, oh my god. Yeah, Arazu, thank you for that super chat as well. I consider Gawyn to be the consequence of Egwene not listening to the wise ones. I don't think she would have loved him as much if she hadn't fallen into and been influenced by his dreams.
That is interesting. That's actually a really interesting point.
Huh.
I don't know. No, maybe, she was really hot for his dick before they had sex in the dreams.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like she was like, there was lap sitting.
I just think that's...
Do you remember the lap sitting?
I do. I just think that's like a matter of opinion, right? Like there's never going to be a correct answer on like how much she loved him before or after.
Yeah,
Because you never know how the feelings would have changed if there hadn't been the dream stuff. Like you just never know. But I do think that's a really interesting theory.
I just think, and Guillermo, I'm sorry, I'm trying to be like funny and pushing back on you. I think that yours is a totally valid way of reading it. I just think personally the book spells out really clearly the selfishness of Gawyn's decision.
Yeah, and him also trying to find a way to turn it so that he's not being. It doesn't seem like he's being selfish, but he like it's. Yeah,
and that he goes back on that as soon as he's dying and he talks to Galad, right? I think that the tragedy of Gawyn is the moment with Galad where he realizes that he was wrong.
Yeah.
And he realizes that he was selfish, and he, And honestly, like, does some good. He slows Demandred down and starts the chain of men who go to fight Demandred.
Yeah.
The goofiest chain of, which is another. We're gonna get into it. It frustrates the shit out of me. What they chose to do with that storyline, but we'll get to it.
Really? Okay.
Let's just say it now. I just want to get this out of the way now.
All right.
I really dislike that. This book, there's something I really dislike about The Memory of Light that really knocks it down for me in terms of quality overall.
Okay.
And it is that there are so many fake out deaths. There's just so many in this book.
Yeah.
It is a well that it goes to too many times and they lose value over time because it becomes like goofy.
I agree.
And the going to fight Demandred and Galad and Lan both getting fake out deaths from the exact same fight is so goofy to me.
Yeah.
And the fact that it happens so many times in this novel. Yeah. And then Galad goes and fights Demandred. He dies. Nope, he's fine.
Yeah.
And then Lan gets the ultimate fucking death. This insane moment. He kills one of the Forsaken and sheathes the blade to do it. The thing that he taught Rand in book 2. It's this fucking massive accomplishment and also this heroic death that would be this great story. Much like Talmain's would have been a great story.
Yeah.
It is so cheapened by Lan being alive in the next chapter and being fake dead in the same fucking like beat that Galad was fake dead 40 pages earlier.
Yeah. And it is definitely, I think, the most unfortunate part of this book because you can have a fake out death.
Yeah. You just can't have 5. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you can't just have them throughout the whole book.
Well, because we also were like, oh, Swan and Brine are dead. Nope, they fell through a hole and cast Featherfall.
Yeah.
You know, like, it's just things like that where it's just a few too many times.
And it
for my taste.
It makes it hard to buy when anyone does die. It's hard to, like, get invested in character deaths because I'm like, oh, they're probably going to be fine in the next chapter. Demandred ran his sword through Galad's chest and he's okay. So why should I buy that any of these characters are dead when they're probably going to show up? And so, like, I kind of deflated when Lan came back because I was like, oh, like, is anyone dead?
Yeah, and there was a moment, which we're jumping ahead to the end here a little bit. But there was a moment where, like, Rand holds Demandred and Lan in his hand.
Yeah.
And I thought that he, like, maybe, like, brought back Lan, which would have been cool, but I don't think he did because he says you hadn't been paying attention.
Yeah.
Because meaning he's not actually dead yet. If that moment had been Rand, like, connecting with, like, the creator or something on that end, and it wasn't a fake out death, but it was, like, bringing him back in a different way, I think that might have worked a bit better for me.
But I think that only works if Galad dies.
Yeah.
But it's that you had two men back to back ride to fight this man and die and then be fine.
Yeah.
It's that you did it twice. And that you did it twice after doing it 4 other times in this book. And look, there's things I really, really like about The Memory of Light.
Yeah,
this chapter is incredible, and I want to be positive about it because I fucking think the last battle is a massive accomplishment. But I do think there are some really cheap decisions in terms of this in particular.
Yeah, the fake outs, not my favorite.
That do kind of cloud the final final book.
Yeah. No, that's fair.
There's value there's just value in killing people. You know what I mean? There's so much value in killing people. There's very little value in faking out deaths.
Yeah.
Because it just takes away from other deaths because it leads your audience to believe that the characters who are in mortal danger are going to be fine.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And this is a thing in, like, a lot of media. I don't like fake out deaths. I think that you can have one. I think it's fun to have one thing.
Yeah.
But yeah. This was just too many. And I agree. There's people bringing up, like, season 1 in the chat. I think that episode 8, I think the rewrites of episode 8 being so rushed led to all of those.
That was definitely a COVID thing, unfortunately.
Because the fake out deaths of that are Nynaeve, Loyal, and potentially Agomar. Agomar's the one I'll be the most upset about if he's alive.
That is so weird.
But Nynaeve and Loyal both getting fake out deaths at the end of that it is a little bit goofy, right?
Yeah.
And it doesn't work in season 1. It doesn't work here. And it's just not my favorite thing. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, for sure.
I wouldn't mind one. If Lan was the only one in this whole book, if Talmain's had died, if the Gawyn, or if the Gareth Bryan Swan thing had been handled a little bit differently.
Like, maybe, like, hear me out for a second. Maybe it's actually one of the, like, spies or dark friends or Graendal even who saves Gareth Bryan because she needs him compulsed. Because she's been working on him for months, right?
Even if it had been like, oh no, are Gareth Bryan and Swan dead? And the next chapter had started with them falling, right?
Right, as opposed to like, oh no, they're dead in that tent. There's no way they could have survived. Yeah. Just kidding. If all of those things had been built up differently to land dead, and Galad had died, right? Yeah.
Or Galad had escaped, and we knew that he'd escaped, and there had been no fake out deaths, and then you have this fake out death, where it's, oh my god, Lan fucking died, and then Lan's okay. That one would have hit so hard. It would have worked.
Oh yes.
It's only because there's like, so many in this book that it doesn't.
Yeah. 100%.
JD Jack, thank you for that super chat.
Thank you for the super chat.
Plot armor in my Wheel of Time? No way.
Absolutely not ever.
Fake out deaths are different from plot armor though.
Well, no, it's all boils down to plot armor. It's like, well, no, they're important.
Kind of,
like,
yeah.
They can't die. They're two main character.
Yeah.
Anyways, we get back to
But no, JD Jack, seriously, thank you for that super chat.
Thank you.
It is funny because yes, Ta'Veren.
Gawyn, worst boy.
Where were we?
Gawyn.
Oh, we're literally at the beginning of Gawyn's POV.
Yes.
We haven't even talked about what happens there. We just talked about Gawyn for 20 minutes.
Yep.
Y'all, this is probably going to be another 4-hour book club. I'm sorry.
Oopsie.
I'm sorry to you. There's so much I want to talk about. There's so much good shit here.
Yeah.
Gawyn is just watching shit, you know.
Yeah. He's like, wow, Demandred really doing a number on us.
This is one of the times where this is the first of the times where we get to see that Matt is staring at maps like a fucking lunatic.
He's like I can't.
I also love that Matt's like, I will not get pushed into this hole, so he's like gripping the table.
It's like his biceps are just like He's like holding himself over top of it. Oh my god. Guillaume, thank you for that super chat. Maybe Swan's death wasn't thought of as that much of a fake out because we knew they would die by being apart as per Min's viewing. I mean, here's the thing. The viewing, at this point in time, we think the viewing has been fulfilled. So that doesn't really matter. Right. Like, we, as the audience, we are led to believe. So that's why I'm kind of like, meh.
Yeah, as the audience, we're led to believe a lot of things.
We sure are. And so is Matt. Anyways, he puts on the fucking rings. Gawyn is like, I'm not going to put a ring on it. I'm going to put all the rings on it.
Okay, can we talk about this? Okay. Why would three wings be better than one?
They probably aren't.
He's just dumb.
They probably aren't.
But did he even activate the other two? The books never say that he activates the other two rings. It's just that he puts them on.
You have to use the blood,
you have to put blood in them.
To activate it.
I'm assuming that he activates the other two rings. I don't really know why 3 rings would do more than 1 ring.
No, he just wears them for fashion.
It's like how you can only attune so many items in D&D.
Yeah, and certain things are not stackable.
Yeah, why does it stack?
Yeah, there's no way that this stacks. Gawyn is just a dumb fuck. There is no way.
I also love that Galad is so much better at sword fighting than Gawyn. That Galad without superpowers is better than Gawyn with 3 rings.
I know. I was like, wow, you really. Yeah, guys, Galad is fucking Chad over here. Yeah. Anyways, puts on all the rings like a dumbass. Tam is on the bank of the Mora, and they're like firing arrows. They're like pew pew, those 2 rivers bows apparently are fucking perfection.
I don't know how. Yeah, I don't know how they're gonna do this in live action.
I don't know either. I love it, but I have no idea how they're gonna do it.
Because it reminds me of when the elves show up at Helm's Deep, and all of the human archers are shooting arrows, but the elves are like.
Yes. It's incredible. The 2 rivers people are totally fine because they're just murking Trollocs from 300 paces.
Yeah, and this is kind of the first point where Matt's military strategy comes into it. Mm-hmm. Where he's really set up where we start talking about how he's set up people to lose. Mm-hmm. And throughout the last battle we talk a lot the books talk a lot about Matt's willingness to sacrifice people for this kind of gamble that he's going for, where he needs to lose a lot of lives. Because in the previous chapter, but last week's reading, Matt sends people upriver to protect the river, but not enough. And people are like, that doesn't seem necessary. And he's like, I know what I'm doing. Yeah. And he's like, I need these people. I'm going to send the number of people that are going to survive for X long, because I need them to die at this point. Yeah. And it's dark, right? It gets into really dark.
The gambling and the baiting of it all feels very Matt, and I do love that part of this chapter.
Yeah, and it also just, there's been so much combat in these books that I've complained about. And I know I've complained, chat. I'm very sorry that I'm a negative Nelly. But that I've complained about the relative safety of it. Yeah. Where it always just kind of feels like there's a magical way to save the day. Or if people die, it's because of some Taviran reason. Rand's people died because the one power works differently now, right? But this got into the reality of war. This chapter finally got into the reality of war that I've been waiting for from these war books. Yeah, and I've been talking about how I want these to feel like war books, and this feels like those war books where where a real war, where a commander really has to say, I'm sending these people to die intentionally. Yeah. Because I need them to go die in this place. Yeah. And the difficulty of that, and how it weighs on Matt, and how Matt doesn't let him affect him because he has these memories of these other generals, and he knows that it needs to be done. Yeah. And it really gets into the best of Matt, that that he knows so deeply what needs to be done, and will do it to save the world, right? Yeah, for sure. Yeah. That is it's such a hard thing to balance, and like I said, as somebody who doesn't really understand battle tactics and what's going on, and has a hard time picturing things, I still felt like I was led along
on this journey in a way that was like comprehensible to me in terms of the stakes of it, the give and take, the gambles, like that, that kind of thing.
So no, I think that there's a lot of that in this chapter that really works.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of discussion of like supplies and the stuff that I really enjoyed the early books talked about of populations and stuff.
Yeah.
When Robert Jordan was doing the world building, I really liked the
Guys, there's the spoilers gone. It's fine. You don't.
You
need to
can
do
stop
anymore.
putting S's.
Yeah.
I thought that this was smart and handled really well.
Yeah, 1,000%.
And we get so much Tam here, and like, goddamn, Tam is
the fucking best.
A fucking G.
Yeah.
Like, what a character.
What did we do to deserve Tam?
I really did not. I could not have pictured even coming out of like going into the slog, really, where Tam kind of is one of the characters that benefits the most from the slog. He's one of the characters that gets some like really great moments in that part of the series,
right?
To build him out to be more than just Rand's dad.
Yeah.
With Perrin and there's a lot of great stuff there.
Yeah.
From when Perrin kind of brings him into the when Perrin brings Tam into the fight with the Shido to the end. There's so much time spent with him that builds him out to be this like truly incredible character.
Yeah.
And I think that if you were to only read the first half of The Wheel of Time, you wouldn't know how wonderful Tam is as a character.
Agreed.
But he's from the beginning to the end wonderful, and the actor they've cast as the show, like he's great.
Yeah. I'm like, it's one of those things where it's like, depending on how long filming takes, obviously like it's gonna be like people are gonna be different ages, but like he has that like older gentlemanly like demeanor and like the experience of that, and he talks about how he was not as like strong as he was in his youth, but he makes up for that in other ways. And I really loved that moment.
Tam kind of is the Tom Brady of the Wheel of Time, where like when he first started his career, he had all the athleticism, and he won the Super Bowl. 2001, Drew Bledsoe goes down after 2 games. Tom Brady comes in, he's a young buck, wins the Super Bowl, right? Then in the middle of his career, he's getting to the playoffs every year. He's crushing it, but not winning as many Super Bowls in the middle there.
Sure.
And then at the end of the career, comes back, and he doesn't have the athleticism. He's not running the same way. You know what I mean? He's not throwing as far. But his knowledge of the pocket and his knowledge of how to play football and how to read a defense, he comes back right at the end of his career and wins a couple more.
Yeah.
Right? And he really, Tam kind of is that kind of arc, that career arc. And that middle part where he's not winning the Super Bowl, but he's still getting to the playoffs every year, that's Raising Rand. He does a good job in that middle part.
Yeah.
And he's such a fantastic character. I love him.
Tam is definitely S tier, for sure.
And he's leading Galad, which is interesting.
Oh, yes.
Because Perrin is asleep right now.
Yep.
This is an important reminder. Perrin is currently asleep.
Taking a nap, He's chilling.
The last battle is happening, and Perrin is unfucking conscious.
Yeah.
Pavara! We go to see Pavara. Pavara is fighting. She's doing stuff. I'm glad she's alive.
Yeah.
And she's with her future lover.
Yes.
These two are going to fuck.
Yeah.
Tonight.
Oh yeah. No, they're so hot. They're like they're rearing to go.
Thanks. Gustafsson says I can literally see Clarice space out as Nerdy talks about sports. It was a good analogy, okay? I don't talk about sports a lot on here because it's not usually relevant, but that was a pretty strong analogy.
Yeah. Yeah, I have no reference for it, but yeah.
Yeah.
It's fine. I'm just giving you shit.
Yeah, so they're kind of like moving around. We run back in with Jonath, Candler, Theodrin. All these names.
Her.
All these names. They're still here, guys.
Theodrin, that like I actually do kind of remember because she was interesting.
We learned that Andril can't make death gates.
Yeah.
Because they're just different enough.
Yeah, which is like, oh, okay.
But
sure.
Instead, Andril is like pulling snow from. He's like doing avalanches and shit. Andril is truly the Emily Axford of this series. Where she will use the powers to do the craziest shit you've ever heard. Yeah. And it's great.
Yeah. And then they do something absolutely crazy because they're linked. And Pavara makes her own gateway. And
makes a gateway in the way that Andril would.
Yeah.
Because she can make gateways on her own, but...
Right.
Yeah.
Right, but, like, when you're in a circle and you don't have control of power, you're not supposed to be able to, like, do your own thing. And so, two people being bonded to one another...
Well, it's not just that, though. It's that while they're in the circle, Pavara doesn't keep herself to herself, and so they, like, link even further in the circle.
My mind to your mind. Yeah. Your mind to my mind.
They Vulcan mind meld.
Yes.
And now they have extra powers.
Extra powers.
These are, I would like to remind you, not main characters of this series. These are random people that came in halfway through.
They're great, all right? And at least Pavara we've known for books.
We've known Pavara for a few books. It just is very funny to me that, like, this feels like the kind of special power that you would give to, like, Rand and Aviendha. But here it's like, Andral and Pavara.
No.
Those random... And I love them. They're great characters. I think Andral gets some of the best stuff here.
Yes.
Including the goofiest thing to happen in the entire series.
It's great, and I love it.
The absolute goofiest, goofy goober thing to happen in the entire series. But it is so interesting how much the books really give to them at the end here.
I love it.
Yeah. Brandon Sanderson was like, I only created one person.
Yeah.
And I'm going to make him the greatest character in the history of the books.
He knew what he was doing, for sure.
It's time to spend a little bit of time with Mat.
Yeah.
Mat from Coffin is standing there. Galad is whining, because Galad do be whining.
Yeah, that's fine.
Hawkthorne brings up, did you mentally shrug at me?
Oh,
it's a great moment. It's a great moment.
Yeah. The two of them together are amazing.
So, Galad is complaining, and Mat is like, just fucking do it. And he's like, all right, it's fine.
Yeah.
And then Elaine complains. This is really a section of Trakand complaining.
He's not a Trakand.
Morghese would complain, but she's, like, barely mentioned in this book.
Yeah.
She comes in to, like, search for corpses in a bit, but...
Yeah. She's barely here. To be fair, I don't know what she would do, so it's fine.
No, it makes sense for her to be in main healing. It's just weird that, like, after the one meeting where she's like, my daughter's great, she just kind of disappears. And I was like, where is Morghese?
My daughter's great.
This book does suffer a little bit, in my opinion, from... they didn't kill enough important characters off earlier.
Yeah.
And so there are important characters that this book does not have room for.
Yeah.
And so they just kind of are not doing stuff.
I mean, Aviendha's not even in the last battle.
Aviendha is not mentioned very much in this book at all.
I know.
Aviendha gets very... Honestly, if I had to, like... If there was one character who I think should have been given more in this series, it is Aviendha.
I agree.
I think after... Because her relationship with Rand gets so strained... And we'll probably get to talk a lot about her next week, so I don't want to, like, spend too much time on this. But I do think that Aviendha is short-shrifted in the second half of the series.
Yeah. No, really, I agree.
Really, since... her and Elaine became first sisters. I feel like Aviendha has been kind of in like a weird on her own plot line.
It's always Elaine's POV when they were together.
Yeah.
Like we got like a one-off here and there of Aviendha's, but it definitely kind of, yeah.
And then she gets the reverse Wordian, which is cool, but I definitely think that like for how important she is, I wish we'd spent more time with her and more time with her with other people instead of the length of the like wise ones. She's just miserable by herself thing while other people are doing important things was a bit much.
She's moving water. Yeah.
I don't know.
I hear you.
I don't know.
Yep. Anyways, Mat's looking at the battlefield. He's like sending the gear reinforcements and like, you know, Lan's doing some pew pew.
I love the pew pew.
The pew pew always. That is battle. And the Sharns are gonna go intercept Lan before Lan is even like gets his order. He told
Lan to go somewhere. But it hasn't gotten there yet.
It hasn't gotten to him yet, but it's gotten to the enemy yet. And so he's like, okay, there's definitely 100% a spy in
And then
tent.
a woman with freckles comes over and he's like,
wow, she's hot?
No, but she gives him coffee, and he goes, I'm too busy to even tell her that she's hot while she's giving me coffee. And I'm like, God damn it, Brandon Sanderson. Now's not the time.
No need for that.
And it won't be the time, like, 3 more times this chapter, but... Or, not this chapter, this week, but...
Yeah.
I guess it's a good thing that Mat is a horn dog. Otherwise, we never would have been introduced to this character that we will find out is the spy.
We're not introduced to her. She's just there.
I know, but she would have just been a random person.
I guess.
That Min finds as the spy. Mm-hmm. But because Mat is a horn dog, she's mentioned once before we find out that she's a spy.
Yeah.
So, like, there's that.
Yeah. Yeah. Unless there's, like, a bunch of people that have freckles and it's actually not the same person. Because so far,
she's the only Sachin with freckles?
Only one. Nobody else has freckles. Not a single damn person in the whole country has freckles. Yeah. So the dragons. That's so funny. The dragons are broken. They're gonna need some time to fix them.
But are they?
Well, like some of them.
But
some of them.
Are they?
Some of them.
Yeah, we find out that Talmains is taking the dragons down to an underground cave beneath the fields of Marilord that an Ashaman just, like, knows about?
That somebody just found. And here's the thing. Like, I was, like, trying to figure out, like, why somebody was, like, looking for caves with no entrances. And I'm not sure.
The assumption that I'm going to go with is that he, her name is Hux. That is so funny.
Fuck off.
and she will be played by Donald Gleason in season 8. Yeah. I'm assuming that because the Ashaman have abilities with are stronger with fire and earth than women are.
Yes.
That
except
the men
for Egwene, but yeah.
That there was a man who delved into the earth and
they delved too greedily and too deep.
But like with magic and like found the cavern magically.
Yeah, I just don't know why. Like, well, I don't know why they were.
I think that it is a like because people are saying Andrel did it. I don't know that Andrel is said to have done it.
If you say so, but like I don't remember reading
I'm assuming that like they reached out with the one power at some point during their time in the fields of Marilord.
Because we know Egwene can look in the ground for minerals, right? That's what she was like being used for when she was a slave.
Because the other option is that someone went spelunking for fun.
But there's no entrance to the cave.
I'm assuming there is actually an entrance, because otherwise they would die.
Well, no, there's like a crack.
Yeah, but they have lit torches.
Yeah, so there's a crack. So
that's
there's smoke coming out of a crack somewhere, which didn't alert anybody.
On a battlefield where people are throwing fireballs constantly,
you know what? That's
why
fair.
would you notice a little bit of smoke?
That's fair. I take it back.
There are hundreds of people launching thousands of fireballs.
Yeah. No,
everything is on fire.
That's fair. Yeah, but no, it's a cave without an entrance.
Sure, but there's holes. Yeah. But I'm assuming that like so the Ashaman show up and they're like, we've got to get the lay of the land. I'm just gonna reach out and see what the environment is.
I guess.
And they just kind of
they just found an underground cave.
Because that makes sense to me. If I had the power, if I was going to an environment where I was gonna have a giant fight with magic and stuff, I would want, and I had the power to like survey what's nearby. I would probably do that. Just to like know, right? It's just like information gathering.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, you know, how I use my pet raven in Baldur's Gate to go find out what's in the battlefield before I go in there.
You get a pet raven?
Yeah, I made Will, instead of making him Pact of the Blade, I made him Pact of the Chain, so I can summon familiars.
Oh, fun. Okay.
You can also summon Scratch as a familiar, but I don't send him into do that because I don't want Scratch to die. Well, even though he does get revived.
Okay.
But I don't want to do that.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'm too emotionally attached to a dog in a video game.
That happens.
So I'm assuming that that's how they found it, because otherwise it's fucking ridiculous that they found it.
Yeah.
But like that makes sense to me. It just makes sense. If I was an Ashaman and I had the ability, I would check to see what's going on in the area.
Yeah, fair.
Because who knows? They might be digging under the field. Like I would be delving into the ground constantly because they might be using magic to dig under our army. Like I would want to know if the fucking Trollocs have underground tunnels.
Yeah.
Because they could. There's magic.
Yeah.
You want to know about your environment. So it makes sense that an Ashaman found it. It is just so funny that the book doesn't do the job of telling you why. They're just like, yeah, an Ashaman just knew about this.
Yeah, there's like, just an underground cavern. Don't worry about it.
It's fucking crazy.
Okay. If you say so. Yeah, so, he's gonna talk to Elaine, and she, like, puts up a ward, and he's like, look, there's a spy. But it's okay, because since we know there's a spy, I'm gonna use it against them, and we're gonna gamble a little bit more.
And this is where he tells her about his thing, like, where we're gonna lose unless we bait them into a trap.
Yeah.
And then, they do not successfully do that at any point. But that is the goal. That is the goal.
Yes. Yes.
And this is
so Elaine's like, well, wait, what are you going to do? What's going on? And Matt's like,
He also sends Talmains a very funny message that's like, it's like two barmaids in It's like they're like two
Oh,
greedy
they,
barmaids and South, and he's like, no.
like,
But in Matt's head, he's like, but actually, when we were there, he pulled me away from those bar. I was like, that's very funny.
Yeah, that was fun. I love that.
It really is like Matt's boys.
Yeah, I did
shit
forget
that you
about
can
that
only
moment.
pull off with the boys.
That was great. That was great. It's something that like only like the real Talmains would know. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So is well done.
Also, I love that they have a cipher for their battlefield commands. Because reading through a cipher takes time. And I can just picture Lance sitting down on a fucking rock being like, all right, so 22 is A, 23 is B,
well,
1
luckily
is 7.
it's not individual letters, it's words. But like, yeah.
Well, but it can't all be words. They can't have come up with a cipher with a word for everything, right?
Why?
Because they had like an hour to do this.
I don't fucking know.
Maybe it is full words. I don't know. It seems like a lot.
You know what? I don't know. I'm not sure.
If I was Lan, I would have someone with me at all times whose job it is to read the cipher. Because I'd be like, I don't have the time to think about this.
Yeah, 100%. Galad's leading the White Cloaks against the Trollocs with the pew pew.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's like a small group of them that can go into the ruins. And he's like, well, you know what? That Matt fellow, I think I was a little bit harsh on him. I don't think I gave him enough credit because he actually might maybe know what he's doing, like at least a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Because it's loose there in Telamon.
Yeah, and he's also like, so the last battle definitely not going to take weeks. We're gonna keep going. This fight is not gonna stop. We're going straight through till it's over. So buckle the fuck up.
Donovic says, have you thrown the ball for Scratch to get the achievement? Donovic.
I don't have a ball yet.
You don't have the ball yet?
No.
Oh.
But thank you for that.
Yes, of course. Of course, I have played Fetch with Scratch. Are you kidding me? Mm-hmm. Scratch is my best friend. Okay?
My best friend.
I'm sorry to my real world best friends. I love you all. But Scratch has replaced all of you. Mm-hmm. So yeah, we get a little bit with Galad, which is fun.
He's like, hey, Matt's actually kind of smart.
Yeah. Yeah. And the like it's funny because the Trollocs aren't gonna stop for the night is where I should stop for the night, and I put the book down and went to bed.
Right.
This was my first break in the reading of the last battle was right here. I was like, I can't keep going. I need to go to sleep. It is 3:00 in the morning.
Yeah.
You were long asleep, and I was on my chair, just like I have to stop.
Can't keep my eyes open
because we had to be up at like 8 a.m. the next day.
Yeah.
Rand's point of view. It's our first time. We get to see Rand al'Thor.
Yep.
Meets up with Nynaeve Almira just outside of the Two Rivers, and it's a fucking nightmare. Shit's bad. Tam, Jory, and Donal are like working.
Yeah, one of them gets eaten alive by insects in front of their eyes.
They arrest Rand.
Oh, the other one gets strangled.
Yeah, it's bad.
It's not a good time. Nynaeve has been turned. She's
because everyone's been turned.
Very bad lady. All the like powerful people, have been turned.
This is the beginning of the thing. Okay, I want to phrase this the right way. Mm-hmm. The Rand Dark One stuff doesn't work for me. Because we're stopping here.
Yeah, because we don't know what it actually leads to. Yeah.
The thing that I don't get yet, and I want to be careful how we talk about the Rand Dark One stuff because it doesn't work for me right now.
Yeah.
But I think that it might.
Yeah.
Depending on how it ends.
Yeah.
But the thing that isn't there for me is that I don't really have any sense of why the Dark One wants to win.
Uh-huh.
Or like what he gets out of it. I just don't know.
You're just evil.
The Dark One's desires to me are so important, but they just don't. I don't get for the Dark One what is the difference between the visions that he shows Rand. I don't get what the like success means to him, which is such an important part to me about a really strong villain. Mm-hmm. And our main character Rand is fighting him by playing with the Nexus mods on the video game to show different versions of the game, right? They're modding Skyrim to do a bunch of different things.
Yeah.
And the Dark One starts showing Rand these different things that he could do. Mm-hmm. And I don't really get the sense that he cares which one he does. And I would like to. I would like to know that, like, some of them are... Arzu says, why does the wind blow? He's a force, not nature. If you try to tell me that, like, the end of the book is that Rand is fighting the wind, that would be very bland to me, right?
Well, the wind doesn't have a consciousness or wants or needs or ability to speak. Like, if that was the case, then why does the Dark One want one outcome and not another?
And I think that the Rand Dark One stuff is the most hurt from my point of view by us stopping where we stopped.
Yeah.
Because that's the thing that is...
We don't have the full picture yet.
The moment-to-moment of the last battle, I can enjoy moment-to-moment. I don't really like the moment-to-moment of the Rand Dark One stuff, personally. I need to read it in its entirety.
Yeah, for sure.
Because it is the thing that is... It's the thing about the whole series that hasn't really worked for me. It's the thing about the whole series that hasn't really worked for me, where I don't really get what the Dark One is and what he wants.
Yeah.
And that I was hoping we would get more from with the Rand stuff, but instead we're just getting them being like, well, if I win, this bad thing will happen. Well, if I win, this good thing will happen.
Well, I don't think it's not about that.
I know, but I want that deeper part, and I think that will be next week.
No, I think the deeper part is Rand learning the lessons of, like, of what these things actually mean. Right? Because he thinks he builds him... He thinks he sees the worst of it all, right? And then he doesn't. Yeah. Then he really sees what he thinks is the worst of it all. And then he shows what he thinks is, like, perfectly acceptable. And then he shows what he thinks is, like, paradise. And, like, it's not. And it's definitely less about the Dark One and more about, like, Rand and his realizations through this section.
I agree with you. It is less about the Dark One and it's more about Rand. And my issue with that is that I know a lot about Rand and I don't know anything about the Dark One.
Yeah.
I would rather this section be about the Dark One than be about Rand.
Well, I don't actually agree with you there. I wish there was some clarity on the Dark One, but I think that the fact that it is about Rand is actually what it should be. Like, I don't need to care about the Dark One. I feel like I need to understand him a little bit better. Like, I do agree with you on that side, but I want it to be about Rand. I want it to be Rand coming to the realizations that they're seeing him coming to, right? He thinks he knows what's up. He has that arrogance still of Lews Therin that he's been trying to work through, and he still's not quite there yet. And this is like this is where things happen for him, right? He's able to let go of the lives that he's taken responsibility for. He's able to see what he thinks is paradise is actually, like, something completely terrible and awful as well. Like, there's so much there that is about Rand, and I like it being about Rand, but I want to be clear that I do agree with you on, like, the clarity of, like, why the Dark... the Dark One, very confused, question mark.
Because what it gets to with me is... Can we just talk about the Rand stuff now? Can we do all of the Rand stuff as one thing? Because it is so separate.
We can do that. So, Car, I just want to say thank you for that super chat. You missed the trophy for this, Nerdy. It's the I Win the Last Battle 2023 trophy. So we win.
Let's just talk about the 4 visions that we get.
Yeah.
We're going to do... The middle of this is going to be just Rand, and then we'll get back to the last battle. Because I think it's hard to, like, cut to Rand, because Rand's thing is so separate. Rand, the first one he sees... is this very dark future where, like, all channelers are turned as soon as they're found.
Yeah.
Everyone is evil, everything is awful, and the world is at war.
Yeah.
Then Rand retaliates with a vision that's just kind of, like, normal.
Yeah.
And then the Dark One retaliates with a vision where there is no empathy, and everyone is evil by not knowing that they could be good, kind of. Which just sounds like the real world to me, but that's a whole other thing. Yeah.
Everyone has lost the ability to care for one another. It's a world where, like, obviously, like, the Sanshin kind of took over because the woman is like, oh, did he belong to you? Like, you know, like, slavery is rampant. There's, like, a class system that is, like, totally unforgiving, and, like, people kill with impunity. They don't care. They don't kill out of hate or malice or anger. They kill because they can, and it is just, like, natural to them.
It's floored.
God damn it.
What? Didn't a teenager get shot, like, 3 weeks ago for, like, ringing the wrong doorbell?
Oh, yeah, that happened.
Like, that literally, like, that... Or maybe that was a couple months ago.
That was... Yeah, there were a few instances of people getting shot at or dying because...
The second vision is America. I hate to say it, but, like, shit's people will shoot at you for random shit right now. I don't know why it keeps happening, but it keeps happening.
It does keep happening. No, I just hate that, like, there's, like, a little bit of truth behind that. But yeah, it's a terrible, terrible world.
Now, and this is where Clarus and I disagreed on something this week. Because I was like, Clarus, which would you prefer? If the Dark One won, which would you prefer? Torture forever or this lack of empathy world? And you said that you would take torture forever. Yeah. And I would take lack of empathy world. Yeah. Because I would rather not know that I'm evil than experience torture forever.
And that's why I wouldn't. Like, not understanding what's good and what's right. Like, what not. Yeah, that is the ultimate horror for me.
Yes.
Is like hurting people and not even realizing or caring.
See, but you wouldn't know that it's that bad, so you wouldn't know.
Yeah, but I know now.
It's horrifying to you now, but in it, so the torture would be worse.
No, if you're telling me I get to choose, I get to be me and I get to choose which one, I know which one I'm choosing.
I know, but I'm saying that if you choose now, the version of you that actually experiences one of those two would have a preference. Yeah. That is not you now.
And it would be the horrible, heinous, easy way out.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, no, here's the thing, though. There is a caveat to that, because if I was, like, naive and I was turned, it would be the same thing anyways. So I would just be tortured forever.
Fuck yeah. It's bad. It's bad either way.
It's bad.
It's bad either way. But then we get into the fourth vision, which is the most interesting of the visions, and also the one that I have the most, that I struggle with the most as the reader.
Okay.
Which is that Rand creates a world where there is no Dark One. And he realizes that he has taken free will away from people in the same way that the Dark One would have in his visions. Yeah. Right? And he goes to meet Elaine in the garden, and he sees a life behind her eyes. And that isn't his Elaine. Granted, maybe it's because it's been 100 years. And he's like, oh, Aviendha wants to take care of children all day? That sounds awful. And I agree with him there. That does sound awful. You know, I don't want to take care of children all day, especially other people's kids.
Oh, God.
Like, truly...
They're fighting for nursery time, guys.
Brandon Sanderson really crushed, like, what is the worst good outcome? And it is that you would want to take care of other people's children. That would be a desire that you could have. Because that truly is the fucking worst.
People do that. People run daycares. People teach. Honestly, our teachers, you do not get enough credit.
And here's the thing. Here's the thing about this that frustrates me so much is that I love it. I think that this idea is brilliant, right?
Yeah.
I think it is a brilliant thing for Rand to realize that taking away evil would be a bad thing for the world as he sees it, but maybe not a bad thing for the world. That's kind of like esoteric. Like, Rand's feelings about what Aviendha would want is a weird way to look at what would be best for everybody on the planet. I don't buy that killing the Dark One means killing evil. Because I don't think that Dark One and evil are synonymous.
Well, and I don't, like, the way that it's portrayed, I don't think the Dark One can die.
Well, and that's where this gets, and that's what frustrates me about it, because I love the idea of what Rand learns here so much, and I think that it is well written. Yeah. But it doesn't vibe with what the Dark One is in this world to me, because the Dark One is not evil. So it isn't the root of evil. There are so many people in this world who are evil and working against the Dark One. And so I don't, the Dark One, the book wants the Dark One to be all evil, but the series didn't set him up that way to me. Right. The series set him up to be a person with goals and with followers. They set him up to be a, like, cult leader, but not, like, all evil. Because if the Dark One is all evil and getting rid of the Dark One removes all evil from the world, then that would remove the Sanchin from the world. Because the Sanchin perpetuates slavery, and slavery is evil, right? It would remove Mashadar, a entity that fights against the Dark One and is also evil. And so
that was like the evil of man, like literally like
to imply that removing the Dark One removes the evils of man implies that all of the evil in the series comes from the Dark One, and we know that it doesn't.
Yeah.
And that to me makes this a confusing thing where I really fucking love the writing.
Yes.
Of this scene between Rand and the Dark One.
Mm-hmm.
And if the Dark One was literally evil, it would work so well for me.
Mm-hmm.
But instead it introduced the Dark One as a concept that I don't think the rest of the series vibes with. And so it feels like a left turn where Rand is suddenly like, oh my god, if I get rid of you, I'm taking away people's choice. But the choice isn't between being a good person and the Dark One. The choice has always been being a plethora of humanity, and the Dark One is an option. But you can be plenty kinds of evil without the Dark One. Vanin was a thief and a horse taker. So then maybe
it doesn't matter if the Dark One is killed then. Because it still gives people the options to... Like, you can still choose evil even if the Dark One doesn't exist, which then is why that vision doesn't 100% make sense, because Rand creates a world without the Dark One, but removing the Dark One doesn't remove evil.
So then
what does he do with the Dark One?
This exact thing is why I want to read the rest of it, because I feel like the next step of the Rand Dark One stuff is going to clarify this down to something that makes sense, but right now this vision doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah.
And so I don't want to put that on the book.
We're in the middle of it, and it's hard. It's really hard.
I don't want to put that on the book because this scene isn't over.
Yeah, yes.
We just stopped at kind of a weird place where I love the idea of realizing that even forcing people to be good is still evil. I just don't agree with that removing the Dark One is removing all choice of evil.
No.
Because we've seen that choice exists outside of the Dark One in this world.
Yeah.
And so I'm hoping that the book in the final reading, because I don't want to say anything about this week's reading about it, because I don't think it's fair to this book.
Yeah.
I'm hoping the rest of the book clarifies the Dark One in a way that makes this make sense to me.
Well, because
right now it doesn't.
Because here's the thing. I have a feeling that Rand is also the Dark One.
No.
And
what? Wait, what?
And Rand is going to realize that the Dark One is like literally like a personification or like projection of like the evil within like the hearts of man, right? Because the Dark One can't be a person. The Dark One can't be a dude who's been like locked up in a cage because like why? Like unless maybe we have a reason for that. But like the Dark One at this point kind of like this journey that Rand has been on has been him coming to terms with so many things about himself and about his past lives and about like there's so many things, and the letting go and the moving on and the responsibility. And so I think maybe him shouldering the responsibility of the Dark One and realizing that it's him is similar to his like releasing of the responsibility of the deaths of others. And so but I don't...
If that's what it turns out to be, I'll be very happy with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. And I'm honestly kind of spitballing because I don't feel like I have a very good grasp on like the concepts that are being handled right now. Mm-hmm. It's like, because Rand can fucking talk to the creator, right? Even our other like characters have magic powers.
Watch next week. Nakomi's gonna show up and explain it to Rand so that he actually knows what's going on.
Yeah, maybe.
Let's pause really quick. Methany, thank you so much for that super chat. Regarding the free will stuff, look up the theodicy problem. It's an interesting concept. I actually used it to drive off Jehovah's Witnesses once. I've driven off so many Jehovah's Witnesses. It's really not that hard. That you can drive them off really quickly by just being like,
just ask if they want to do butt stuff.
I fuck men.
Yeah.
Hey, you guys are cute. Are you guys gay? Because I'm gay. And are you guys on Grindr?
Yeah.
They leave real quick.
Isn't that how you meet people nowadays?
I love that your method, Methany, is like, I'm gonna like try and argue with you to make you leave. And I'm like, I'm gonna make you wildly uncomfortable by the fact that I am very willing to go further than other people are. Arzu, thank you so much for that super chat. The world Rand makes is not based on what is, but what Rand believes it would be. That's an interesting thought, because my interpretation of the way that he's weaving fate is that he's plucking at the string of he's weaving fate to have fate show the Dark One the world without the Dark One, as if that string were pulled out. Mm-hmm. Not that Rand is like influencing every detail of the world, but maybe that is what it is.
Yeah.
I don't know. Sir Jimmer says, Dark One existing means evil exists. You don't have to worship him to be evil. See, that's what I disagree with. I don't think that evil can exist because an entity exists. People are going to make evil decisions regardless of the entities that exist, right?
Yeah, like that's what Rand realizes, that removing the Dark One from the equation doesn't remove evil.
No, in this moment, he says that removing the Dark One from the equation does remove evil, and that is also evil. That evil has to exist to make human life worthwhile.
That's why it doesn't remove evil, because it is evil. Like it is like.
But it removes. Yeah, it's
a snake biting its own tail.
The problem is that it said the vision says that Rand removing the Dark One removes evil as a choice. But that isn't true, because there are people who have chosen evil in this series that didn't choose the Dark One. Pat and Fane chose the Dark One and then left that for a different evil. Mm-hmm. Meaning that the Dark One isn't the only source of evil in the universe. Yeah. Unless Mashadar also comes from the Dark One, which is super complicated, because then why would Mashadar destroy the Taint?
Each other out? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. They have to. Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's weird.
Yeah, there's a lot going on, and we're like right in the middle of it, and so it's
I want to get to the end.
Tough.
Because I want to know what the book.
I need to know.
I want to know what the book's thesis on it is. And we're not there yet. And, or I guess we're at the thesis, but I want to know what the book's resolution on the thesis is, so that I can understand what it wants me to think about it, because right now I'm confused.
Yeah.
But I love the writing of the moment where Rand realizes in Elaine's eyes. That was so good.
All of these moments.
That I want the resolution to bring me full circle with the Rand Dark One stuff.
Yeah.
Because of the reading right now, the last battle I'm enjoying so much, and the Rand Dark One stuff I'm not quite there with.
Well, and those moments are honestly what kind of has like built up my trust with this, that it's leading somewhere that I'm gonna like, because the moments to moment is so good that I think I think we are headed somewhere that is going to make sense. Because right now I'm like, I don't know.
Interesting. Is numbers? Sorry, I'm not going to read all the numbers. Says evil is based on motivations, though. Actions aren't inherently one or the other. Hard disagree.
I disagree.
Hard disagree. Yeah. There are many actions that are inherently evil.
Yeah.
Enslaving people, no matter what your intent, is inherently evil.
Yes.
You cannot have good intentions while raping someone or enslaving someone or molesting a child, while committing first-degree murder. There are plenty of actions that you can commit in this world that are inherently evil, no matter what your intentions are.
Yes.
And so I disagree with you on that, just because I think that there is no way in which, I'm
There's definitely evil actions. I think there are certainly actions that, whether or not they're evil, is based on your motivation and intention. Some of them, but definitely not all.
Turvok says, I consider that RJ was setting up Mashadar to replace the Dark One for a long time. That's a really interesting idea. I love the idea that that Mashadar is like the Count Dooku to Palpatine, and that Palpatine had to get taken out in order for the Clone Wars to end, which is the same thing as the cleansing of the taint. But Palpatine can use to exist without Mashadar.
Yeah.
Lightblind Full, thank you for that. Join the nerd table. In the vision, Elaine has lived like 100 years or so. Just think how many concussions she's had in that time. Explains Vision.
Yes, that's what it is.
How many concussions are you having on average a year, Light-Blinded Fool?
Yeah, I don't know.
The only time I've ever had a concussion in my life, and I don't even...
Never had a concussion.
I don't know if I have had one, but like if I did, it was when I was playing hockey. I might have had a concussion when I got this scar.
You probably did.
I have 4 dents in my skull. 3 of them are from hockey. I might have had a concussion. Yeah. But I wanted to keep playing, so I never got them checked. I made bad decisions as a young Canadian boy. I'm like Light-Blinded Fool, I'm legitimately concerned about how many concussions you've had. Oh, lol, Elaine has concussions all throughout the book. That's fair.
Really? I only remember one, but you know what? There's a lot in these books. So please forgive me. Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Let's move on.
Yeah.
That's all the Rand stuff. The Rand stuff this week, we'll get to some of the later Rand stuff when we get there, because it's like with the horn blowing. But yeah, these visions, they were so well written, and I hope the resolution of this makes them work for me. And I think that this is the part of the book where I'm not saying is bad. I want to be really clear. We've talked about it a bit. I feel like I've said some things that might feel negative. They're not negative right now. They are me trying to work through my feelings, not having read what the book wants me to know about them.
Yeah.
Right?
We're like in the thick of it, literally.
Yes.
We're about to see the light at the end of the tunnel. And yeah, not in a bad way. Like you said, the writing of the moments is so good.
Yeah.
So
Gawyn level bad decision.
Oh my god.
On a scale from 1 to Gawyn, how bad are the decisions you made in your 20s?
Oh god.
I've got some that close in on Gawyn.
Yeah, me too.
I never went full Gawyn because you never go full Gawyn.
You never go full Gawyn.
But I came close a couple of times.
Yeah, no, I feel you there.
You dated some Gawyns.
No, they were worse than Gawyn, let's be honest.
I mean, none of them got you killed.
Yeah, I guess. If that's the bar.
I never dated any Gawyns. My exes are all great.
That's true.
That's why I'm friends with them.
Like most of them.
Yeah. You've never met like one. Mm-hmm. But of like my main exes, you've met most of them.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's so funny.
Egwene is seeing little cracks in the rocks, and she's like, "Oh, it's the balefire for sure."
Yeah, I like that this came back. Y'all were like trying to convince me that the balefire was gonna matter, and I was like, I don't really see it. I don't get it. Like, and yeah, I guess now there's cracks because the world is unweaving.
Things ain't happening.
I will say, how bad were the cracks in the fucking Age of Legends? Because they were wielding a lot more balefire back then than they are now.
Yeah, the world's about to go through another breaking. Like,
1,000%.
Yeah. It's not a good time.
I kind of want that shirt now.
What?
Never go full Gawyn.
Never go full Gawyn.
I think that's such a funny shirt.
And it's just like the line of Andor, but it's kind of sad. He's like,
it's a sad line.
Or it's just 3 rings.
That's funny.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Never go full Gawyn might end up at the store. That's a very funny shirt.
Yeah, it might. It definitely might.
Yeah. So yeah, the cracks are forming. Claris is going to the bathroom. Guillermo says, "Will you ship to Brazil?" I don't know if our store does ship to Brazil. It might. If the stuff in our merch store ships to Brazil, then it will ship to Brazil. A sad line with 3 rings is very funny. I need an artist. Does anyone know how to draw art? I dated someone worse than Gawyn. Michael, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry about that. All right, guys, I'll make it. We're going to make a Never Go Full Gawyn shirt. Does anyone know an artist who draws lions really well? 1 trip down. You think she's going to go more than once in this book club? Oh my god, we're already at 2 fucking hours. This is going to be a long one, y'all. We're not even... Yeah, this is going to be a long one. There's no way it won't be a long one. Donovic, thank you for that super chat. I would pay for that shirt. All right, we're making the Never Go Full Gawyn shirt. It's very funny. Isn't Gawyn's sigil a white boar? Oh, that's right. What if we do a like white boar with like 3 rings on a tusk? I kind of like the idea of like a boar from the side and it has like one of its tusks and there's like 3 rings on the tusk. That might be the way to do it. Considering that there's a chapter of this book dedicated to letting Egwene have agency for her own sacrifice, blaming it on Gawyn seems like a pretty Gawyn thing to do.
Sup?
Yeah, I agree. No, Nicholas Reed, you know what? You are right. Like, the book does give Egwene, that moment. I agree with that. I'm not blaming the death on Gawyn. I'm saying that, like, Egwene's... that is 100% fair. Egwene does not die because of Gawyn. Egwene loses a lot of her reason to continue living past the last battle because of Gawyn. And I think that is true. But no, you are right. You are right. There is a lot of Egwene after Gawyn's death that gives her an incredible beats, right? And her death is pretty epic. We'll get to it. Like I like Egwene's death a lot.
Yeah.
But as long as she is actually dead. But she's you never
dead.
know with these books.
No, she's dead. There is no fucking way.
I was kind of hoping she was going to show up with the horn, but
Oh, as one of the heroes.
Yeah, because she literally dies putting the pattern back together. I was kind of hoping Egwene would be there because that would be like an action worthy of becoming a hero of the horn.
Yeah, here's the thing. None of the heroes of the horn that we've seen use the 1 power.
Oh, that's right. None of them are channelers.
Yeah, so I wonder if like you can't be.
That's actually really interesting.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I think we're mostly... Look, I agree with you. I think we're mostly making jokes about it because we want to make jokes at Gawyn's expense, but I don't want to make jokes at Egwene's expense because I really do... I really do think that I really do think that the death of Egwene is great. And I don't want to make jokes that make it seem like I'm saying that like Egwene didn't have agency in her death because she really did. Mm-hmm. It's just more funny that Gawyn is such a little shit. And that's where the joke is coming from.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Jay Abbott says, sorry, I'm retired army and I've killed a lot of people. So murder equals evil is something that kind of haunts me. I understand where you're coming from. And I think that like what that is different from first degree murder, right? Like I think that like...
Yeah, there's a reason that they're different even within the law.
Yeah. I think that I'm not saying that killing somebody is evil. I don't think the act of taking a life is evil. I think that planning out to murder somebody is evil. You know what I mean? Like I think that like choosing a target and being like, this person, for whatever personal reason, I'm going to go kill them. If you're like, hey, this is war and that person is a general on the other side, I think that there's reasoning there that changes the situation, right? And I think that like that's going to be a personal thing for everybody involved, right? Yeah. If somebody attacked you, I would kill them and I would not feel like that decision was evil, right?
Yeah.
If someone attacked you and then 6 years later I like planned it out and like stalked them to the point, you know what I mean? I think that would be a different case, right? I think that there's a difference between in the moment and if you're not still in danger, I think that killing somebody is making that choice for myself is difficult.
Yeah.
But I think it's always going to be complicated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That is a whole tough thing to talk about without getting into a lot of like...
Oh, no, I'll say what my personal feelings are on it. I'm happy to talk about my personal feelings on it.
The problem is that my personal feelings on it are not realistic in the world that we live in.
Fair. That's fair.
Because I do not think that there should be a reason to kill or have to attack violently anybody. But that's obviously fair. People will fucking suck. So it's just one of those weird things where like the reality of it is different than what my desires are, I guess.
Yeah.
Like I'll never be happy with the decisions that are being made.
Glenn Peterson says Egwene had a dream about Egwene being her warder in book 10. Wait, really?
Really?
Had she met Egwene at that point?
Yeah, oh yeah, they met in like book like 3 or 2 or whatever it was. Think of her hero.
Wait, Egwene? Egwene wasn't in book 3 or 2.
She was in book 3.
Book 4.
Well, she was technically
but she met Elaine and Nynaeve.
Book 2.
But she didn't meet Egwene.
Didn't they sit her down? Oh no, that was...
Wasn't that night? Wait. No, she had never met Egwene. Egwene did not meet Egwene until Nynaeve introduced them.
Oh, right, in this book. Because Egwene is like Nynaeve is like, we know this person.
Yeah.
And Egwene is like, that's a Sanchin.
Ceasing says a Sanchin warder. Interesting. I'd forgotten about that dream. That's crazy.
Yeah, definitely forgot.
She dreams a lot of things. That's cool.
I completely forgot.
What do you think of her hero villain pairing with the Mahale? I wish they'd met before.
Yeah, I don't think there's any like emotional connection between the two of them, and that's fine. But it is more of the like ripping the world apart with the balefire and the like restoring it. Like I get that.
I enjoy that more than I like the. I wish that Egwene and the Mahale had met. I wish that they because they were both working under Rand, or not working under Rand. Obviously, Egwene
it would have been actually
that,
fun. Pardon me for 1 second. It would have been fun if like Egwene and Mahale before like Black Tower went full evil, if they met about like Rand's thing about Ashaman warders and Aes Sedai like
100%.
Like if they had a meeting that like didn't go well, that would have been interesting. But
it gets into what I was talking about last week, where I feel like this book didn't set the characters up to have like nemeses, and like I know that like that feels like, oh, it's cheap to like give everyone like a villain that they fight in the last battle. But I do think that the last battle would have benefited from some more personal stakes from some characters. Because Androl's storyline throughout the last battle is so interesting because he knows the players.
Yeah.
And, like, Androl's relationship with Mazrim Taim makes his moving around the battlefield more interesting. Whereas Egwene's lack of a relationship with who she's fighting, in my opinion, makes her struggle against them a little bit less interesting. Especially considering she could have met a lot of these people.
Yeah.
And it's why I think that, like... It's why I think that giving Perrin so many nemesis and not giving the rest of the characters them makes the internal conflict of the good guys sometimes more interesting than the actual battle. Mat and Tuon and their relationship and how it relates to the Sanchin leaving and coming back is really good because there's an interpersonal conflict between them.
Yeah.
That isn't just, can I get my lances in position in time?
Yeah.
And so, I think that I would have really liked Mazrim Taim and Egwene to have had some sort of a... Ember Eyes makes a good point. If you replace Nemesis with narrative foil, it's a literary device, not a cheap trope. I just think that here they are narrative foils, but they don't know each other at all. And I think that if
they just met that would be interesting. Dale, thank you for that super chat. Mistborn finale and final empire.
I have no idea what that means.
Is that?
I'm so sorry, Dale. I just don't know what the final empire is. I've never read Mistborn, so I don't know what that is.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
Official AMC says Nerdy loves interpersonal, intimate stakes in a story. You guys, I'm shocked.
What?
I know. But this is one where like
you're consistent. It's fine.
This is one that could have been set up really easily, right?
Yeah.
We had millions of words. These characters who were under the same banner at one point could have met. And I think that it would have brought this. I think that it is smart to pit them against each other in the last battle, and I liked them fighting each other. I just wish they knew each other.
Yeah, like, because here's the thing: if like Egwene doesn't hear from the people she sent to Mahale, and she like contacts him, and he's like, "Well, I'm taking care of them," and she's like, "What the fuck?" And there's like, there's like tension there between the two of them having like met. Like that's fine. Like that's cool. It just adds a little something. I do think that the pairing like made sense like thematically for what they were doing, but I mean it was pretty badass.
I just would have rather seen Androl fight the Mahale just because, or honestly Logain. I would have rather seen Logain fight the Mahale just because I knew each other and they had a reason. They like it would have meant more for Logain to take out the Mahale, and like Egwene could have still had this moment where she takes out the Sharans. But then again, you're like, Egwene is just taking out faceless people because it doesn't matter as much.
Well, and I honestly thought Logain would be the one to take out Demandred, but Logain gets his fucking ass handed to him.
Pinky Armando says, it's okay if your foils don't meet. They knew about each other. I just wish Egwene had blamed Taim more for the forced bonding and other things that she blamed Rand for. Sure. Or if they built it up that way, right? If Egwene, even if they didn't meet, if Egwene just had placed some of the undue blame that she put on Rand on Taim, I think that could have worked too. There's a way that could have worked.
Yeah. Yeah.
I agree with you, Pinky. There's a way it could have worked that just isn't here. And so it just kind of is like interesting because they're both strong.
Yeah.
And they're both at the head of different organizations, but
yeah. It's definitely not a bad pairing. Yeah. It's just
you could have built up a relationship by them sending letters back and forth throughout the books about you know what I mean? Like there are ways that it could have been done that would have made this just a little bit tighter.
Yeah. Anyways, Gawyn is a piece of shit. Again.
Is this where Gawyn leaves?
This is where he's like
Gawyn is like
well, because Egwene notices that Gawyn is missing,
right.
And it's like, what's going on? And Brian goes to look for him, and he's so fucking dumbass.
Egwene goes to speak to Chubane, who I don't remember who Chubane is. I know that he's in these books. I just don't remember who
that
Chubane
name. It rings some kind of bell.
And this is where, because Mat had abandoned the Heights early when the oh my god, there's so much happens. We didn't even talk about how the dragons were attacked by Balefire. The dragons were supposed to last longer, but they didn't, so they pulled them back from the Heights.
And now they're fixing them. Yeah, we talked about
the end of it, but we didn't talk about why.
Yeah.
So Mat is now assaulting the Heights. He's going back after him. Because Demandred is up there, and they've got to distract Demandred, or else he will just keep blowing them up with Balefire.
Yeah.
I told you this. This chapter made me wish the Rand Logain fighting the Trollocs chapter hadn't happened.
Yes.
Because Rand and Logain wipe out 150,000 Trollocs by themselves from a house like a book ago.
But yeah.
And I wish that chapter hadn't happened because it's a level of destruction that I feel like Demandred should be able to pull off here, but isn't. In a way that I feel weird about. I wish that chapter just didn't exist. It doesn't do anything for the series, in my opinion.
You would think Demandred would know what Death Gates are, too. Well, the Death Gates don't work the same way on allies, but yeah.
But they do. They work on humans, because Rand uses the Death Gates at...
They work, but they don't, like humans can go through a gateway in the way that Trollocs can't.
I just think that chapter, and I remember saying this in the book club at the time.
Well, because Lan's decision makes no sense with them fighting the Trollocs there. Like, if you took out that chapter from the series, then you take away the question of this last battle thing, and you take away Lan whining about not being able to fight when he literally just fought people.
It's a chapter that... in the moment where it happened, in that book club, I say, this is a weird power scale issue now with why aren't the Forsaken from the Age of Legends this good?
Right.
And I remember saying that then, and now reading The Last Battle, I still feel that. That chapter to me set an expectation for what channelers with this level of power can accomplish that is never lived up to again.
He's got a Terangral and a full circle of 72 fucking people.
And if he was the military leader that fought Rand at full power in the that fought Lews Therin at the full power at the Age of Legends, he was probably capable of that.
Yeah.
And the fact that he's not doing that here... Yeah, and Fudgy Vampir's right. Like, Demandred should have just evaporated the armies of light. And there's no other point in the entire series that sets that expectation.
That would have made you think that,
it's just that one chapter, and it doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
Thematically, it doesn't do a lot for the series. It's just this one moment where Rand is so fucking powerful that it sets expectations for the rest of the book that are never met.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I felt that reading Demandred here, where I was like, why isn't Demandred just wiping these people out? Like, why is this even a fight?
You could maybe make the argument that he's saving himself for Rand, but, like, he still has a Terangral and a full circle. So.
Yeah. I don't know. It's so... looking back on the series, that's a chapter that, like, I think that you could, like, straight up just cut.
Yeah, probably.
You can excise it out of the series, and I don't think it changes anything.
No, it makes Lan leaving make more sense.
Yes. It does make Lan leaving make more sense. Because Lan being like, I want to go fight the last battle. Not that 150,000 Trollocs, the last battle.
Yeah, he's like, nah, I'm going to go do it by myself.
Yeah, I don't know. It is weird.
Yeah.
It's a weird one.
Yeah. Yeah.
But,
anyways, Gawyn sucks. Gawyn decides he's going to go fucking pick off Demandred and try to fucking assassinate him. He's like, somebody's got to do it, so I guess it can't be me. And I'm not doing it for the glory or anything like that, even though, like, you know, that's probably what I'm doing it for. No, I'm definitely doing it because it's gotta be done. Not doing it for myself or my glory or any recognition at all. And I'm like, fucking shut the fuck up, Gawyn.
Yeah.
You're gonna get Egwene killed. And he does.
He starts fighting Demandred.
Yeah, he tries to assassinate him. Doesn't fucking work.
But it's really interesting. They start fighting, and Demandred throws a rock at Gawyn, and Gawyn's like, "You're cheating." And I'm like, You have rings? Gawyn, what?
I don't know.
You are also cheating.
Yeah.
Why do you care? So Demandred...
what did they call the weave? He's like, you've got a thing on you.
Oh, yeah,
There's like a name for it that is like well known.
I don't know if I wrote it down.
Nobody in this age knows that weave or whatever.
And this is why Demandred once again believes that Lews
Rand
Therin is there, because only Lews Therin would know the weave.
Would know
of
it.
The night.
Possibly know
the night shadows or something.
Something, yeah, along those. I can't remember what it's called. I love that it has a name.
This fight though, really well written.
The fight, great.
This is great.
Fantastic.
This sequence, as much as I was like, fuck Gawyn, this was fucking great shit.
Yeah.
It was really well written. I love that because we don't know what Demandred is capable of. This, and all we've seen is him shoot from afar. Mm-hmm. Like, who gives a fuck about Demandred, right? At his power level, we don't know.
Yeah,
he's never done anything in the whole series. So throwing Gawyn at him,
we'll never get to see his full power.
Right. Throwing Gawyn at him and having him just wipe Gawyn off the board was a really smart choice in terms of being like, oh, he is not just scary from afar, he's also scary up close. Yeah. Right?
Yeah, he's an incredible swordsman as well as being, like, so fucking powerful. Mm-hmm. Kevin, welcome back to the Nerd Table. Have fun catching up. We'll see you on the other side.
It is interesting that Demandred thinks that Matt is Lews Therin.
Yeah.
Because Demandred should know who Matt is because he's been told multiple times to kill Matt.
Well, I don't know. Demandred's been off doing his own thing.
No, he's been we've seen him at those meetings.
Oh.
We've literally seen him at the meetings where they've been like, this is Matrim Cawthon, murder this man if you see him.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean Rand can't borrow his face.
Yeah, for sure.
Like,
no, totally. But he also, like, he knows that Matt is a Ta'Veren that is supposed to be murdered.
True.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, that's in the book, is that the Dark One has been, for, like, ever since Lord of Chaos, been like, hey, guys, God murdered this one fucking guy.
Yeah, he's bad news.
He is Ta'Veren, and he's a problem. And Demandred is like, Matrim Cawthon has to be loose there, and he couldn't be the Ta'Veren boy with the luck.
Couldn't possibly be. Yeah.
Because Demandred is fucking up his own ass.
Demandred kills Gawyn. Bye-bye, Gawyn.
Yeah.
So sad. We're not gonna miss you.
He doesn't really kill him, though. He, like, leaves him mortally wounded enough that in the middle of a circle of bad guys, Gawyn can get on a horse and leave.
Yeah.
Because
Demandred
just loves leaving people alive.
Well, Demandred was just kind of like, if you survive it, tell Lews Therin that I'm looking forward to fighting you. And so it seems like he kind of like hopes that Gawyn's going to live long enough to pass on that message.
Yeah, but then he does it again with Galad.
Yes. Yeah, because he really wants Lews Therin.
I know.
Guys.
He really wants
I don't know if you know this, but Demandred really wants Lews Therin.
We get to Fail. Fail is in the darkness, and
into the darkness.
Then she's like looking up at Thakandar, and this was also a little bit goofy.
Them pretending to be a caravan?
Yeah, all of the like way that this functioned.
I didn't find it goofy.
Leading up to Oliver blowing the horn was a little. There was some like This felt a little convenient to me.
Really?
This like side quest, Fael's side quest here felt a little bit. It wasn't my favorite written part of this.
Oh, really? Okay.
Just because
I think it totally makes sense that there's like a place in the Blight that's directing all the supplies and things like that, and that like them heading towards Shao Ghul, obviously like we already know that village is there, so that's why they're able to get back is through these gateways, because none of them are like really channelers.
I didn't mind that so much. Mm-hmm. It was more like the way it all played out, with the yakety sax kind of running around with the horn in the middle of a bunch of Trollocs. The fact that no one grabs Oliver because he's small.
What do you mean?
Well, once they go through the gateway, let's just talk through this section really quick. Instead of, because we'll come back to it a couple times, let's just do all of the Fael Oliver stuff. Sure. That way we're done with it.
Sure, yeah.
We have to knock some things off this board. Because last week I was saying, like, how the fuck do they get through the valley into Thakandar? I'm really glad they didn't do that, because that would have been truly yakety sax.
Yeah.
But they come up to a ridge, and they see that people are lining up for gateways, because, hey, the Trollocs can't go through gateways, but their supplies can.
Yep.
That fucking brilliant.
Yeah.
I really liked that. Mm-hmm. And so they jump a
Although,
caravan.
I am like a question mark.
Yeah.
If Shadow Spawn cannot enter through gateways, does that mean that people who are turned shouldn't be able to go through gateways?
No, they can. We've seen them go through gateways.
Yeah, but I just mean, like, why? Because now they are Shadow Spawn.
No, they're not Shadow Spawn. They are turned. But they are still, their physical bodies are still humans. They just have, like, a crazy compulsion on their heads, but the Shadow Spawn are, like, made of it. It is an entirely arbitrary line that this series drew so that Trollocs can't move through gateways.
Okay.
It truly is an arbitrary definition that this series needed to not have Trollocs show up everywhere.
Yeah.
And so they just said that they can't.
Yeah, okay.
Even though they do when they want them
to. The way gates.
It's a totally arbitrary thing.
Very useful. Yeah, I just was like, oh, well, like, turned people and, like, these fucking, like, evil eye you'll, like, feel like it doesn't matter, because
totally
the book says no, that's not it, but
I think that they got to, like, book 5 and realized that if I can't remember when it was introduced, but I think they realized that if the Trollocs, if you're gonna have 12 people who can teleport people, who can open these traveling gates, if you're gonna have them in the books, they can't just move Trollocs everywhere, because the logic of the world will fall apart.
Yeah.
And so they created a logical reason why the Forsaken are not doing that constantly.
Yeah.
Because otherwise we would be sitting here being like, why Why didn't they just bring more Trollocs?
Yeah.
The books needed to have a reason for that.
Yeah.
And I think that it's a fine one, right?
Yeah.
It just is the way that it works.
Yeah.
But it is one of those, that's just how it works, and it's not explained. Because we needed it to be more important.
Yeah. No, that's 100% fair. It was one of those things where I was like, if people lose their entire sense of self and become a husk, like, that seems...
They're not really a husk, though, because they keep their personality. They just don't keep their...
they lose all, like, human intuition. Like, they're not human
That's not 100%
anymore.
True, because because some of the Black Tower guys who have been turned, Andral is like, it's like it's him, but it's not.
Yeah, because
But they're not all carbon copies of one thing. They keep some of the elements of themselves.
No, but they literally like take away what makes them human, which is why I thought maybe that turned people couldn't travel, because if you if you take away what makes them human, does that make them shadows? But I don't know. It doesn't matter because the book says no. But
I don't think the books get into how the Shadow Spawn are actually made. It's just a thing that Agenor did. And I think that there's a difference between things Agenor created and things the Dark One did.
Yeah, I guess the Golem can't travel, right?
No.
Right,
The Golem, Draghkar, what else?
Trollocs and Fates. Yeah.
Trollocs and Fates.
Yeah.
Glenn Peterson, there was a lot of talk about that being a flaw when RJ was writing the series. He didn't truly clarify in canon until the Deathgate scene. Yeah, but I think that once he clarifies, it's fine.
Yeah, it makes sense. So Fael and them, they are going to Thakandar, and then instead they see the supply village, and they're like, oh, people are going to the battle through these supply trains. This is how we're gonna get the Horn to Met.
Yeah, I think that what I was confused about with this, this just introduced a bunch of stuff really quick.
Okay.
Is where are these caravans coming from?
From the city. That city's been there for ever. I don't know.
Right. So, but why are they opening why are they like this was one of those weird things where I get that the good guys are opening the gateways in one area because they need to keep order. Mm-hmm. But why are the Dark Ones doing that? Because their order is magical. This felt weird to me because Fael goes off on a side quest that introduces a really cool idea of the supplies are coming from Thakandar. That, or from this village. That totally worked for me.
Right, yeah.
I didn't really understand the caravan part of it. And and then it gets into the running around the Trolloc camp with the horn thing that I just was kind of oh, okay, it was just a little bit how did they lose sight of Fael when there's Trollocs everywhere?
What do you mean? She jumps on a horse and runs.
Yeah, she runs away, and then she runs back to where she found Oliver, which was in the middle of the Trolloc camp, and she has a full conversation with Oliver, gives her the horn, and I'm shouldn't she be surrounded by Trollocs? They're in the middle of the camp. She
doesn't go in a straight line.
No, but she goes back to the middle of the camp.
Yeah, she's goes like this around.
But the whole camp doesn't follow her.
I mean, most of them do.
There's
it's the bloody fucking Horn of Valere.
I know, but that's where I'm how did they lose her? How did she have this conversation with Oliver? The entirety of the Trolloc army.
Bella is the creator.
Okay, the entirety of the Trolloc army loses Fael because she manages to get back to the middle of the Trolloc camp, have a conversation with Oliver. She
stayed in the middle of the Trolloc. She is dead in the heart of the Trolloc camp. She would have had to ride for 20 fucking minutes to get out. She would have had to have been
And that's why this section felt a little yakety sax to me, because she gets on a horse, rides away, rides back, talks to Oliver, gives him the horn, rides away again, and then Oliver gets under a cart, manages to run through a shit ton of Trollocs to climb into a hole in a rock where he hangs out. Mm-hmm. And I just was this, it all felt very convenient that this happened in the middle of their camp where their supplies are delivered, where you would assume there's Trollocs in every direction. There shouldn't be a way for these characters to run around this much here. There should be channelers here.
It makes sense. No, the channelers are all fighting.
Why is there one channeler here?
Because they're all fighting.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's just one of those things where I wish that this was tighter because this whole side quest feels very superfluous to me.
It made sense to me.
It didn't really to me, but it didn't feel very necessary. And it's all to get to Oliver blowing the horn, which also didn't really work for me personally.
I did after I realized what was happening.
But then they make it more complicated again.
Okay, well, yes, we'll get to that.
Let's just do it now.
Hang on. Guillaume, thank you for that super chat.
Thank you, Guillaume.
Shadowspawn can't travel, but they could skim. The golem got into the skimming platform. Could he leave? Oh, yeah, I guess if the golem couldn't travel, he would have, like, burnt up as soon as he stepped through the gateway.
Wait, but if they can skim, then they can travel.
Maybe the golem is different.
The golem isn't Shadowspawn.
What do you mean? It was created by Agenor.
Oh, yeah. Wait, how did he skim then?
I don't know.
Wait, that doesn't work. Because
I don't know.
They can either travel or they can't. But skimming and traveling are not different enough.
Because you still go through a gateway.
Because if you can skim Trollocs everywhere, then you can skim Trollocs everywhere. They can't skim.
Yeah,
so then how the fuck did the golem stay alive?
Golem, different.
Oh no, Guillermo, you just broke this whole thing to me. Golem are special. Okay.
Sure.
Sure.
Yeah. All right. Yeah.
All right. See, that's where I don't like arbitrary lines.
Right.
Is when they're that arbitrary.
The golem is still Shadowspawn. It was created to serve the shadow.
Also, where are the other two golem? There were 3 of them. There's supposed to be 3 of them.
I thought there were only 3 ever created, but they only ever found 1. The other 2 are like locked in a vault somewhere.
Oh, they're in stasis boxes.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Right?
I'll accept that. That makes sense. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure.
I'm glad you remembered that. He found the golem in a stasis box. That's right.
Yeah.
So they're just golem, in a box somewhere.
Built different.
Golem is built different. I don't love that, but it's fine.
Yeah. It is what it is.
Okay. Yeah, so Fail, they steal a caravan. There's so much more to talk about in this Fail section. They steal a caravan, they go, they roll really high on their deception check.
Yeah.
And then they go through the gateway. There is a one person who's channeling the gateway, and then they're surrounded by Trollocs and carts and shit. Who gets caught? It's Who
gets? Oh no! They realize that what's her face is a dark friend.
Right. Oh my God, Mandevwin. No, not Mandevwin.
It starts with a fucking A.
Fuck, I need to go to another point POV.
She was with them, with the Shido. What's her fucking butt?
Oh my God, what is her name? She was a dark friend the whole time, but she wasn't. She had given up being a dark friend, but they caught back up with her years later.
Came back for her. Yeah.
And so Arella.
Arella? Was that it?
Isn't it Arella?
Fuck me. There's so many goddamn names.
Glenn Pearson, thank you for that super chat. The golem couldn't be touched by the one power, so no gateway lock for them.
Gateway lock.
But then wouldn't they not be able to go through it because they can't be touched by the one power?
You know what? Doesn't matter. The book says what it is, and...
Okay, so Rand says at some point that Golem is the only shadow spawn that can go through the gateways, but Agenor had enough sense to only make 6 of them. Okay. Sure. That's fine.
Okay.
Eravine, not Arella.
Yeah.
I knew it was an A name.
Yes.
Mostly because you started an A name.
Well, no,
I know.
Right. I was like, I know it's an A name, but it's not Arganda, and it's...
One thing I really liked about this section was that it was... that she was like, I didn't want to be a dark friend anymore.
Yeah, but I didn't have a choice.
Yeah. They found me again.
Yeah.
That was really good writing.
Yeah. They were betrayed. Yes.
And so they go through, and then they start grabbing everyone except Oliver because he's a kid, I guess.
Yeah, the Trollocs ignore him.
Yeah, everyone ignores Oliver. And so Oliver manages to walk up and stab the channeler.
Yep.
Which, I get that he's small, but he's still, a 12-year-old boy. I feel like people would
8.
Notice.
He's, 7 or 8.
He's
not
12.
even, 10.
He's, about to start puberty.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Isn't Oliver, 12 years old?
No, I think he's, 8.
It very much reminded me of the boy from Vinland Saga, Thorfinn.
Yes.
And so he jumps up and stabs the channeler. All hell breaks loose.
Mm-hmm.
Fael grabs a horse. He's 8 years old. Okay.
We got it.
Fael grabs a horse and starts riding away. At which point, Vanin and Harwin...
She grabs Bella.
She grabs Bella, yes.
I'm sorry. She grabs Bella. Thank you very much.
So Vanin and Harwin are there, and they weren't evil. this is part of why this feels yakety sax.
No, I love it though.
I love that they're not evil. I really, really, I just, the reasoning of, I thought that you were hiding Matt's tobacco where you were taking a shit is such a fucking weird, like, that to me is so strange. Mm-hmm. We stalked you to where you pooped because we wanted to have a smoke is just such a strange, it's goofy. You know what I mean? And so, like, I'm so glad they're not evil. I'm sad they're now dead, I'm assuming. But
oh, actually, we didn't see them die. So.
I'm happy they're not evil. I really am, because I didn't like that last week.
Yeah.
The reasoning of we stalked you to where you were pooping because we thought that you were gonna hide Matt's tobacco there, but like, why would she hide it? Why wouldn't she bring it with them? Like, what reason would she have for hiding tobacco? You know what I mean? Like, I couldn't get on board with this reasoning. And so they're now good guys again because, they weren't that bad. They were just stalking me while I pooped so that they could find tobacco.
And they saw the horn and literally screamed.
Yeah. That to me was silly. Mm-hmm. And then it leads to her fleeing and then riding around in a circle, coming back to the middle of the camp, giving over the horn and then riding away again. I think she's maybe still alive, but she should be dead. And if she is alive, that's another fake out death in this.
Well, no, it's not a fake out death because we didn't see her die.
There's not a reasonable reason for her to survive
No, but a fake out death is like, this person is dead. Just kidding. Like, there's a difference between we don't know what happened to them and they're dead.
Yeah, no, and that is a totally fair distinction. Mm-hmm. But there's also, I don't think there's a reasonable way for her to survive this.
I don't know, we'll see.
She's being chased by things that are faster than horses on a horse.
No, Bella
is not with her.
I know.
Oliver gets Bella because Oliver rides Bella until Bella dies. The creator is dead, y'all. I know.
If the creator dies, that means the Dark One can also die, so...
There.
It wasn't the seals on the Dark One's prison.
This is proof the Dark One can die.
It is Bella's death, actually, that releases the Dark One, not the seals.
I understand the idea of jonesing for a smoke at the end of the world. I'm not arguing with that. I'm saying that I don't understand why they thought she would leave the tobacco behind. Like, I don't get why. That just doesn't make sense to me. I don't understand why that would be. It's not like tobacco's heavy. It's not like it was weighing them down or that like it was drawing evil creatures to them. The idea that Vanin and Hardwin were like, she's hiding tobacco from us and she's gonna leave it behind for no reason, so we have to stalk her while she pretends to poop. It's just like a weird. It just is like. It's such a contrived reason to spend half a chapter thinking that these two are evil. You know what I mean? It's so like...
I liked it.
Yeah.
I liked it. I agree. I'm like, I don't know what the reason is that Fael would have to leave behind the tabak and that they would like be suspicious that she was going to leave it behind enough to follow her, because the box that it was supposed to be in was peeking out of her tent the entire time, which means that they had to know that she was faking out to keep the box and hide the tabak. Look, I'm not going to argue with you there, but I like the moment of it, so I don't care.
And that's fine. I like the moment of them showing up too, and it is funny. Mm-hmm. But it's funny in a way that I stopped reading for a second and went, wait a second, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that I didn't love in the last battle.
Sure. Yeah. Garen, thank you for that super chat. Now Poopy started taking the box and they were around eyeballing it in Tarvalon and they thought she was burying it to leave behind. Yeah, but that's the question is like, why? Why would she leave it behind and take it out of the box? Like, why would Fael be deliberately faking out taking the tabak out of the chest, but leaving the chest there to be like the corner of it is visible in her tent?
It is.
If it was just tabak.
It is
like,
so convoluted.
Yeah, it's just, you don't think about it too hard and it works just fine, which is where I'm at.
But you know me, and I think about things too hard. And so I end up on the side of like, I just wish if you're going to have Fael do this side quest, just have it be a little bit tighter.
Yeah,
especially because it's about the horn and it leads to Oliver blowing the horn in a way that like I wanted to be a moment that I enjoyed more, but getting there for me took me out of it a little bit.
Really? Because I actually thought that, like, the moment that we had where we were like, what the fuck is going on? And then the, like, oh! I actually loved that.
Oh, I liked that a lot. Yeah. I just wish that, like, the lead up to that didn't take me out of the series to sit there and be like, wait, what is going on with Tabak? I don't understand what's happening.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, because I had to retroactively try and understand what they were trying to say here. Yeah. And that takes me out of a story. If you throw something this convoluted in, I will try and think back and try and figure out why characters did what you're telling me they were doing in the fake out.
Yeah.
And if I'm sitting there not reading, trying to be like, okay, so wait, so Fael faked this, and then so they thought that if I'm sitting there doing that, I'm not reading the book, and I've been taken out of the story.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, sure.
If I pause your TV show to be like, wait, 6 episodes, they said, I think that you've communicated something poorly, and I think that this was poorly communicated information.
Okay.
Because it's not like Fael has ever said that Tabak was evil. It's not like we've ever, and no one in the series has ever said Tabak is evil or that there's a reason to leave it behind.
She has no reason to pretend to leave it behind.
Yes.
That's the weird part about it, is that like they're they want the Tabak and they think that it's in this chest. So why would they suspect her of faking it out by taking it out of the chest to hide somewhere else and keeping the chest? It just doesn't.
Let's move on, because I feel like we're nitpicking this. It's not that important, but it also is, because it's the last battle.
I just thought it was funny.
So Perrin wakes up in Berlane's place, where she makes a joke that is so weird to me.
Don't worry, I'm not going to pretend to fuck you now. There's people here watching.
That joke was so strange.
Yeah.
I brought protection from people thinking that I took advantage of you again. Yeah. Is such a weird thing to say here.
Yeah, I'm like, all right. I'm glad you thought about that, I guess.
So Perrin is like, I'm going to go to the last battle. And Janina's like, fuck no. I will not wash away your tiredness. You are going to sleep. Mm-hmm. And he's like, I could go to the wolf dream. Or I could go to the dream of the flesh. Or I could sleep. And he's like, I'm gonna sleep.
Yeah, I'm going to go to bed. I'm going to go take a nap. And he naps through the last battle. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's really all that we see of Perrin. Here's the thing. Look, I know that the next thing is chapter 40 is Perrin, because it's called fucking Wolf Brother. Perrin has to show up in it. But, I just was like, oh, he missed it.
Wait, the next chapter's called Wolf Brother?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Chapter 40 is called Wolf Brother.
Well, because they wait till dawn, so Perrin is going to ride in on the dawn of the second day.
The dawn.
Is he going to bring a bunch of wolves? Are all the wolves in the world going to show up?
No, it's the Riders of Rohan, actually.
The Wolves of Rohan. So we cut over to Andral, and Andral's team is all healed up. And we get the, like, I'm not going to lie, this might be a controversial take. I think the best romance in the whole series. Other than the part where they force bond each other weirdly, I think that Andral and Pavara have the best written romance in terms of, like, two people who fall in love because of their actions towards each other. Yeah. Look, I don't say this to be mean. The bar isn't super high. Oh no, the bar is on the fucking ground.
We have all agreed that RJ's maybe not the
Rand
best.
Tripped on the bar into 3 relationships.
Yeah, not the best at writing romance. That's okay. That's fine. He's very, very, very good at writing other things, and that's all good. But yeah, definitely, I think the best romance.
Yeah, there's just something about the way that they're both kind of like. Yeah, there's something about it that I just think like they
understand one another. They have a respect for one another.
That's a big part of it.
Respect.
That's a big part of why I like this romance over the other ones.
Yep.
And it's not just like, oh, I'm in love with them.
Yes.
Because like even Nynaeve
and
even Nynaeve and Lan are like, you're so hot. I guess we're in love. And you're like, oh, I guess they are.
Yeah, we don't actually see a lot of them just interacting one-on-one.
Yeah.
We got more of that. Yeah.
Albino, yeah. Like I said, the way that they got together, still very problematic.
For sure. But the romance between them is definitely, like, the best written, I think. Yeah, they're great. They're healing up, figuring out what they're going to do next. He's like, oh, no, I'm falling in love. And she's like, he's, like, kind of laughing about it because he's like, I'm too old for that shit. Which is funny because Pavara is, like, way older than he is. Unless he's also a very old, because we actually don't know how old Andral is.
He's like late 30s.
Well, or because he has the ability to channel, is he older than that and he like looks younger?
I think we know that he's like late 30s, right?
Do we? Okay.
Glenn Pearson, thank you for that super chat. Did you just compare me to an old leather strap?
Yes.
See, these are the things that men think that we don't say out loud to our partners, because it would get us in trouble.
Yeah, there's a reason that she's like, I'm sorry, wait a second. Hold up.
Oscar Palace says, Robert Jordan was as good at writing romance as he was at writing weddings. Brandon Sanderson, too. Brandon Sanderson does not write a wedding. It happens off page.
Yeah. Yep. It's fine. Whatever.
Embrise says, yeah, the RJ romance equation. Antagonism into love declarations into not seeing each other for 5 books into marriage. Yes.
Marriage.
Oh, he's pushing 60. Interesting. I thought he was
older than that, but yeah. I don't know. He's definitely lived many lives.
And this is where Andrel says, if we're going to get the seals, we're going to have to use stealth.
Mm-hmm. This is the stealth mission at the end of the video game that you're like, I don't want to do this.
This is when your D&D party rolls really well on checks that they were not supposed to pass at all.
This is when you, pass without trace absolutely fucking breaks the game.
When you're rogue, there's a...
Disguise self plus pass without trace.
There's a joke in campaign 1 of Critical Role where with pass without trace, Vax, the rogue in their party, rolls a like 43 stealth.
Yeah.
And you remember there's like you go so invisible, you're actually invisible for everything that happened previously in this campaign.
Oh my god.
It's so funny.
Incredible.
And Liam just like dips back and like disappears because they didn't have backs on their chairs back then, and Liam would like laugh and disappear.
He just lies down. I love that.
Yeah. I don't know how they fucking did those like 5-hour sessions on those benches, but
yeah.
It's
They're
very funny.
gonna go get the seals from Tame. And then we see
Guillermo says Angel's 30 something. I think I'm right here. I think he's like 39.
I assumed honestly that he was like 48.
Okay.
When I read it, like I was like late 40s is kind of what I pictured, but I don't know. Yeah, so Ruark gets taken off the board. He's compulsed. It doesn't matter.
No, this does matter. This was fucking tragic. I love this moment. I think it's really good. It's one of the few times we're at Thakandar in the last battle, so I think it was a little weird that it was here. I feel like this should have been in a later chapter.
Or in a previous one.
Yeah, the last battle doesn't really do Thakandar very much, and so this felt a little out of place to me, honestly. Mm-hmm. But I was very sad. Ruark's great, and the fact that Ruark is now essentially dead. This is kind of the first big death.
Well, we do know that Nynaeve can fix compulsion.
But not, Oh, wait, no, she does cure Graendal's compulsion.
Yeah, now, here's the thing. The first time she does it, it goes horribly wrong.
But when she does it to What's-His-Face, it doesn't.
What's-His-Face?
Yeah, what was the fucking guy, Oh, no, wait,
No, because Rand Balefires...
What? No, what's his face? She takes the compulsion off. Or no, wait, no, I'm talking about the taint. Fuck.
Yeah, the madness, she definitely heals. But like.
No, she's never removed a compulsion and it gone well.
Yes.
Perfect.
Now, here's the thing. Rand is like, I guess it wouldn't work for that guy because it's been too long and like too much. So because Ruark hasn't been compulsed very long, maybe there is a chance for him.
Maybe. But still, Ruark at like 30% is still better than every man alive right now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Ruark at 30% is still like Ryan Gosling. You know what I mean?
Of course, yeah.
He's just Ken. Everywhere else he'd be a 10.
Oh my god. He's like, wow, why did I ever think that these hot women were hot when clearly this person who is supposed to be canonically ugly is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. You're like, no, not Ruark.
We cut to Rand. I do like in this the Hussalam, though, her being like, he thought this was a punishment, but I'm still fucking hot.
Yeah, she's like, now this is just hilarious.
I can just make people think I'm hot. It doesn't matter.
True.
Because she wants to look at hot people. I don't think she wants to be hot. She wants to be surrounded by hot. I think that this is a commentary on. I think that this is an attempt that is kind of successful on a commentary on what men think about women. Where I think that it is that, like, this is a male author trying to write this, like, joke of, like, men think women want to be hot, but what they actually want is to be surrounded by luxury. Mm-hmm. And I think that it is a, like, deeper commentary on that idea here.
Okay.
Where, like, Grandel's spirit isn't broken because she's physically unattractive. Yeah. Because her desire was not to be attractive. Her desire was to be surrounded by what she finds attractive.
Yes.
Which is a very different concept.
And also to use the way that people viewed her as a manipulation, which she can still do.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I just think that it's an interesting idea to play with. I really like that Grendel wasn't broken by being unattractive. Mm-hmm. I think that it points to a level of strength within her as a villain that's very interesting. Because I think Grendel is the best villain in this book. Mm-hmm. I think that she's more competent than anybody else, or she's doing more interesting things than anybody else. She actually feels like a full-on antagonist.
Yeah.
To the intellect of our heroes.
Yeah.
Demandred and Matt's battle on the battlefield is very good, and his fights is also very good. He's come second.
Yeah.
And then I think like Slayer I would put third. But Grendel really is the most interesting and competent villain at the end of the series.
Yeah.
And her not collapsing in on herself because she's ugly now is one of the best choices this book makes.
Yeah.
You know, you can take her beauty from her, but you can't take her intellect. And I think that Grendel has always, and people didn't realize this because she surrounded herself with pretties. She rolled so high on deception. She convinced everyone that it was about attractiveness.
Yeah.
So much so that the Dark One himself punished her wrong.
Yeah.
She deceived the god of lies. You know what I mean? Like, that is such a cool...
The father of lies. Yeah.
Fucking idea for a character. Yeah. It's so brilliant. Mm-hmm. Right? Like, she was so good at deception, she deceived the god of lies.
Yeah.
Fuck. What a cool character.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I will agree. Honestly, my only regret at this point in the series is that we didn't spend more time with her. Mm-hmm. Because, like, I think she has been the most interesting out of all of them, for sure.
Yeah.
We get to Rand stuff. We already talked about that through. Mm-hmm. So we're going to jump to Sylviana attacking the Sharans. You know, it's not going great. This whole fight is really not going great, which, like, is kind of intentional on Matt's part. But also, people don't know what the fuck Matt is planning. And so it feels like it's not going great. Yeah. And then Egwene goes pale, and Egwene is like, oh no, Gawyn has been hurt. And Sylviana's like, I fucking knew it. I fucking called it. This motherfucker's gonna come in here and ruin everything. She's like, I literally saw this happening. And she's like, okay. You know I've
never related more to Sylviana than this moment.
I know, right? She's like, all right, you know what? Give me the bond and I'll look for him. And Egwene is like,
It's a smart idea.
No. Yeah. Yes.
It's a smart idea.
Yes.
I respect Egwene for not doing it, though.
And I respect Sylviana for offering. Because if Gawyn dies, she has to shoulder that, and she doesn't even like the fucking guy. You know what I mean? Like, she has to be the one. She then mourns for him, or unless she dies. Yes.
Is that important?
A phone call? Maybe. Who knows? If it is.
Hello? Yeah, this is her husband. Mm-hmm.
He was great for the podcast.
Great. All right, can I come pick it up? Okay. Okay.
It's great, guys. It's going really well. How about some, like, book club ASMR?
Great. I'll be there later. 6895, right?
Yeah, we're gonna just, I don't know.
Awesome. Thanks so much.
Can chat, say hello. All right. I have package.
That was important, actually.
It was important. So I guess it's a good thing that you answered it. Okay, there we go. Book club.
So anyway, I've never related to Sylviana more in a moment than that. Guys, I think it's so funny to pick up the phone on stream. I'm sorry if that's so boring, but I think it's hilarious.
The poor podcast listeners are like...
No, they just hit 30 seconds. It's content. That's right. Sean gets it. Sean's a narg. Sean gets it. God, this is going to be such a long podcast. We're already at 3 hours, and we are not there yet.
We're going to need, like, a food break at some point.
Oh, my God. Yeah, you might have to run and grab us snacks.
Yeah.
I'm so glad I had that yogurt this morning, or else I don't know what I would have done. All right.
Yeah.
So Egwene, is this where Egwene bonds Egwene?
No, okay. That happens after Gawyn actually dies. This is just when she's like, he's not dead yet. He's hurt. He is not yet dead.
Light-Blinded Fool says, I was hoping for a package at the door so Nerdy could get locked out again. I'm not going to get locked out until 2 weeks from now on the end. Bring it full circle on the final book club about the Wheel of Time.
Sure.
Well, not the final. We'll probably do another one around Christmas.
Yeah, we want to do a full series recap still. We just kind of wanted to take some time, like, to step back from it and not jump immediately into it. So we're going to do the inheritance cycle. Yeah. And then we're going to come back for, like, full book recap. We want to do some, like, character tier lists and rankings and such. Like, we still want to, like, talk about Wheel of Time. We just also wanted to fit Murtagh coming out and the inheritance stuff in there. So.
I also want to play the Wheel of Time video game, but I have to beat Baldur's Gate first.
Fair, yeah.
And also, like, Phantom Liberty comes out next week.
I thought that was today.
No, patch 2 comes out today.
Oh.
So, like, and then, I still haven't beaten Starfield. Guys, I don't have enough time for all these fucking video games. I'm gonna be streaming a lot in the next 2 weeks to beat Baldur's Gate. Sorry to my wife. I'm gonna be ignoring you to stream.
It's fine. I might stream tomorrow, y'all, if you're not following my channel.
You might not?
Well, just, like, we have so much shit to do. But,
you need to stream tomorrow.
Gonna stream tomorrow on my channel, Claris Polaris. If you want some Baldur's Gate, we're like right at the very beginning, so don't worry about it. Oh, and we're also playing the Dark Urge, which I didn't know what it was. Don't know what I got myself into. This is very fun. Oopsie doopsie. Anyways, Elaine is she's looking at the heights and she's like, "Oh wow, the Sharns are up there." And Brigitte is like, "Hey, so fun fact, I don't remember shit."
Yeah, this was sad.
It was actually, like, so tragic. In the middle of, like, tragedies and people just, like, dying, this was such a sad moment. Yeah.
No, this was genuinely, like, this hit me harder than a lot of the deaths did.
Yes.
This was a fucking, and her being like, I'm fine. Are you really fine? No, of course I'm not fucking fine, Elaine. Shut the fuck up.
Of course I'm not fine. What the fuck is wrong with you?
And so a messenger shows up from Matt, and it's like, hey, Galad, here's a medallion. You want to go do what needs to be done? P.S. If you don't know what needs... I mean, go kill some fucking channelers. I don't know if that was clear. Here's a bet.
Oh, and P.P.S. Don't fight the Trollocs with quarterstaffs. I know you have trouble with them.
That was so funny. It's so good.
I know. It was so good.
The callback to book 2, that scene has to be in the show, right?
Yeah,
the quarterstaff fight. But no, I mean, like, already. Like, because we haven't seen it.
Oh, yeah.
We haven't watched any season 2.
Don't tell us.
Don't put it in the fucking chat.
No spoilers.
But, like, that scene must have already happened, right? Because they're at the end of the season. Or it would be, like, maybe last night's episode. But, like, that quarterstaff scene where he beats Galad and Gawyn has to happen.
Yeah.
Because this is the best joke in the whole series. Mm-hmm. This is the funniest thing any of these fuckers wrote in this series.
Yeah.
And it is 12 books later... to be like, hey, I need you to go
Remember that one time?
Maybe do a suicide charge at the channelers.
Yeah.
Also, remember when I beat the shit out of you?
That was
so funny.
Funny, haha.
So funny. Oh my god, I loved it.
It was
fucking
so good.
Loved it.
Yeah, that was great.
So then
because I love that like Galad doesn't understand at first.
Yeah.
Like he's like, P.S. If you didn't understand what it meant. Like, I feel like I should actually explain myself.
This is one of the Brandon Sanderson moments that I don't know, not as funny as her coming on her from behind. That's funny to us.
Yeah.
That wasn't written as a joke.
No, that's
just
This was
intentionally written as a joke and fucking rocked.
Yeah.
This is where Bryn shows up and is like, hey, have you guys seen Gawyn? No? Okay, I'm going to keep looking for him.
Yeah, just take a look around, I guess.
Chris Rapper says, before you do the full book recap, you need to watch the Dusty and Sanderson's 10-year anniversary stream. We will do that. We'll watch that at some point 2 weeks from now. Beating off pirates is also very funny. Pied Piper guy. If you don't understand that, go watch my reaction to One Piece from last night on my other channel. Guys, they beat off so many pirates.
I love that for them.
They were beating off... How many pirates did you beat off to get here? One Piece is a children's show. I laughed so hard. Like, I laughed so fucking hard.
Yeah,
anyway,
it was so good.
You didn't see it because you won't watch One Piece with me.
I'm sorry. Look, I don't have the time for that.
We are on the cruise. Matt's point of view. Matt is just doing his best. Really, like, what else can you say?
Yeah, I mean, I guess. He's like, damn, Tam's doing well. I hope he can keep doing well.
And Logain shows up and is like, I'm going to do my own thing. And Matt's like, okay.
I'm going to do my own thing.
That's fine, I guess.
Yeah, I mean...
Matt's like, I kind of expected you to kind of do your own thing.
He gets it. Matt kind of, like, is, like, cool with it, right? And Matt's like, all right, so try and do something. Even if it just distracts him, that's fine. Just keep throwing people at Demandred.
Gimbaro says, just to point out, we're about 3 hours into the audiobook.
The audiobook?
Yeah. The audiobook's 9 hours long. We're about 3 hours into that section.
Well, to be fair, we already talked about all the Fael and the Rand stuff. To be fair to us.
I'm sure that makes a huge difference. I don't know how long this book club's going to be.
I don't either.
I don't know how to talk about this, though. It's tough because it's so dense.
I know, and I just wanted to keep reading.
I've never read anything so dense in my life as this section.
Yeah.
So, he's like, all right, Logain, you know what? Fucking go fight Demandred. If that's what you got to do, that's what you got to do, dude. I don't know. Like, go die.
Yep. And then he's like, hey, Tuan, we should move you to safety. And she says no, and then they get attacked.
Yeah, he notices the gray man.
Immediately after.
Yeah, again, Matt...
Ta'Veren, really good at noticing gray men.
Matt, well, and it's that he's encountered them before, right? Like, Matt's the only character in that tent who's ever fought one.
Yeah.
Because he fought one on the roof of Tarvalon, right? When he was escaping Tarvalon.
Yes.
See, I remember stuff that happened in this series. Okay.
I can remember some things.
And so I like that he notices him. I like the way this fight goes down.
Mm-hmm.
I like that Min saves. I think that the world would be better off if Tuon died. But I do like that it says a lot about Min's character that she saves Tuon.
Yeah.
I also love that Tuon is like in this like giant like Padme Amidala-esque.
Oh, uniform that's like a fucking tearaway. And
she's like, whoop!
Yeah, and it's gone.
And Tuon's like, the fucking...
Min is like, why doesn't mine do that?
Yeah, it's like a Backstreet Boys dance number. And in the middle of it, she's just like...
Yeah, honestly.
Suddenly, guns out, sun's out. Scratch that, reverse it. So yeah, they do be fighting. They're throwing knives. Shit's going down. I'm yelling timber.
Christian Rapper says, has a gray man ever succeeded? Not on page.
No, because this series is allergic to bad guys being good at their jobs until this chapter.
Allergic.
Yeah.
No, it's just funny.
This chapter feels out of place in this series because of how much death is in it.
Yeah.
I'm like, where was this earlier?
Yeah, I'm like, why weren't these people already dead?
You wouldn't have this many characters to deal with if you had killed some of them to build tension earlier in the series.
Yes.
Yeah.
Min saves Tuon.
Kind of. Tuon also kind of saves herself.
Yeah. They get hurt. Like, it's not. It doesn't go great, right?
And Min like runs out the back of the tent and shit. There's a guy. He's dead. Swan stops his heart with the one power because Swan's like, I shouldn't know how to do that.
But I do.
I was the Amerlin seat before. And then Min is like, where's Gareth? We're separated? Oh no, you're dead.
Oh no, you're dead.
I thought Swan's death would be a little bit more of a moment.
That's what I said.
But she just kind of like dies.
Yeah, I literally told you this as soon as we finished the chapter. I was like,
I agree with you.
Swan seems like a big enough character to actually like have her death be on page. And it's like, oh shit, she's dead.
Yeah, or maybe we just both missed it, but like Min just kind of looks over. And it's like, oh, so there's Swan's corpse.
That's what happens. Guys, F's for Swan. Pour one out for a real one.
I kind of wish she got more of a moment.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
This is something that I think the show will fix.
I hope so. I hope so. Swan has done so much for the series and for our heroes to be the people they are today and in the place that they're in today. It just felt kind of like, oh, and she's dead. Well,
and then Brian dies literally off page.
Yeah.
Like literally, like they're like hoisting his corpse later.
Yeah.
And so this is definitely a moment where I just because they did the fake out death with them earlier, it felt weird to then undercut both of their deaths by just kind of having it not be that important. Yep.
No, it's
Just because Min knew it was coming doesn't mean we couldn't have had a good moment with it, though. You know what I mean? Like that it could have hit harder.
Yeah. She just kills one person and then dies, and it's like...
Philip is so right, too. The fact that this is how she dies and that it makes her fake out death earlier way more baffling. Yeah, why keep her alive for this? It's not like she even did anything in between.
Yeah.
There's no pleasing... Guillaume, I think that if she had died, if her and Gareth Bryan had died in the show... Oh, no, I know. That's why I'm not doing.
Yeah.
But I will say this: I think that if she had died in the Sharon attack, it would have hit harder, and it would have been a better death than this.
Yeah.
And like Brian is still alive.
Yeah.
He wasn't in the tent or whatever at the time.
Yeah.
I just think that if you kill one of them there, it would have done a better job of hitting the emotional beat that I think that this is trying to hit but missing.
Because it's just like, oh shit, she's dead, and then we move on.
And then we have to move on because there's too much else.
Yeah, there's so much happening in this. And I don't mind characters dying in like the heat of battle because that is like how this shit goes.
Yeah.
Swan just seems like an important enough character that having her just die, we don't even really know how. Like, I was very surprised. I don't know.
Yeah, and die with people. One of the things that's kind of the most tragic about her death is that she dies with people who don't really care about her, so no one remarks upon it.
Well, I mean, Min cares about her.
Min barely knows her, right? Like if Swan had died near Aes Sedai, it would have been a tragedy.
I don't think that she barely knows her. They traveled together for weeks with Logain.
Yeah, but Min kind of hated her that whole time and was like mad at her.
No, but also, but the reason it feels like Min doesn't know her very well is Min barely remarks on it. She's like, oh no, that's sad, and then moves on.
I think that maybe that's what it is. I think it's that Min doesn't care that much.
Yeah.
Is why it's it just feels a little underserved for her.
Yeah. But it was underserved for my taste, and it just is what it is.
Yeah, I don't know. I just really I think that this is partially a show thing for me, where the actress who plays Swan in the show, is so wonderful, and I adore her, that when I came into the books, I cared more about Swan than I think the books ever really do.
Oh.
And I think the same for Moraine, right? I think that because we started with the show, not to promote the show, but just talking about it because it's relevant to our relationship with these books.
Not to promote the show. Yeah.
That's the only reason I bring it up is because it's relevant to this conversation.
Yeah.
Is that I think that starting with that makes Swan and Moraine and Lan more important than I think they ever really are to the books. I think they have an outsized influence on season 1. And
I don't know. Moraine, I don't know. Moraine seemed pretty important to like the beginning.
Moraine is so important to the show that I can't imagine she's going to be gone for that period of time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so I think that like I have a expectation of Swan's importance that maybe is outsized because of where my experience with this series started.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
Yeah. I think that makes sense to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, Swan is dead. Dead.
And Matt is carrying Tuon out. They survive, but barely. The command camp is burnt to the shit, and that's where we leave them. Egwene is like just fucking fighting.
Yeah,
this was a weird POV where like nothing really happened.
Nothing happened. It was just
there was no new information here.
It was just the build up to her like not getting to Gawyn.
And then we get some cool fucking shit. We get at 3 hours into the podcast the first Demandred POV, where we see that Demandred is Bran from Game of Thrones.
What?
Demandred is warging into the eyes of a falcon.
Oh.
He is fucking Bran.
Well, I mean, Grendel did that.
Yeah, but it's funnier. Thought it was a funny joke.
No, it is. My favorite part of it is that he's like, God, a fucking raven would be better, but the fucking Borderlanders keep shooting them down.
Very funny. Very, very funny.
That was great. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I really dug this. Oh my God, what is happening? Hello? 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 You there? Oh, I shouldn't show the number. I don't know who it is.
Don't know who it is.
It's not anybody, so it doesn't matter.
There's nobody there.
So yeah, so
the call's coming from inside the house. Yes, Demandred doing some cool shit with the phone.
Demandred still thinks that Lews Therin is there because everyone is gaslighting him.
Yeah,
and
I love that he remarks on the gates, looking down on the battlefield. He's like, even we didn't think of that in the Age of Legends.
Yeah, the Forsaken are so fucking up their own asses.
Yeah.
But Tame shows up, and they get into a true power fight, where Demandred shields Tame, but a true power shield sucks the true power out of Tame.
Yeah, it has little spines that are just like...
And he builds, he steals Tame's power to build a ball of balefire and then shoots it at the good guys and is like, hey, maybe if you aren't a little bitch, I'll teach you how to do that, motherfucker. And you're like, God damn, Demandred is so scary when he uses the one power.
Yeah.
It's a good thing he won't stop doing that to sword fight people later.
Well, I mean, to be fair, like, Galad couldn't be channeled against, but,
Yeah, that's the time where Demandred dies.
Don't worry about it. And anyways, Demandred is like, here, I'm gonna give you my, I give you my staff, and, oh no, wait, that's here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because then, Master Tame is like, I can use it against him, and I can fucking kill this guy. And Demandred's like, oh, but wait, I've attuned this terangrial to myself, so if you try to attack me, it will fucking vaporize you. And I was like, oh my god.
Since we're never gonna find out.
We'll never find out.
Do you think he's lying?
No.
You think that's the truth?
Yeah.
You think that this is the only terangrial that can be attuned?
No, I think that terangrials can be attuned, but it's just an Age of Legends thing and nobody knows.
Oh, okay.
That was my...
Do you think that the Sa'angreal that Egwene is wielding is attuned to her?
No, I didn't consider that.
Interesting. We just don't see anyone else use it, so I wonder.
It's one of those things where, like, the rings kind of are attuned in a way. They're activated. And so I wonder if it's, like, similar to...
Yeah, I don't know.
What Demandred... He could be lying.
It's just interesting because the rod gets, like, encased in the diamond tree. So, like, if it was attuned to her, it wouldn't matter, right?
Yeah.
Because no one else will ever wield it.
That's true.
Just an interesting thought. It just seems like, because Egwene keeps talking about how it feels like it's meant to be hers and stuff. I don't know. Interesting.
Like, maybe, like, during the battle, fighting the Sanshin, she, like, attuned to it somehow because she just, like, I don't know.
Swan uses it in book 2 to heal Matt. But Egwene hasn't attuned to it at that point.
Yeah, Egwene's never even, like, touched it.
It just, Egwene talks about the rod in a way that nobody else in the series talks about a terangrial, and then we get this.
Well, and it's not that, like, they wouldn't have worked for Swan to heal even if it was attuned to Egwene at that point, which I don't think it is.
Fair.
Right, because Demandred says, here, take my staff. It just won't work against me. So, I like, it's not that the staff, it's not that it's Vora's, right? Am I just making that up in my head? Yeah, it's not that Vora's rod wouldn't work for Swan, but yeah, Egwene does talk about it, that, like, it feels like it's meant for her, and maybe it is that reincarnation of the wheel, and, like, it was attuned to her old, like, soul, right? That's possible. I would buy into that.
Yeah, no, it's just interesting.
Yeah.
And then, oh, no, wait, he doesn't give Tame the staff here, because Tame, like, disappears with the true power, and Demandred is amazed that after he sucked it out of him, Tame still has enough true power to do that.
Yeah. No, you're right. That does happen later.
It's like when you're at the orgy, and there's that guy that comes, like, 5 times, and then, like, an hour later, he comes a 6th time, and you're like, I don't know how you had one more in you, dude.
Yeah.
Like, that is fucking impressive.
Yeah, well done.
Yeah. They're always, like, 20. It's like, fuck. That goes away as you age. Rand's point of view. There are vitamins you can take to keep going, but...
Look, I'll take your word for it.
Rand is just chatting with the Dark One again, and he's like, the Dark One's like, I'm gonna win. And Rand's like, okay. Jewelin Sandar's here!
He's back!
When was the last time we saw this boy?
Like,
I can't even remember.
Ago. When was the last time he had a POV?
But Jewelin is like, the whole POV is just, hey, Jewelin's here. Also, Jewelin is also surprised that he's here.
Yeah. Pretty much.
That's all it is. Nothing really happens. They're just fighting some shards. But Julian's like, I can't believe I'm a captain. And I'm like, yeah, me too, dude.
Same.
Pavara is hanging out. And Androl and Pavara walk up to Demandred.
Yes.
Wearing the Mask of Mirrors.
Well, Pavara doesn't.
No, but they're there. And
yeah.
Tame is like, what are you doing here? Go fight, and if you come back here and you don't fight, I'll kill you. And Andrel's like, cool, boss, later. The fact that this works...
No. And Tame is like, wait a second, I'm going to put a mask of mirrors on you in front of...
No. This is when he goes to Demandred first.
Oh, this is Demandred first. No.
Right. This bullshit works twice.
Yeah,
If this bullshit only worked once, I would be okay.
Well, it's inverted. They can't tell.
This bullshit works twice.
Uh-huh.
the deception checks they have to roll to walk around the fucking evil guy's camp for like a half a bloody hour to pull this off. Unbelievable.
It's less deception and more that they got lucky that like the person he's disguised as
wasn't like, standing there.
Well, that it's like plausible that he's like actually.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah. So the Sharans.
Andral is actually a bard.
Yes.
I know. Look, it's so funny. But like I was reading this, like there's no way Demandred doesn't see through this, right? No, he absolutely does not. Inverted.
Oh, and Amaran is gay. We wanted to throw that in there.
Yeah, oh yeah, I love that Bavara has incredible gaydar.
Yeah.
Because we knew that Amaran was gay. Yeah. But Andrew's like, wait, what?
He's like, what do you mean?
Oh no, Amaran is gay.
Oh, he's like, oh, interesting.
It would be...
Didn't see that coming.
This is so funny, because it would be like if they were running, like in Harry Potter, if they were running around Hogwarts in the last battle, and Neville Longbottom like pulled Harry aside and was like, hey, before you go fight Voldemort, you know that Dumbledore was gay, right?
Yeah.
Like, he was a Gryffindor, but he should have been a Hufflepuff. You know what I mean? Jesus Christ.
To be fair, it's because of a weird jealousy thing of like maybe I should like bond another warder. And
yeah, and Andrew's like, no, but I love you. And she's like, no, we can have a gay third though.
Well, also the bonding isn't like sexual, just so you know.
You're gonna love pegging, Andrew.
Get ready, start training now. If we survive this,
start training now.
It's the last battle.
There is a Terungriel for that.
There. Yeah, there is a Terungriel for that. I found it.
They cut over to Galad. And he's doing stuff until he's fun. He's fighting the Channelers the way he's supposed to. It's pretty cool. I like the way he's doing it. It's very fun. Mm-hmm. And then he finds Gawyn on the ground, and he's like, "Oh my god, that's my brother." And Gawyn's like,
"There is another."
I love that we went to the same place. Gawyn's like, "I'm dying. Hey, Galad, holy shit. Did you know that Rand and you are brothers?"
Yeah, you got a bro. It's not just me anymore.
It is the funniest final thought to have. To be like, hey, did you know that you and Rand are actually related? Tigraine had another kid.
Oh, it was great.
I literally was cackling at this.
I know.
I was like, why? First of all, why didn't they talk about this before?
Well, because he didn't know.
What do you mean?
Gawyn hasn't seen Galad since he found out that information.
When did Gawyn find out that information?
When was it?
Did they set up this whole battle and Gawyn and Galad never ran into each other in the Fields of Merrilor? You're telling me these two brothers have been at the Fields of Merrilor since the beginning of this book? They've been there at the same time constantly, and they've never spoken to each other?
I mean, the White Cloaks don't really like the Aes Sedai.
But they've had battle strategy meetings.
Maybe it wasn't.
There were a ton of meetings about strategy. You're telling me these two boys have been in the same location multiple times in this novel, and this is the first time they see each other?
Yes, because Gawyn sucks. That is the point. Gawyn is like, yeah, I know that they're brothers. I'm not gonna tell him until I'm dying on the battlefield.
I hadn't thought about the possibility that Elaine, Gawyn, Galad, and Morghese are never in the same place at the same time.
Not really. Because Gawyn and Elaine are, when she's in Caemlyn and he comes to visit her before going back to Egwene, right?
Yeah, but Galad isn't there.
No, Galad is not there.
But then, like, when all of them are together, I'm so confused.
They're not really together. Morghese, Elaine, and Galad are at one point.
Yeah, no, I know, but I guess I just assumed that the four of them would have, like, spent time together before they went to battle.
No.
They should have just had family dinner. That's what I'm saying, Ember Eyes.
They should have done high-low.
I'll give you this one, but it doesn't make sense, but it creates... Oh, no. It creates... This moment is so great. I fucking love that Galad goes to Demandred as Rand's brother.
Yeah, no, it's great.
I fucking love that. I just assumed they would have seen each other before this moment. Mm-hmm. And I'm realizing I don't think we ever see them have a conversation.
Well, and Gawyn tells him not to hate Rand.
Are you telling me that Galad isn't at the wedding?
The wedding that happened off page?
You would invite your fucking brother!
No, the only person that was there was fucking Sylviana. That's it. Nobody else.
That's wild.
Yeah.
I can't believe I didn't realize that until this moment.
Yeah.
That's fucking crazy. Okay. I buy it. That's crazy.
But I do love that he has, like, yes, it is funny that this is what he's doing, but he's like, don't hate Rand.
It's beautiful. Yeah,
I hated Rand, and this is what happened.
No, but this is the scene that makes Gawyn not. This is the scene that makes all of the writing of Gawyn good writing and not bad writing.
Yes.
Because if you don't get this scene, if Gawyn just dies fighting Demandred, Gawyn is just a shit character. Mm-hmm. There's no redemption. There's no. Gawyn
it's just kind of unfortunate.
Getting to realize his mistakes before he dies contextualizes everything we've seen and makes this great writing, right? All of the crap that Gawyn has done is contextualized by his realization that he was wrong to Galad here. Absolutely. And it makes this is where I'm hoping like the end of the Rand stuff will contextualize the Dark One stuff into something I love. Yeah. Because this contextualized all the writing of Gawyn into something that I love. Mm-hmm. I love the character of Gawyn. I hate him. I think he's a fucking incel-y little shit.
But he's written really well.
But the writing of him is so good because of this scene with Galad. Yeah. And I'm so glad we got this. 100%. I'm not mad that they didn't talk. I just can't believe I didn't realize that these brothers never chatted. Yeah. Before going into war. That's strange to me. Yeah. But no, I think that this is great. I really do think that this is great. I think it's a great scene. I like that he realizes that he was wrong about Rand. I like that he tells about Rand. I like this scene a lot. It's just wild. And
Galad realizes that he's never really had a good relationship with Elaine, but at least, like, Gawyn returned his, like, affection. Like, because they're, Elaine always thinks that fucking... that Galad is like the worst. Like she assumes the worst in him at all times, and like Gawyn didn't do that. Yeah. That they actually there was love between them, and Galad is like, all right, well, I'm just gonna go fight Demandred. One of the Forsaken. Why not? Why not?
Yeah. And he tells all of the other White Cloaks to go. He's like, this is me alone. Yes. Go have fun. I don't fucking know how he gets there, but he does.
Well, I mean, it's really easy to find Demandred because he's hurling magic.
I know, but I don't know how he gets the Trolloc camp. It is so dangerous to be in front of the Trolloc camp, but if you are within the Trolloc camp, it is so fucking easy to just walk around and do whatever the fuck you want.
Yeah. Yeah, don't worry about it.
The Trolloc camp truly is the Death Star of, like, the Wheel of Time universe.
Yeah, you don't want to be outside
as long as you are kind of in a military uniform, you can do whatever the fuck you want there.
Yeah. Don't worry about it. Egwene feels Gawyn die. Yeah. Yep. And she was like, no, if he dies, I can keep going. No worries. And she was like, oh, I was wrong.
I love that Sylviana saves her here, though. I like the way that this plays out.
Yes. She's like, you're going to kill our own people.
Methany says Gawyn finds out after Galad went with Bashir, if I recall correctly.
Thank you for that super chat.
No, I know, but they've been on the fields of Marilor for a few days preparing for this battle. Yeah. I mean, like, since they got here, they've been here for a couple of days getting ready for this battle. Mm-hmm. And they never talked. Yeah. It does not matter. Yeah. Thank you for the super chat. It's one of those things where, like, I just would have figured they would have been like, hey, before tomorrow.
Didn't realize, yeah.
We're going to war in an hour. I love you, brother.
Yes. Brother!
See you later. Yeah. I don't know. Weird. But yeah, so she gets taken to go take a nap with Perrin. Yeah. In the land where the main characters don't fight the last battle place. That's a joke. I'm not saying it's bad. It's very funny. That's all. Tam. Oh my god. Babe, we're not even halfway.
Yeah, keep going.
Tam, we need to move a little bit quicker through some stuff. Tam runs out of arrows. They're fighting. He splits his forces to help fight the White Cloaks. Mm-hmm. There's some really great writing. Really, 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 really great writing here where Tam is like, can you believe that we're doing this? Like, that we're even fighting the White Cloaks? I love that. And I like that Tam...
With the White Cloaks.
I love Tam at the point of this, in the void. They fight for a while, and then Lan rides up and is like, I always wondered who taught... Or who, I always wonder if the man who gave Rand that sword deserved it, and now I know. Yeah. Chef's kiss. What a line. What a scene. Fucking just Tam at the front of this thing being like, do you believe in life after love, after love, after love? And it's just like, as it goes back, like all the echoes are the guys behind him, like with their axes and shit. After love, after love, after love, after love. I heard something inside the boy.
meeting.
Rand's dad's meeting.
It was great.
I just loved it. I fucking... Lan and Tam, man. Tam, two of my favorite characters.
Yeah.
Them finally talking and this, like, immediate respect for one another. It's so nice to see.
It was fucking amazing. Loved it.
We cut to Tuon, who is not taking healing, even though she's like, I think healing's a good idea, but we're going to work on that one.
But not for me. Because
not for me yet. She wants to.
Yeah.
But she hasn't convinced everyone yet.
Yeah. She's like, I don't know how people are going to feel about that, so I have to be careful of the public eye.
And so they, her and Matt fight.
Well, first of all, she tells the Death Watch guards who, like, failed her, you're like, oh, you allowed assassins through twice? Time to go die. Go to the front lines and kill some people. And they're like, yes, sir. Rusting, welcome back to the nerd table.
If you had to choose a last battle MVP, who would it be? Oh, God. Andral.
Egwene.
Good one.
Yeah, I don't know. There's so many.
Yeah.
Most valuable player? Well, obviously it's Matt, I guess.
Matt.
None of the plans would have happened. But yeah.
I forgot about Matt.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably Matt.
Probably. Yeah.
Yeah, but like Tam, Andral, Egwene, they're all on the Pro Bowl team.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. But yeah, so her and Matt, like, fight, and she's like, well, I'm going to pull my troops then because you clearly don't know what you're doing. And the Sun should leave.
Can I say once more, I fucking hate Tuon.
Yes. Rand's point of view, we already talked about this.
Yeah, we did. Okay, we're moving a little quicker here.
Yep. Matt walks away from Tuon and is like, wow, I really hope that she's actually going to do what she said she's going to do.
No, but part of the ploy is that Tuon blames Karede and his Death Watch guards for the attack getting through. And so she sends them to die on the front lines.
Yes.
And Matt is like, all right, Karede, come here. You want to die on the front lines?
You want to die?
That's fine, but you're going to come with me for like a half hour first.
Yeah, well, you know,
You're not going straight to the front lines. We're going to do this smart.
We're going to go kill some guys. I promise you some fighting.
I promise that you will have a chance to die on the front lines. Just not like right this second. I need you to come with me for like 30 minutes of like bullshit first.
Yeah.
But then and Karede's like, fine.
You can die later. I promise.
I love this.
Yeah.
And I love Karede being like, I'm not coming with you if you call her Tuon. And she's like, Matt's like,
fine.
Fine, for Tuana.
For Tuana.
I hate for you to have a bad omen.
For Tuana.
And Min goes with Tuana.
Yep. This is the point where Lan actually meets Tam. We talked about this actually, so we're good.
It's all over the place. Oh, and so they win up north near the river. The river people are the upper river people are dead. The river's
stopped.
gone. So the people come through gateways to start pulling arrows out of people.
Yeah.
And some tinkers come through to help.
Yeah, there's like women, children, tinkers, people who like can't like fight, but like are there to help in other ways.
Yeah. And Berlane shows up and is like, "Yo, has anyone heard of Galad?
Is Galad okay?
No reason.
Just asking.
We barely we don't even know. We don't. It's not a big deal. But if you've seen Galad,
asking about me,
and I was like, "Oh, Berlane's gonna be so sad when Galad dies."
Yep.
Elaine is chilling. And Elaine is
basically they raise their banner and ride it as a decoy.
Demandred starts attacking the banner.
Yeah.
And Celebrane dies.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't remember Celebrane.
I don't think.
Was Celebrane the guy who got the 10,000 soldiers on her side? Do you remember what was that guy's name?
No idea. Anyways, Elaine's banner rides off in a different direction.
This is technically our job to know this stuff, and we don't.
It is so much, guys. My brain is like.
We've already been talking for 3.5 hours, and we're like halfway through the last battle.
Yep.
I don't know what I thought today was going to be. I thought we were going to stream for 30 hours, and then I was going to go read the rest of the book. We might still be streaming in 3 hours.
Oh my gosh. I'm going to need food because I have not eaten.
If you want to go grab snacks and bring them up.
I don't know what I would get that's not like crunchy into the microphone. That's the problem.
We do have ice cream.
No. I will feel like shit.
I know.
Nynaeve is healing Alana with her herbs and is like, haha, to all those fuckers who laughed at me for using my herbs. Look at me now. If I didn't have them...
Yeah.
Alana would be dead.
We get Galad riding up to Demandred, and Demandred's like, hey, you kind of look like Rand. And he's like, I'm Rand's brother.
Yep.
And they begin their fight. Matt is hanging out with Bashir. Bashir has become the king of Saldea, because Tanobi is dead. But he's like, I don't want it until after. We'll figure out who's the king of Saldea after the last battle.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Because I'm about to die off page. And so I'm about to die. Me and my wife are both about to die off page. So Fail's going to die off page.
Maybe,
so,
question mark?
there will not be a Saldea after this anyway. And Saldea is going to become Malkier. That's what I think is going to happen.
Saldea becomes
because it's just south of Malkier anyway.
I had just assumed that the Blight would retreat and they would like retake Malkier, but
Matt sets up the Ogier to go help, and like he like kind of this is kind of one of those like POVs where Matt's moving armies around.
Oh, and the Gardeners are still there fighting.
Some of them, yeah. Some of the Gardeners are with the Ogier.
They did not leave with the Sanshin, which I thought was very interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're singing different songs and they won't look at each other, but they are fighting together, which I think is cute.
Yeah. Yeah. So cute.
And
I want like an Ogier Gardener like marriage.
Okay, I have a question for chat.
Uh-huh.
I need help with this. Was Tinna in the books before this POV?
Tinna.
Yes.
Where's Tinna?
Tinna is the like weird like lady captain person that they're like, I'm surprised she's the captain, but she's really good. Have we met Tinna before this POV, or is Tinna just a character that is introduced to us here?
I don't recognize that name. I think she's brand new.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty sure she's brand new.
Because Tinna seems dope, and I wish we spent more time with her.
Yeah.
So Teslin is with the Dragonsworn, and they use a gateway to get around, and they go up to the top of the heights. Oh yeah,
because Matt's like, I need a gateway, and Teslin is like, hey, good to see you. That was a good
Teslin
moment.
is here.
Yes,
we cut back to Egwene, who wakes up in Mayene and is like, I gotta get back. And they're like, but you're sad. And you have to be sad right now. And she's like, I can be sad later. The Amerlin seat is sad for Egwene, but Egwene's not here right now. You can call Egwene at another time. I'm the motherfucking Amerlin seat. Hey, Egwene, you want to bond up? Egwene's like, hell yeah, dude, let's ride.
Yeah.
Broncos country, let's ride. And she signs up for the shortest bonding of any warder's life.
Yeah, pretty much. It's like
they're bonded for like 40 minutes.
Good, yeah, 40 minutes to an hour. You know, it was a good ride. Yeah, the one thing that was interesting is how they explain.
Tinna's probably a book fan. Oh, interesting.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
All right.
Sure.
She's the name of a real life fan. That's fun. I want nerdy.
I want to be in
I want to be reading a high fantasy series, and in the final book, a character named Nerdy just shows up, and they're like, his name's. But it would be like a Star Wars spelling where it's like NRD-EE.
Nerd-E.
-33.
Oh my
NRD-33. That'll be my droid when I'm in Star Wars.
That's your droid name.
I would weep for months if they called me up and they were like, "You're gonna be a droid in the worst thing Star Wars has ever made." I would weep just to like be in that.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Anyway.
I love that they're like, hey, Egwene, you might not be able to channel because you know how you have to like surrender and calm and whatever, and you're feeling too many emotions. And she's like, not on my watch. I'm mad.
And it
works.
I as much as I don't like the Gawyn choice to get Egwene here, what Egwene does with this is fucking sick.
Yeah. Egwene is a fucking bamf.
Yeah. But we cut back to Galad. And he's fighting, and he loses.
Yeah, I mean, he does well, you know. They do good.
It brings into question, though.
He loses his arm.
It brings into question how well Galad would have done if he hadn't been fighting all day. Because the chapter even is like, you're much better than your brother, who I will repeat, had triple superpowers.
No, like, I don't think it's Dax.
He had triple superpowers. Dax?
Huh?
Who's Dax?
Stacks. I mean, the rings.
Stacks.
I don't know if they stack. Like,
I mean, Gawyn would know
because just dumb.
He's dumb. But he's better than his brother, and if he hadn't been fighting all day, would he have won this? Do you think? Because Lan does win.
Lan does win, yeah. Lan has also been fighting all day.
Yeah, but Lan is fucking.
And also Galad has the necklace, so it's like, how much of a difference do you think
Lan
that
has one of the medallions, though, doesn't he?
No, he does not.
Does he not?
No.
Oh.
No, Lan deliberately tries to just like press Demandred hard enough that he's not channeling.
That's right. That's
no,
right.
sorry. I'm wrong. He takes it from Galad.
Yeah. No, I was right. Wait a second. I was right.
You're right. No,
he has Matt's necklace.
Yeah. But he's like still tries to press him to stop him from channeling so he can't throw shit at him, basically. Yeah.
He does that because of the rocks.
Yeah.
This is so dense and we've been talking for so long. I don't even know what we talked about already.
I know. My brain is like turning to mush.
This is insane. Guys, the last battle is so good. It really is such an accomplishment. Yes, there's a couple things I didn't like about it, but like as a whole, it's like 95% amazing, right? To me. And it's even more to you, right? Like, because you like the file running around the camp bullshit.
I like it. Yeah. No, I'm
and even that I liked. I didn't love it.
No, I know. Androl, who is disguised as Nansen, goes to see Tame, and Tame is like, "What are you doing here? You're supposed to be
this is
killing people."
The goofiest of goofy goobers.
No, this is the best fucking moment of the whole thing because Tame is like, well, okay, you need to go kill Androl. Androl needs to die. So I'm going to disguise you to look like Androl. Or sorry, so
you need to go kill Logain.
And Logain trusts Androl, so I'm going to make you, Androl, who looks like Nansen, look like Androl and invert the weave. So Androl has a mask of mirrors over a mask of mirrors so that he just looks like himself.
And while this is happening, Androl, a man who we have never set up to be a fucking pickpocket, manages to untie the pouch at Tame's belt and steals 3 Quendalar seals. How big are the Quendalar seals? I always pictured they were like this big.
Why?
Because they're the seals on the Dark One's prison. I did not think
How would you keep that on your person?
In a fucking messenger bag. I don't know. But apparently, they are small enough and light enough.
Yeah, they're like this big.
Androl is able to, while Master from Tame is putting a spell on him, secretly fucking looking down and juggling his balls. Oh my god. And then he walks away and he's like, Pavara, I stole the fucking seals of the... I was like, are you...
Androl, we know, has lived like 8 lives, right? Like, he's like... He talks about all this crazy shit he's done. It does not surprise me in the slightest that he's also a pickpocket. Like,
this was the goofiest.
Nah, I love it.
If it had been set up to us... Because we know that he's a leather worker and a blacksmith. Mm-hmm. If they had just set up that he was a thief before this, like if Vannon did this, I would not think anything of it.
But Vannon is a horse thief.
No, but we've been told that this is like Vannon. That's what he does, right?
Sure.
I wish that they had set up that I just wish that they had set up that Androl was so good at pickpocketing or something.
Yeah.
I wish that he had pickpocketed a key in the Black Tower plot to set up the idea that he was a pickpocket.
Okay.
Because it just comes out of nowhere here for me. Mm-hmm. And I think that they already had to do a heist thing. Mm-hmm. So if they had to set up in the heist thing earlier with him that this was a skill that he had, then I wouldn't have thought anything of it. I would have been like, oh, that's right, Androl is a pickpocket. Mm-hmm. But like all of this is such a weird, goofy way for them to get the seals back. And I just wish it had been set up better or handled differently. Because I just kind of was like, are you fucking... I literally out loud was like, are you fucking kidding me?
I don't know. For me, it was honestly enough that he was meticulous with crafting his leather, right? He's so particular about how it's put together and how
it's
it lines up.
It's not the same skill.
Sure.
And again, I think it's fine and it's funny. It really is quite funny. I just wish this...
The whole Mask of Mirrors over the Mask of Mirrors thing is very funny to me.
Androl being this god tier character who pulls lava out of the sky and avalanches and is woos a red for the first time in 3,000 years and also manages to roll impossible deception checks on the 2 most dangerous Ashaman on the planet, Demandred and Tame. He does kind of get whatever he wants. Mm-hmm.
He couldn't have made a gateway because Tame would have felt him channel. Yeah,
there's no way he gatewayed.
Yeah, I know. There's no way.
He did the easiest form of pickpocket, walk into your target and yank it off.
Well, yeah, because he got pushed, right? He got Tame hurt him. And so Tame actually kind of facilitated it, right? Because if he was just holding on to it and he got pushed, then it's done. I don't know.
But did Andrel?
Doesn't matter.
But did Andrel know that those were the seals of the Dark One?
Well, they knew that Tame had them, yeah, because Logain is like, we need to get the seals.
I guess, but does okay? It's fine. It is what it is. Andrel is the fourth Tevier. That's the only explanation for it, and we just have to move on.
Yeah. Yeah, don't worry about it. I love it. I'm here for it.
Yeah. I'm less here for it, but I accept it.
Yeah, that's it.
Arganda! Who's Arganda? Off the top of your head, who's Arganda?
Okay, I'm pretty sure that Arganda was one of the people with Perrin, who was, like, the military leader of either, like, Alliandra's forces or Berlane's or something in there. I don't know. I can't remember which one he is.
I love that.
I know. I feel bad.
He hears that Demandred screaming that he killed Rand's brother over the battlefield.
Yep.
And Arganda fights the biggest, baddest Trolloc.
Yeah, and it smacks him across the face and he dies.
No, he's fine.
No, he's dead.
Arganda's fine.
He's dead.
What do you mean he's dead?
Oh, is he
Him
not
and
dead?
Lan have a whole conversation after this.
Oh, no, you're right.
Lan runs up and is like, wow, you killed a big one.
That was a big boy.
And then Arganda has this moment where he's like, in order for us to win, we would have to kill 5 Trollocs for every man.
Right,
every man would have to kill 5 Trollocs.
Yeah.
And don't worry, they will do that. Once, a little boy blows a horn. Rand is still doing...
we talked about Rand.
Dark One shit. Mm-hmm. Matt is sitting on a Trolloc that's dead because there's no other seats. I thought that was very cute. This was very funny to me. There's just like a dead Trolloc and he's just sitting there like...
So there's, I don't know another place to sit down, so...
And he's really hoping the Sanchin come back.
Yeah, he's like, wow, I really hope that Tuan keeps her word.
Yeah. Oliver. This is, we kind of already talked about this. This is where Oliver stabs the white woman. The woman in white. We never set up who the woman in white is, right?
It's just one of the, like,
the woman in white.
Sharon channelers, I think. Like, I don't think she specifically is a person. She's just the one there who can channel. Leanne.
Leanne's here.
Yeah, Leanne's here.
Guys, do you remember Leanne?
Yeah, she talks about how interesting it is now that she has less power.
Yeah.
How she thinks about fighting because she doesn't just fucking blast them. She reserves her energy and is, like, smart about fighting. And I'm like, wow, more people should be like that.
This is the shit that makes me want to read Brandon Sanderson.
Yeah.
Because the way he thinks about magic is so fun and incredible.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, his way of describing the use of the playful magic things.
Yeah.
This is why I want to do Brandon Sanderson on the show, because I think that I am going to get a lot out of the way his brain works.
Yeah, I think so too.
It feeds into what I like about fantasy writing in a way that Robert Jordan's writing of the magic didn't in the early books. Even the early books that I love, like I still think Shadow Rising is one of the best fantasy books I've ever read in my life.
Absolutely.
But I don't think that Robert Jordan plays with magic the way that Brandon Sanderson does. Mm-hmm. And Brandon Sanderson plays with it in the way that I like.
Yeah. No, I think
and that's just a preference thing. I'm not saying it's better. I'm just saying for my taste, it's better.
Yeah, it's the kind of stuff that you like.
Yeah.
So Leanne is talking to one of the other Aes Sedai, who's a red. Yeah. And it's like, wow, it must be nice to be able to manipulate men to do what you want. And she's like, yeah, it's pretty great.
Will you teach me, when this is all over, can you teach me how to get laid?
Pretty much. And then Egwene starts blasting.
Well, no, they're like, we're going to need to regroup. We should retreat. And then just fire falls from the sky. And they're like, I found you a better thing to regroup around.
Right. They're like, yeah, we need to regroup. We need to collect together. And Egwene starts blasting.
We cut over to Talmains. I guess this is the reason why he's alive. He's sitting underground. They're fixing up the dragons.
Yeah.
And he's like, yo ho, a bottle of rum and a dance with the Jack of the Shadows.
I thought you were going with Pirates of the Caribbean.
I kind of went away from that into Jack the Shadows. I wanted to say Jack the Shadows. They just start singing because they're like really scared because they're just underground.
Fair. That'd dark. Be terrifying. I would hate that.
Aludra is with them though. Aludra has survived. Aludra,
still kicking.
Important character.
Yep.
Fail is running around. She tells Oliver to take the horn to Matt, and then she flees into her death. Probably. But maybe not, because this is a Memory of Light where characters don't die.
We shall see.
Unless they die. It's very confusing.
Unless they're dead, obviously.
Yeah.
It's very clear. I don't know why you think otherwise.
We cut to Logain.
Yeah, Logain is like, it's very interesting that Tame hasn't broken the seals. That must mean that they should be broken at the right time. Thank you.
Yeah.
What?
I don't get it. The whole seals, though, I don't get what that means at this point.
What do you not get?
I don't get what breaking the seals does at this point.
We don't know.
I know,
but they are not breaking the seals is suspicious, and so that's why they're like, we should probably break the seals. Yeah. Because otherwise, they would just break them and let the Dark One out of the prison, and he would be our. But
how is he not? Like, in what way? Given what we have seen about the worlds that he will create if he wins, it's not like he's there. He's still just influencing people from not there. So I just don't get what the seals do at this point.
They keep him in the prison.
Rand and the Dark One can see, but he's not in the prison at this. But like,
he's in Shao.
He can still talk to people. I don't. The seals on the Dark One's prison seems so arbitrary at this point. When he's created all these Trollocs and all these Madral and like, what have they been doing? Unless it's like there's a person who is in a prison, but it doesn't seem like that is a thing.
Maybe he does have a form. I don't know.
They keep talking about these seals, and I'm like, it seems like he's like able to see everything and touch anyone he wants and do stuff.
Yeah, he can do anything basically except leave.
What does that mean to an entity that doesn't have a form?
Maybe he does have a really sexy body. He's like, I just really want to walk around.
I want my abs back.
I want these guns.
This is one of those things that I'm really hoping, really hoping makes sense at the end of the book. Because they put a lot of narrative juice into these seals.
Yeah.
And at this point, I'm just kind of like, what could it... I can't think of what it could possibly be at this point that would be any different than what is already happening. If Rand can go there and be there with him, how is the prison sealed?
It's like half sealed, right? Some of them are broken.
Yeah.
Yeah, some of them are broken and some of them are not.
It's
kind of like the line is blurry.
I just don't really get what it means for him to be sealed away when he can talk to people.
And like spoil all the food and make the weather bad. Yeah.
Like, I just don't know what's different if they all break and how that helps Rand. And this is stuff that I'm going to read next week, right? Like, this isn't like me being here like, this is bad. This is me being like, I have no concept of what it is at this point.
It's like, we'll get to it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So Logain is like, okay, well, the fact that they haven't broken the seals is suspicious.
Yeah.
And he makes Andral a full Ashaman, gives him his little pin.
And then he goes to fight Demandred to get the Sa'angre'ol from him.
He's like, if I can get that, I think we can do some damage.
And so he's like, Gabriel, wait for me here. I might need healing. So he goes and he gets absolutely demolished easily by Demandred. It's not even a fight. And he limps back to Gabriel and is like, hey, Gabriel, I need that healing.
Yeah, that was rough. That was right. Yeah, Logain gets his ass handed to him.
So he's the third of the boys in the string of boys that go to try and fight Demandred.
That get defeated by Demandred.
Egwene is fighting like fucking crazy. And she gets a warning, and she's like, okay, everyone leave me alone with Narishma, Maurice, and Leowyn. The four of us are going to be fine. Y'all get away from here.
Yeah,
shit's about to be bad.
Too dangerous.
We cut over to Isla. Who's Isla?
The Tinker.
Yeah.
This one was actually like, I was like, okay, I understand who this person is.
This was one of my favorite POVs in the whole chapter.
Yeah. This was so tragic.
This was about what a battle of this scope does to someone's worldview.
Yeah.
In a way, this fucking shit is so good. Yes. This Isla POV,
so good.
Unreal, right? Like, truly unreal.
Yeah. Because they're looking for survivors, and Rayan is like, you know, with everything that I'm seeing here, I don't blame these people for fighting, right? Because the Tinkers judged people who, like, chose violence, right? And Rayan is like, oh, you know what? Actually, like, I kind of get it.
And I really appreciated the, like, well, would it really be that bad if the Shadow won? Yes.
Yes, it would.
Yes, it would.
Yes.
And I just love it. It's like, it's not that I'm not walking away from the way of the leaf, but I'm not going to carry as much judgment for people who don't follow it.
Yeah.
And I think that that's just such a, like, why, it's such a good sentiment. This POV is fantastic.
Yeah, and they remember Aram, and, like, and Isla's like, I failed him.
By judging him.
By judging and pushing him away.
Yeah.
And that's why Aram died. Like, I don't know if they actually know that Aram is dead.
Yeah, they do.
They do?
Yeah.
Okay. I wasn't 100% sure.
It seemed like they did. Actually, maybe they don't.
I don't know if they know. Because they haven't seen Perrin or Perrin's people since that I know of. They went to go to the Sanchin.
That's interesting. They might not know that Aram is actually dead.
That he's dead. But yeah,
they are... Who would have told them?
I don't know. Yeah. They, like, are very regretful of...
Oh, actually, someone in Mayene might have told them.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe.
They might have found out.
They might have known. So I'm not 100% sure on that, but they could know. They might know. They might not.
This is where Bella dies. She's killed by a Trolloc arrow.
Guys.
The creator.
Guys.
Or not for a real one.
Guys, F's in chat for the creator.
Yeah.
Y'all, this was it.
And it's also, like, very violent.
I know.
There's, like, no punches pulled in Bella's death.
I know. I this was the first moment where I was like, holy shit. Like,
I know.
Like, oh my god. Guys, cheers, Bella. You, we didn't deserve you.
Yeah, Sean says it sounded like they knew. I thought they did too, but I can't think of who would have been able to tell them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know who would have known that Aram was with them, because they haven't seen Perrin.
No.
Yeah, that Albino's got the line that killed me. You ran like wind couldn't have.
I know. It's like, oh my god.
Oh god, it's so good.
Guys, it was so sad. Like, honestly, like, that was the death where I was like, no.
Yeah. And just like Ulver's like feelings about it.
Yeah. Having Ulver's perspective in the last battle was harrowing.
We cut to Egwene, and she is fighting Tame.
Yeah.
But he balefires the shield that she drops on him.
Yeah.
And travels away using the true power. He's a little coward, and she's like, haha, fucking got you, bitch. And then she keeps on beating up on the Sharans, because she's not holding back any power right now. She's just flooding. She's just like, the floodgates are open, and she is just fucking dropping bombs on everybody.
Yeah, she has no concern for her safety.
And then we get Huron. Huron's here.
Yeah.
He has rags up his nose.
Because it's very violent.
Like me on a long road trip many years ago when I don't sleep in cars. And so we drove to Florida one time, and my parents slept, and we traded off, and so we were in the car for like 3 straight days. And I was awake so long that my nose started to bleed. And so there's a photo of me in the back of the car with just tissues sitting in the back of the car looking insane. It's very funny. Hey, the Dusty Wheel is here!
Hello, how are you doing? It's so good to see you guys. The innkeeper.
What's up, Dusty?
Everyone say hello.
Yes, we are 3 hours and 45 minutes into our last battle conversation.
And we are not even done.
Chapter 37.
We have so much to talk about. Yeah. Holy heck.
This chapter will break us.
Yeah.
We can almost discuss everything.
We're so close. Yeah. So close. Yes. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. What's up? So yeah, we are,
crazy.
Huron is fighting and, doing a good job because Huron is the best. And then he dies. Off screen.
Yeah. Then Huron dies.
It's very sad that Huron dies. But, I do like that he got this final moment. And I love that he was like, you know what? The Dragon Reborn came and apologized to me, so I'm going to give it my all. Yeah. It's a great moment.
Yeah.
It really is a great moment.
I love Huron.
Berlain, is organizing some healing.
Yeah.
And, Anura, brings her Galad. Because Galad, not dead.
Not dead, even though it seemed like he was dead. But also, Berlain is like, so there's like a whole bunch of Gaishan, right? Like, there's all of these people who are doing fucking nothing.
Yeah.
Maybe we should utilize them. I'm like, no, that's not how this goes. And she's like, okay, well, if they can't fight, they can do fucking something.
And so, Anura reveals that in opening the gateway to save Galad, she burned herself out.
Yep.
That's fucking tragic.
Last thing she did.
And, like, it's... Anura and Berlain have weirdly had this, like, mother-daughter, sister-sister...
But also a very contentious relationship.
At times, contentious relationship,
because Berlain is like, I don't actually know if I can trust her, right?
Yeah, I know.
There is a lot of that going on. And so, Anura, like, proving herself and having this, like, a really incredible moment for Berlain, like, I you know, if they both survive, I think that's a bond. Like, they're gonna be, like, best friends for life.
Turbach, thank you for that super chat.
Thank you so much.
Next week, full spoiler chat or reserve until full book recap or full series recap. No, full spoiler chat next week. There's no reason not to talk about stuff next week.
Yeah, I don't know what we would...
I don't know how we would talk about the ends of the books and not go full spoilers. So next week, there are... except for we will not have seen the show yet. So we will still not be talking about the show in chat.
Show is struck.
But I know I've said a couple things about it today, but we're not like promoting it or talking about the events of season 2.
Yeah.
Because we're not watching season 2 yet.
Yes.
Yeah. But yeah, Honora makes this huge sacrifice, and like and Berlain is rightfully touched by it. You know what I mean? Like Berlain appreciates what a big thing that is for her.
And he's kind of like, I can't really comprehend what that sacrifice is, right?
And I wonder if Nynaeve will figure out how to heal it.
Yeah, I don't know.
I feel like severing and burning out are two different things, but we'll find out.
They do seem to be, yeah.
Rand, we've already talked about.
Yes.
Tame is fighting, and he's like, fuck. I don't know if I can do this, Demandred. And Demandred's like, shut the fuck up. Here's my stick. We talked about this already. Go balefire the shit out of the Amerlin seat.
Yeah.
We need to balefire the Amerlin seat right now. Mm-hmm. She needs to be balefired. She's too cold and she needs to be hotter. Because Demandred's never laid eyes on her and doesn't realize Egwene is actually really hot.
Yeah, he just doesn't know.
Very attractive lady.
A true tragedy.
And you know what? Single.
Oh my god! Widowed?
Still single.
Sure.
Hey, you can find love as a widow.
Yeah, maybe not.
Are you implying that widows cannot find love?
I'm just saying not 30 minutes afterwards. That's all. Look, I think it takes longer.
All I'm saying is,
although it is Gawyn,
is single,
so
she can do better.
Oh my god.
So we cut over to Elaine for the darkest thing that happens in the entire series.
Yeah.
This is the darkest thing in the series.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
Yeah. So Elaine's group gets attacked by Doylan Malar, that motherfucker.
The dumbest name in the series, too.
Oh, I hate it.
Because it makes me think of, like, my Grammy's doilies. You know, the little fucking, like, knit, like...
Yeah, no, I hate it. They fucking kill Brigitte. Just dead. Fucking beheaded.
Stabs her in the stomach and then cuts her head off.
Heads up, yeah. And it's like, hey, I finally get to rape you. Isn't this great? Can you struggle for me?
But no. It's so much worse than that.
Well, yeah,
he presses the medallion on her so she can't channel.
Yeah.
And then he's like, this guy's gonna give you a C-section, cut your babies out of you, and then while you're bleeding out, I'm going to rape you while you bleed out from your uterus.
Yeah.
This was like, because this series is so safe about shit like this.
Yeah.
Because it like plays so like loosey-goosey with our heroes being in danger for so much of it. This moment was such an outsized, like, dark moment for the series. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
In Game of Thrones, this wouldn't feel as, like, crazy as it does.
Yeah.
But this is the Wheel of Time where they kind of try and skirt... There's dark shit in these books, and I think that by not talking about it, sometimes it's actually darker.
It's less, like, graphically, like,
but this was
spoken about.
graphic.
Yeah.
And it kind of came out of nowhere.
Yeah, I was like, oh my fucking god. And Elena's like, oh no, I'm gonna die because my babies can survive for an hour outside of my womb.
Yeah.
With the one power. Yeah.
Yeah, it was, I was like, what? This is where I kind of was like, what book series am I reading?
Yeah.
Did I accidentally pick up Malazan or some other shit?
It was wild. I was like, I feel ill.
Yeah.
I am not well.
To spoil later in the book club, this 5-hour book club, because we're about to hit hour 4. I'm so happy that we didn't read that description. Because it would have been gross, it would have been unnecessary, and I'm really glad this doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Because I think that would have gone too far for this series.
Yeah, it would have been really weird.
It would have been a very, very, very grim, dark moment that is unnecessary. It sets up a great moment with...
The threat of it is like, holy shit,
with Brigitte, but like...
Very glad it does not.
I'm so glad we didn't get the graphic description of her getting raped as she bled out from her uterus.
Yeah. No, I know.
Fuck, that was crazy.
That's a lot.
We get the Rand point of view we didn't really talk about earlier, which was that they could compromise and that nothing would exist.
Oh, true.
I'm down. This one sounds great.
No.
This one sounds pretty great.
Forever boredom? Absolutely not.
No, there's no boredom because there's nothing.
Yeah, that sounds boring.
But you wouldn't experience it.
I don't believe that.
You keep being like, I would experience these things even though you wouldn't.
Yeah, because I have no reference point for what not experiencing that feels like.
I know, but doesn't that sound nice?
No!
No bills, no rent.
I would be so bored.
Wouldn't be experiencing it.
The reason that we have our own company is so that I never have to feel bored again in my life. And
I know,
so
but
far,
you wouldn't be bored because you wouldn't experience boredom.
But I don't know what that feels like.
Because you wouldn't feel anything.
I cannot comprehend the feeling of absence.
Oh, so you don't sleep like I do, where just nothing happens.
You know, I dream like a normal fucking person.
All right. Min is Min has to convince the Sanshin to go back and help because the Sanshin are like, maybe we should just not. And Tuan is like, I need a reason to go back because I did promise my husband that I would go back. But there's a part of Tuan that like I genuinely believe wouldn't go back because Tuan is the worst.
Yeah, I could see it. I didn't think she was actually not gonna go back, but
But don't worry, it was the spy was the woman that Matt thought was hot.
Yes.
Because of her freckles.
Yes.
So, there is that.
She gets away.
She does get away, which is interesting.
Yeah.
And they are going back to Marilor, which interestingly hasn't happened yet.
True.
So like Perrin is gonna show up with the wolves. Tuan is going to show up with the Sanshin.
You think Perrin's going to show up with the wolves?
Padden Fane is going to show up with an army of good Trollocs.
I think the wolves are going to Thakandar. Most of them are already there.
Oh, that's interesting.
Right?
Okay, chat. Padden Fane does come back, right?
I doubt it. At this point, I seriously doubt that Padden Fane shows up.
Oscar says, wait, so Clarice has aphantasia and Nerdy doesn't have dreams? Yes.
That checks out, yeah.
We're a very weird duo.
Yeah. Look, I have never claimed to be normal, so it shouldn't be, like, a surprise, but, yeah, we're fucking weirdos.
Yeah. We're what we call neurospicy.
Yep.
I really need to go, get a new diagnosis.
A new diagnosis?
Well.
You're just gonna swap it out?
No, mine doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, it is... Never mind. It doesn't matter.
What?
You know exactly what it is.
Not anymore.
Okay.
For those of you who don't know, I was diagnosed as having Asperger's in college, but Asperger's doesn't exist anymore. So
yeah,
I don't know.
It's just autistic.
Sure. Turvok,
I don't know.
I'm just saying that I was cured by people deciding that Asperger's isn't a thing.
Oh, you're cured.
I'm cured.
Okay.
Turvok, thank you so much for that super chat.
Turvok, oh my god.
50 for the charity you mentioned earlier. Thank you so much. We'll pass that along to Sterling.
Oh my
and
god.
Cat for Kids, the incredible charity that we are going to be supporting with Relay 2.
Relay 2, let's go.
Nerdy needs a
Turvok,
respect.
You need a respect. Just pay 100 gold or whatever and respect your character.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine.
Padden Fane quit.
Paddington Fane.
I really wish Padden Fane had been at the Mashadar moment where the taint was cleansed and that he had died there, because it's such a weird thing that he's just this floating entity in the series.
Yeah,
like,
I don't.
Yeah. All right. So.
Yeah.
Very confusing. So all this time Fane has been searching for marmalade sandwiches. Relatable.
Ew. What the fuck? No.
Oh my! It's a Paddington thing.
Oh.
Don't speak ill of the Paddington because it is the greatest movie ever made. Paddington 2 is the highest rated movie ever. It is a perfect film, and if the Paddington people will be mad at us.
I thought that was Attack on Titan.
Okay, let's not. You really want to burn this place down.
Sorry.
We're so close to it. We're so close to it.
And then we have 2 chapters to talk about. So.
Egwene becomes super anti-Balefire because she's like, if there's Balefire, there must be anti-Balefire. And so she
just a weave.
Anti-Balefires.
Yes.
And she gives Leowyn the seals. So Egwene does really matter at the end of the series. Remember when I was like, why does this character matter? It's because she's going to break the seals. She tells Leowyn to break the seals the moment the light shines. And then the light shines immediately. And so Leowyn should break them right then.
That was confusing. Leowyn doesn't have the seals, right? So there's got to be a bigger light. Because there is a light, right? She does the light.
She becomes the light. This,
yes.
I'm glad I'm not the only one that was confused by this.
I think it's like she's showing Leowyn, be like, see this light? Yeah. If you see this later, break them. It feels like a weird dreamer thing. Like, look, this light, break the seals when with the light. And I was like, is this... She doesn't have, like, foretelling, but Egwene does have, like, dreaming, and so it feels like it's like a dreamer thing that she knows the right moment.
Christian Rapper says Padden Fane is supporting the strike. Let's go, solidarity.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, so, No, she doesn't give her the seals. Sorry, she gives her the order to break the seals when the light shines,
yes.
but then she immediately shines the light and becomes a diamond tree.
Shine bright like a diamond.
So I'm confused of when is there going to be a second light? There must be a second light.
Yes.
But
yes.
it can't.
It's gotta be.
But the rod is in the first tree, so how's the light going to be created?
What?
Or is Rand going to part the sky, and the sun will be the light?
Yeah, because here's the thing.
Morning light. Dawn is coming.
Oh, it's literally like
it's almost dawn.
Dawn.
Maybe that's what it means. I just was confused because she's like, break the seals when you see the light. And Leolwyn like steps through the gateway, and then Egwene is like, I am the fucking light! Light everywhere!
This girl is on fire!
And then it's described as like a beam of light piercing through the sky, a blinding light. And I was like, wait, but she doesn't have the seals yet.
I think that like this weave, I think that Rand is going to is watching her use this weave, right? Because Rand knows that she dies. I think that Rand uses this weave
later
tenfold to put the world back together, right?
And that's when they break the seals on the Dark One's prison?
Yeah.
So Rand is going to leave?
Building.
Or maybe he's going to weave from there?
I don't know.
All right.
You know what? I don't know.
But this is incredible. She kills all the Sharans. She kills Mazrim Taim.
Yep.
They have the like Balefire V. They have the like, you know, the Kamehameha moment where the beam is like pushing back and forth between them, and then it pushes and pushes and pushes. Taim dead. Sharon's dead. Egwene dead.
Yeah.
Tree built. Rod in the tree. It's kind of sad, but this is the death that I'm like not sad about because this was so fucking cool.
Yeah, like,
and like what a moment to give Egwene. She earned this one.
Yeah, she fucking earned this one. She went out like a motherfucker. It was so beautiful and like it was really touching, but I wasn't like, you know, like sad about it. Like it made sense. We obviously predicted this, which is kind of fun. But
so Leanne sees this happen and is like, "Oh, it's the Amerlin's dead." And then she starts yelling that the Amerlin is dead, which is not a great idea because people are going to freak out. So I would keep that to yourself.
Well, I don't know.
You don't want your army to break apart because they're sad their leader's dead.
Yeah, but it's one of those things where you can get people to rally as well. It depends on how it goes over.
That's fair.
Right?
We cut to Berlain. Galad wakes up and is like, "Oh, I'm alive." And I was like, "Oh, that's dumb." Sorry. And then hands the thing to Berlain. He's like, "Hey, can you get this to Matt? He needs it." And she's like, "Yeah, dope. Also, I love you."
That, yeah.
When I get back. Oh, and he's like, "I'm ugly now." And she's like, "I don't care about that."
I mean, he's got a scar. That's not...
It is... This beat is in a lot of things. The two very pretty people who you think are together because they're pretty, but the surprise at the end of the series is that, oh, no, she actually loved him for him.
Right.
Even though he's a White Cloak.
Yeah. He is White Cloak.
Yeah.
And you know what? I think it's not going to be the same afterwards, right? Because there's that moment where they're slaughtering channelers, and that one White Cloak is like, "Wow, we have so much power! I can't wait to like do this more." And Galad is like, "Oh shit, maybe the White Cloaks suck."
It's like Sneeko. Did you see the Sneeko video?
No.
Sneeko is at like a football game, I think, or something, and these like little boys come up to him and they're like, "Sneeko," and they want photos of him, and they're like, "Yeah, fuck women, right?" And he's like, whoa, and one of the little kids is like, "Yeah, like free Andrew Tate." And Sneeko, you can watch in the video the moment where Sneeko realizes the audience that he has cultivated through making his garbage content online.
I just don't know who he is, so
he's like a fucking Andrew Tate, like on that side of the internet. But you can see in this video where these kids... He is Galad. And he's like, real... Oh, yeah, shit. He's Galad in that moment realizing, oh, fuck, maybe I have been supporting the wrong message. And it was just very interesting to watch his face as he's like, whoa, guys, no, like, no, we don't talk about women, like, no. And, like, they don't care. They just keep saying it to him. It's kind of wild to watch.
Wow.
Yeah. You should watch the video. It is watching someone get comeuppance for their bullshit.
Yeah, fascinating.
And he's getting fucking roasted for it online, and he deserves that.
Good.
I know I should be careful saying stuff like that because he has a huge platform, and they're gonna come yell at me. But like,
oh no, people yelling at us on the internet.
I know it never happens.
How can we ever withstand such a force?
Never happens. It's a bunch of guys who would love to have sex with you, making fun of me because I have a personality that allows me to have sex with you.
Yeah. interesting how that works out, right?
It is so funny. It's because I get like made fun of by those guys a lot who call me soy boy and all of those things.
Yeah.
Because they're like, dude, like you have to be like all of these things to get laid. And I'm like, I don't think you understand that I'm getting laid.
Marriage.
The thing that you say I need to change about myself in order to get the thing that I already have is a very like weird mental knot that they've tied themselves in.
Well, it's just hilarious because it's like they're obviously not getting any.
Yeah.
And they're like making fun of you and saying you're not getting any when it's like, no, the personality that is leading you to make fun of somebody for getting laid is the reason you're not getting laid.
Yeah. Or why you have to work so hard for it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it baffles me. It continuously baffles me that people are like, you're a beta cuck soy boy. And I'm like,
sure.
I don't think you understand what my sex life looks like.
I don't think they have the biggest brains. So
it's also just like the same guys. Those guys, like height and like physical ability are so important. And I'm like, if you met me and realized, oh, you're 6'4", you're physically fit.
Oh God, how's the weather up there?
I'm you know, I got a little fat, but like I'm strong. You know what I mean?
You work out.
Yeah, it's just very funny. I get a lot of those like DMs and messages and stuff, and I'm like, guys, like
the internet is a weird place.
I have the end goal that you want without the anger and the need. Yeah, it's just strange.
Without the baggage.
Anyway,
yeah,
and without people hating me.
Yeah.
I mean, the Attack on Titan community hates me, but like other than that,
that's fine. They don't count.
So Matt, we cut over to Matt, and he is like, okay, we're gonna rally, we're gonna do this thing.
Well, I love that Arganda's like, so Egwene and half the Aes Sedai are dead.
Yeah.
And Matt's like, oh, shit. Okay, how many Sharn channelers did they take out?
All of them.
All of them. Every single one.
They're all dead.
And he's like, I'm sorry, what? You know, every single one. And he's like, oh, okay, shit. Well, okay, then we actually have a chance.
Yeah.
And that like realization, I was like, oh God. It's like dark, but it was fascinating to read that like moment of like, I'm sorry, you said all of them?
Yeah, and so he sends Nafe off to be like, hey, we need 2 on now. And he looks up and he sees Lan riding towards Demandred.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Who has the
medallion.
The medallion from Berlin.
Yes.
Oliver is in the crack. Trollocs trying to get at him.
Mm-hmm.
It's very tragic and hard to... I'm glad we did not listen to this chapter. It would have been hard to listen to.
Yeah.
Especially the Elaine moment. I don't know if I would have wanted to live react to that.
Yeah.
I was in my feelings about that.
Yeah.
And then Loyal
sees Lan.
Loyal and is like, Aerith, I love you. I'm gonna go watch this.
I need to see this for my book.
I'll be at dinner later. But the Giants are playing the San Francisco 49ers. I need to go watch the game.
This one's really important, you know.
Yeah. And they set it up. He's like, I'm gonna go witness the fall of the last king of Malkir, and this is why I wish Lan died. Yeah. It would have been so cool. It doesn't matter.
It's weird because I don't want Lan to die because Nynaeve and him have had no time to. But yeah.
But it would have been so interesting.
Yeah.
To read Nynaeve lose it and try and keep Alana alive, despite the fact that she's losing it because Lan died. Narratively, would have been a great choice.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
But we gotta fake out.
Yeah, it's fine.
Arganda, lines up for a charge.
Yeah.
That everyone is like, it's not gonna work.
Yep.
But then Tam lights his arrows on fire, and they start burning shit.
So that they can see.
And Tam is like, oh, Lan's gonna go fight Demandred.
Yep.
And so the burning arrows part the seas for Lan. He runs up, and he exchanges blows with Demandred, cuts Demandred, gets a little cut himself.
Yeah.
And he says, I am the man who will kill you.
And Demandred's like, haha, bet.
Min rides her Torm. I don't know what that is, but she rides one.
The cats.
Yeah.
The leopards.
Rides that into the fields of Marilor.
Yeah.
But then they don't do any... I'm confused about what they do after this.
Because there's still stuff... Like, guys, there's still, like, last battle shit.
So Min did the good job of convincing Tuon. Rand sees that Ruark is a slave of Graendal, which I thought was interesting.
Yeah.
That was an interesting thing I wanted to bring up here.
Yeah.
And God tells him to let it go.
No, it's his dad's voice. He says,
"Don't hold it back anymore."
He says it's his father's voice.
Yeah, but Tam's not dead, so this is God again.
With Tam's voice?
Yeah.
Oh.
God is reaching out to let him know he needs to let go. It's not Tam. Tam's busy at the moment. Okay.
Tam is a little bit preoccupied.
Ram Spencer says this book was too dense. Yes. Some of this could have been in the Powers of Midnight? No. In the Crossroads of Twilight.
Oh.
Some of this could have been handled when we spent a fucking whole book reading 8 days in people's lives after the cleansing of the taint.
Yeah.
Yep. And then we end with Lan. They fight. It looks like Lan is doing better than anybody before, but he's still gonna lose. Mm-hmm. And he sheaths the sword.
Yep.
He takes it into his stomach so that he can pop him in the stomach.
No, he gets him in like the throat, right?
Oh yeah.
That's why it can't be like a fake out, like.
And so he kills him, but he says, "I am not just some guy. I'm the guy who's gonna kill you." And he dies killing him.
You weren't listening to me.
Chapter 38. The place that was not. We did it. It took us 4 hours and 11 minutes, but we covered the last battle.
We made it through the last battle, guys. Yeah. Holy hell.
Rand
We're
is
alive.
Still hearing from his dad's voice. And then, this was a cool twist. Egwene. He hears Egwene.
Yeah.
Who is now dead.
Yeah.
This is why I thought she was going to be one of the heroes of the Horn.
Oh, interesting.
Is because her voice is here.
Oh,
and I think I would have liked that. But I get the channeling thing. I get maybe you don't just get to be a hero of the Horn. But like, Noel did not do more than Egwene.
Well, he did
longer.
In his whole life.
Yeah. No, he did longer, but he didn't do more. Noel did not kill 400 Sharans.
Fair.
And reunite the White Tower.
Fair.
And
And
Egwene has done a couple of things in this series, okay?
Yeah, she did okay.
Her choice in men is terrible,
yeah.
But her choice in actions, fantastic.
Yeah.
And he lets go of all of his guilt.
Yeah,
and in doing so,
you need to allow us to have a choice. You accepted your own death and you rode off to go die. Why are other people not allowed to do that?
In doing so, he gets back up and he's like, let's keep doing what we're doing.
Keep on keeping on.
I will say, I wish Brandon Sanderson had found a more creative way to describe the energy force fight they're doing.
Sure.
I just wish that I wish that I could have visualized it better, but like the Dark One thrust all of his force at Rand. It just doesn't mean anything to me personally. So it's a small nitpick because I think like the conversational stuff between them is really great. I just wish the visual I wish he had chosen a visual way to describe this like force fight thing. Because I don't really they write multiple times like, and then the Dark One threw more force at him, and I was like, oh, I don't know what that means, but okay. They're in a void where they don't have bodies and they're just throwing force at each other.
Yeah. Okay.
It's a small thing. I just wish they had chosen a way of articulating that to me that I could like feel the pulse of it.
All right. Yeah. I don't know. It worked for me.
Shendla
is like, Bael the Wild is dead, and then
Demandred almost fell in love with someone.
4 sentences.
No, but Shendla was so hot that Demandred almost gave up revenge for not gave up, but like almost had like a second love.
Yeah.
That's how hot Shendla is, guys.
That's how hot she is.
She has so few tattoos. It's crazy.
I guess. Their whole system is an odd one.
Yeah, and the Sharans kind of lose it because Demandred's dead. Yeah,
he's like their like god in a sense. And they were like, oh, I thought he was invincible. Oopsie doopsie.
Yeah, and then Rand sees outside of time as the Dark One is a force, but not a being. And more attacks come from the force, not the being. And he shrugs it off. And he's like, I'm going to find the void in a literal void.
Yeah, we're not done here.
And the Dark One doesn't control the world. Mm-hmm. And then we cut to Matt, and Loyal comes and tells Matt that Demandred and Lan are dead.
Yep.
And Matt is like, all right, for Frodo, and they ride forward.
For Frodo. It's so good.
Then we go back to Rand. This is chapter 39.
Chapter
Those
39.
who fight.
Guys, we made it.
Rand is now speaking in all caps, which I thought was funny because he is now all caps. He's finally like, you know what? Maybe the reason
he is the creator now.
Yes, he is God now.
He is God.
Now, maybe the reason why Rand was losing before was because he wasn't speaking in all caps.
Oh, he just needed to speak in all caps.
Yeah. So now that he's speaking in all caps, they're finally like on an even playing field.
Gotcha.
And Rand.
So shouting works.
For
at least the Saldaeans
when you're
think so.
Here's the thing. Here's what I will say. Shouting works when you are arguing with a man, and shouting does not work when you are arguing with a woman.
Fael would disagree.
No, that's not an argument though. That's about getting Fael horny. That's not about winning the argument. Perrin still loses that argument. She's just horny.
I mean, Perrin always loses. Like, let's be honest.
So Rand and him, they're talking, and he's like, you can only win if you break the people, which does not seem true at all. He could also win by killing the people, but that's a whole other thing. And
no, because they just return, like, the wheel, like, reincarnation exists in this world.
Yeah, but if there are no people to have sex, then there's no reincarnation.
I guess, yeah, and then it just becomes nothing, so.
That would be the Dark One winning, right?
I guess.
Yeah. And so he holds the whole world in his hand. He holds the whole world in his hand. He's got the whole world in his hand. And on the battlefield, there are two bodies. Who are the two bodies? Because there's a lot of dead people.
No, it's Lan and Demandred.
But Demandred is not or Lan is not a body because Lan isn't dead.
Well, that's why he's like, you weren't paying attention.
This is also where we find out this is like Spitfire, all the people who died off page.
Oh yeah, Huron died.
Davin Bashir and his wife died.
Yeah, dead.
Huron is dead.
Yeah.
There's someone else that I'm forgetting. Someone else dies. The Rand is like, oh, that's sad.
Yeah, it's basically like a list of people. Oh, and remember we didn't talk about this, but yeah, Gareth Bryan, they find his body. They're like, Gareth's dead. Don't worry about it.
And someone is like, yeah, he charged forward. It was crazy.
Yeah.
Matt is fighting Trollocs. Things are crazy. He's probably still going to lose, even although he like has a sliver of a chance because the Sharans are a little bit lost.
Yep.
He cuts back to Rand, and Rand hears the Dark One be like, I'm going to kill the Son of Battles, just like I killed the King of Nothing, which is weird because Lan, again, isn't dead.
Which is why Rand is like, you didn't pay attention, dumbass.
I know, but okay. Either the Dark One is a force or he's a person. How can a force not pay enough attention to know if Rand is dead? If the Dark One is the ruler of the domain of everyone who dies, how would he not know that Lan is not dead?
He's occupied.
This is where the book wants to have it both ways, and it doesn't work for me.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. It's one or the other. He is either a being or a force.
Mm-hmm.
But if he's a force, he's something else. And if he's a being, he's something... Like, the book wants to just... It wants to keep it vague. And I want the book to be a little bit more specific.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Okay. So maybe the Dark One isn't actually the Dark One as a presence. Maybe the Dark One is, like, a big bad person who got locked away and is just, like, way more powerful than anyone else before them.
I don't know. But like this is a moment where they're like, Lan was so dead that even the Dark One thought he was dead, but he wasn't dead. He's actually fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think that's fair.
So then Matt. Matt's
just like, I gotta get lucky, and we can do it.
Yeah. And he's like, I just need a favorable toss of the dice.
Mm-hmm.
And then Matt, oh no, this isn't where Matt, here's Rand. That's the next one. So then Rand, we cut back to Rand. This chapter has a lot of this.
Yes.
It was very cool to listen to, though. Our audiobook reaction is live on the channel for patrons and members.
Hell yeah.
And Rand tells the Dark One, you were not watching closely enough, and you don't know that Lan is alive.
You're wrong.
And so Oliver blows the Horn of Valere.
Yes. Which, if you watch our reaction, we were like...
We were not happy about it.
We were like, what the fuck?
I really did not like this.
In the moment. In the moment.
I still don't like it because of what happens later. But I did not like this until... So Oliver blows the horn.
Yes.
And the people start coming back.
Yes.
Matt hears Rand. So Rand is now God speaking to Matt through the sky somehow. And he hears Rand tell Satan that Satan is wrong.
Yes.
And Lan stands up holding Demandred's head.
Yeah.
And the Horn of Valere is heard.
Yes.
Yes.
Guys, the horn! The horn!
Guillermo Barrow says the Dark One needs his ravens to see shit and come tell him, right? I think it is mentioned a bunch of books ago. He used to need that, but right now Rand and the Dark One are looking at the battlefield together.
Yeah, like they're kind of like watching it. Like it feels like the Lord of the Grave would know if someone was dead or alive or not.
Yes. Because, okay, either there is a raven telling him shit, and the raven is wrong.
Yes.
But then, it doesn't... TJ says he can be both a force and a being, an oxymoronic property of a god. You can have it both ways. Sure. If you can have it both ways, then I don't know what the meaning is. You know what I mean?
I still don't get it. Like...
Arzu,
thank you for 5 gifted memberships.
Thank you for 5 gifted members. That's very appreciated.
Y'all, thank you for the super chats as well.
Thank you for the super chats, yeah.
The horn. The horn is back.
Malindio says, if energy has mass, is a charged Tesla heavier than a low battery Tesla? Yes. Yes, it is. Not by very much, but yes, technically it is.
Oh.
Yeah,
sure.
That's just a fact.
Okay.
Yeah. So, Matt hears this and hears the horn. We cut over to Elaine, who is about to be C-sectioned, but it doesn't happen because magic arrows. Pew, 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 pew. Doylan, fucking dead.
Dead.
Who else is the
guy
channeler's
was
dead.
There. Yeah.
Hanlon stiffens. And Brigitte is here, and she's like, heroes of the horn have arrived.
We're here, bitches! Let's go! Which made sense. When Brigitte died, and it was so fast, and it was such a nothing, I was like, this is really disappointing. But for her to come back with the horn, I think is a really good choice.
Agreed.
Because I was like, she's just dead. Okay.
I was hoping a couple more of our characters would be risen to horn level by now. I'm kind of sad that it's only Noel. Mm-hmm. But I do like that we get Oliver saved by Noel. Mm-hmm. And now he's the blower of the horn.
Yes.
And Matt has a conversation with Arthur Hawkwing.
He's like, who blew the horn? Was that us or was that them?
And Arthur Hawkwing is like, don't worry, there were never any stakes because no matter who blew the horn, we would have been good guys. And I was like, well, fuck that. Like, basically, Arthur Hawkwing comes up to Matt
and tells him he's been wrong the whole time.
And says a bunch of shit that I don't like. One, there was never any risk of the Dark One. Why introduce this now? Why introduce the idea that the horn was never really at risk?
Look, here's
you know
the
what
thing.
I mean?
It is still a risk if they don't have the horn, right?
Sure, but the idea that the Dark One's forces could have blown the horn for evil is a really fun, danger. Mm-hmm. To just be like, oh, no, don't worry. That danger that you thought was real and gave this some tension, that was never real.
Yeah, but the tension is over now, so it doesn't matter.
I know, but there's also no reason to introduce at this point that tension was fake.
I honestly, that moment I really like. Okay. I think that's
fair.
An interesting way to play around with it, and the unreliable narrator thing, and we don't fully understand these objects, and like that, I actually really liked. But I don't like... Yeah. This is the part that was weird to me, is that...
I think I would have accepted it more if it wasn't paired with this.
Yeah, so Matt's like, oh, guess I'm not attached to the horn. I guess that tree really killed me. And he's like, no, you idiot, it's not the tree.
It's the other time you died.
It's the other time that you died. Which
didn't happen.
Which was balefire, so it didn't happen. And so him breaking the connection to the horn... I feel like it should have been left ambiguous.
Yes.
It should have been like, was it the tree? Was it the balefire? We'll never know. It doesn't matter. Yeah. But the fact that he's like, no, it was the balefire doesn't make sense to me because balefire literally turns back time. Arthur Hawkwing, that his connection to it would still be intact. So
Arthur Hawkwing shows up
and
says a bunch of shit that just doesn't need to be said.
Yeah.
It's like, so there's a movie called Us. It's a Jordan Peele movie. I think Us is really brilliant, right? Us is really brilliant until a monologue right at the end of the movie where a character explains everything and makes it needlessly convoluted for no reason.
Right. And it wasn't that this made this more convoluted. It's that, like, it didn't give me satisfactory answers, and it could have just been left nebulous. If I had been sitting here wondering, like, you know, because at first when I read it, you can literally watch my reaction before they say it. I'm like, oh shit, Matt died, right? He got hung.
And it was fine because he did. And we've been told that he died there. And what's weird about it is that we've been told for 7 books that he died there. And so I just accepted. I was like, oh, it's the time when he was hung. And so it is just extra weird.
And he comes back as a different person.
To put a hat on a hat.
Yeah.
To be like, not only are you not the blower of the horn, which we've been telling the audience you are for so long, but the moment where we've been telling, it's like Brandon Sanderson being like, Robert Jordan lied to you guys about a lot of shit, and I need to clear that up.
And here's the thing. I at first didn't like it. I was like, what the fuck is happening? And then I was like, oh, Matt died. And then I was like, no, I love this. This is awesome. The Arthur Hawkwing being like, actually, no, it wasn't the tree, it was the balefire. I hate that. But that being said, you know, like, I think that's doesn't make any sense to me. That being said, love this moment. I love that it was like playing and subverting our expectations. And how it played out, and that it did make sense. It wasn't some like arbitrary, like, oh, he's just disconnected.
I am glad about that too.
Like that like how it happened made sense, even if the specifics of which time he died don't make sense to me. If that were, I'm just gonna pretend it's the tree.
I think that it's so much cleaner to just be like, yeah, because you died. Mm-hmm. I'm glad you guys blew the horn on, not them. That would have been bad. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Yeah. And then you don't introduce a literal God character coming in and being like, everything you thought was wrong. Sit down and let's, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not even that it's bad. It's all fine description. It's okay. Mm-hmm. It's just so unnecessary here. Mm-hmm. There's so much else going on. And our Talkwing's like, well, wait a second. I need to clear up some misconceptions you might have about the Horn of Valere.
Yeah. Which, like, and honestly, I know you don't like it, but the fact that it can't be blown for the shadow, I think that was really cool. That worked for me.
I think if that was on its own, I might have.
Sure.
It was tied in with the, like, no, it's actually the time where you died, but then it was balefired. So technically the pattern doesn't know that you died, but the horn does, because the horn and the pattern aren't tied together. Even though the horn calls people forth who work for the pattern. Yep.
Yeah.
It's just fine to say that he died at the tree.
Yeah, you didn't have to specify.
It was tied in with the elf and Ilfin, which was his whole thing. Like, yeah.
We have a super chat. Can you scroll up?
Oh, did we not read that one? Oh, I'm sorry. No. Garen Barrows says, I think I figured out watching a reaction. The same way the cut weaves don't explode back in time, but after balefire, the pattern has a time when they were cut, people didn't die far away.
What?
I don't know. No, because the cut weaves do explode back in time.
What? Yeah, we literally watched weaves that had been previously balefired come back. Or, well, the people that were cut, the balefire reinstated those weaves. And so if the horn linking is a weave that ties Matt to it, then balefire and reverting balefire wouldn't sever him from the horn.
Yes.
Like, that doesn't make any sense to me. Him dying at the tree and severing from the horn makes total complete sense to me.
Yes.
The balefire one does not make any sense.
Turbach, thank you for that super chat. If balefire rewinds time, then how do characters remember others dying? I think of the horn like a character that remembers Matt dying there, Devil's Advocate. Here's the thing. I'm actually fine with it. I'm saying that this conversation felt convoluted, especially tied in with Lan coming back to life at the same time.
At the exact same time.
It just felt like this chapter ends with like a lot of convenience. Lan comes back to life. Oliver is able to blow the horn. It's because of the balefire moment that didn't happen, not the tree moment that we were told would make more sense. Like, it's just that it felt like this chapter ended conveniently, in my opinion. Mm-hmm. I would have preferred Lan be dead instead of another fake-out death.
Sure.
It's all of those things together. Individually, I'm okay with the pieces of it. Mm-hmm. It is all of these things come together in a chapter that the last battle I felt was so well written. Yeah. And I loved it so much that to like end this week on kind of this like series of convenience moments that didn't work for me as much as the stuff that came before it.
Yeah.
Was a little bit unfortunate, and I wanted to just keep reading to get the like taste of it out of my mouth.
I know, and that's the thing is, I'm like, God, I just like after we finish this book club, I think we're just gonna go read.
Yeah.
Like that's we literally planned for that because it's all we want to do. We want to understand. We want to figure it out. Like there's so much here. We've loved this whole section, even if there's things that either don't make sense to us now or yet, or that aren't like our favorite choices. Like overall, there's still so much here that is incredible. TJ, thank you for that super chat. A lot of fair feedback. I think some of those issues are due to the handover between Brandon and Robert Jordan.
I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if some of it was Brandon Sanderson trying to write in scenes that were in the notes that he didn't have full context for.
And I just wish that it was ambiguous.
Yeah.
That it wasn't like, no, it's definitely this time. And maybe Arthur Hawkwing is wrong. Like,
but then why?
Why say? I know.
But and that's my point. It isn't that. Mm-hmm. It isn't that I think that this is a terrible description.
Yeah.
I just think that it is. It's a moment that doesn't need to be described.
Yeah. They could have just left it at you died, and then you go back and you read the series and you're like, oh, Matt dies here, and he dies here, and then he almost dies with the like the balefire of the poison of the fucking Darkhounds or whatever. Like there are so many moments that Matt could have been severed from the Horn, and if you kind of just leave it a little nebulous, it's fun for the audience to be like, oh, I think it's this one, right? They just kind of took away that like option for the audience to like fill in the gaps, and I think that this would have been an option better left open-ended personally.
Guillermo Barros says, if character A was standing where a weave would have exploded but moved after it was cut and before being restored by the balefire, A won't explode wherever they are when it happens. Yes, no. I'm sorry, but you are wrong there. When Egwene... When the balefire
gets taken out, when the Aes Sedai get taken out.
No, when they don't, because the balefire. So Egwene's channelers are standing shooting. No, sorry, the Sharan channelers are shooting at Egwene's channelers, and so Egwene's channelers cut all those weaves.
Yeah.
Then Demandred balefires those channelers that cut the weaves. The weaves that were cut hit those channelers and they die. That happens.
Yeah.
So it's the opposite of that, Guillermo. The weaves.
Also, Matt being tied to the horn. The
cutting of the weaves is uncut by the balefire.
Matt being tied to the horn is not an explosion. It's not a physical place. Like it doesn't like where. I'm not sure how that like ties into why the horn is tied to Matt or not. And I totally accept that it's not. She sees the explosions, because they still go off. Yeah. The explosions still happen, like because.
Hours later, no, they happen immediately. They happen immediately when the balefire happens.
Yeah, because the balefire takes out those Aes Sedai hours back. Right?
No, it doesn't. It takes them out like almost immediately.
I mean, within those hours, all the weaves that were cut by those people return because they never cut them within the span of a couple hours.
Oh, does it go back that far? That's crazy.
Yeah, it affects the battle for several hours, and she remarks on how powerful that balefire must have been. Because random explosions just happen.
But if the weaves that weren't cut still exist, then the connection to the horn, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I don't think that
is what
related to the horn at all.
It is what it is.
Yeah. Yeah, it's fine. I wish that they had left it nebulous. I just wish that it wasn't like specified which time he died.
But when Raven kills them, and then he's balefired, they never died. So the weaves should have gone off back in time when they should have gone off. The weaves shouldn't have been held. The weaves should have always have gone off the hours earlier.
Yeah, Rand is the only one who knows that Aviendha and Matt and them all died.
Wait, that's
because he's the one who like balefired it.
This is too much. I can't. We've been live for almost 5 hours.
Yes.
Why did we do this to ourselves?
Because we love it.
Why did we ever read The Wheel of Time?
What do you mean?
I'm kidding.
What do you mean? It's some good shit. Some good shit. Yeah. This has nothing to do with Matt being tied to the horn. That doesn't. The balefire severing the tie to the horn makes literally zero sense to me. But
that's fine.
It's fine. It is what it is.
There were some like really fun lines that I had highlighted that we didn't talk about.
Oh, you got some moments. Well, let's finish it off. Obviously, the heroes of the horn show up, right? And Arthur Hawkwing's like, no, we're not going to fight the fucking battle for you. You have to help us. And Matt's like, God damn it.
Oh, that was somebody. Matt's like, oh, you guys got this, right? And they're like, no. Why would we got this?
Yeah.
One question I do have is why did okay, and maybe someone can come answer that question with me happily. Anytime you want us on the show.
Yeah.
We can't talk about the TV show because I'm on strike. But any book stuff we'll happily talk with you about.
Absolutely.
As soon as the strike's over, Dusty, I want to talk with you about the show. But why did the Heroes of the Horn appear with Matt? And then why did Noel have to ride to Oliver? Shouldn't the Heroes of the Horn have appeared at Oliver?
I just thought they came out of the smoke. I don't know.
No, but like, why did they appear? Because when Matt blows the horn, they appear around Matt.
Except for Brigitte.
No. In book 2.
Oh.
When Matt blows the horn, they appear around Matt. When Oliver blows the horn, they appear like a kilometer away. They appear to Matt, except for Brigitte, who appears where she just died, which makes sense to me because she just died there.
Yeah.
They come to the dragon banner.
Oh, the literal physical banner? What if they didn't have the banner? What if someone had left that behind?
But then why doesn't But then why doesn't Brigitte appear at the banner?
Yeah, Brigitte doesn't appear at the banner. Guys, what if someone had forgotten the banner?
They wouldn't have forgotten the banner because it's Ta'Veren.
That would have been hilarious. No, that would have been hilarious. I like to think of it as they just appear wherever they want to.
Dramatic entrance.
Baron's Brush, thank you. Welcome back to the Nerd Table.
Thank you. Thank you so much for all the time you guys put into the show. Of course, we love this show.
No, we love it. And thank you guys for all the time you put into being here.
I'm sad that we're not doing Wheel of Time forever.
Yeah, honestly.
It's gonna be weird to do something else, honestly. But
yeah.
I'm hoping you guys come along. If you don't, that's fine. We understand. If you guys are here for the Wheel of Time and not for us, we'll see you on Wheel of Time videos in the future because we're going to keep making Wheel of Time content. The Nerdy Wordy Book Club won't be about the Wheel of Time every week. And that will be weird. But I'm excited to read other things. I'm excited to keep my journey of like continuing to read as I get older alive through the show instead of just becoming a anime drone who just watches anime all the time. Because I would just watch One Piece all the time. It's very good.
I'm not surprised at that.
And again, this banner, this Heroes of the Horn thing, they're not a complaint. I just was like, I thought they would appear around Oliver if he blew the horn.
Yeah, I just thought that they kind of appeared wherever they wanted
Also, no mention of Gaidal in that, which I thought was very weird.
Yes.
Because I thought it was my first thought was that Oliver was gonna be able to, it was blowing the horn because he was one of the Heroes of the Horn, and so it was like a loophole because he was Gaidal.
Oh, because he was. Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah, but that's not it.
That's not it.
TJ, thank you for that super chat.
TJ, thank you so
much. Wish I had discovered these streams sooner. Some people would disagree with you. There were some dark times on this show.
We had our own slog.
I imagine you read it because the series is great. Yeah. Regarding the heroes, could be where Teleran Riyadh is closer to the real world. Interesting.
Yeah, I just think that they kind of appear where they need to, and that was like... I understand that people are saying it's the banner. I just, like, can you imagine if they didn't fucking bring the banner with them? Like, what would have happened? And is it that specific banner, or if they remade a dragon banner? Like, is this banner a Terangrial? I don't know.
Yeah.
Guys, we did mention this before. I'm so excited to read Aragon with you guys. It is a book that is beloved to me, and that I haven't read for a long time, but that I know very well. And so it's going to be a really cool perspective. Like, I'm excited to see how my perspective has changed on it. I'm excited to see how new readers read the book. Like, guys, I am so excited for the inheritance cycle. You don't even fucking know. That's why we, like, squeezed it in. That was literally the only time that we could fucking do it, and I'm so excited for it. But yeah, Oliver blows the horn and is saved by Noel. And Oliver has this beautiful moment where... because earlier in this section he had talked about, you know, his parents dying and the Aiel being all evil and that he was going to kill them all. And in this moment he talks about, like, all the people that he's lost, but, like, one of them came back for him. And that was the moment that, like, got me in the feels. Like, it wasn't really the people dying. It was, like, Oliver having this moment of hopefully growth and letting go of his, like, hatred. But we'll see.
All right, the moment. Yeah, we arrive here to gather at the banner. We can fight for you because of it, Gambler. I guess that's true. I also like that...
Okay, yeah, you're right. It is
in this moment.
Specific banner.
Matt still finds time to gawk at a woman.
Oh, yes.
Tuon could be mad if he looked a little at a hero, right?
God damn it.
I could do without it.
Didn't need it.
But one had come back for him. Noel had come back for him. Mm-hmm. What are some of these things I saved? This one was Uno. Yeah, I don't know why I highlighted this. He had tried to keep himself lean. Oh, yeah. Uno has one of my favorite lines in the last battle. He had tried to keep himself lean so he'd taste flaming terrible when they stuffed him in one of those flaming cookpots.
Fucking Uno, badass motherfucker. Is like, if the Trollocs are gonna eat me, I'm gonna make it the worst experience for them.
I want to taste bad if the Trollocs eat me.
Oh my god, incredible. Incredible. Fucking love it here.
This is Pavara POV. He could cut a Trolloc in half with a gateway at 300 paces and summon fire from inside Dragon Mountain itself, and he still wanted to carry a sword. It was, she decided, a male thing.
Yes. Men and their swords. Men like to play with their swords.
I highlighted, P.S. If you see any Trollocs with quarterstaffs, I suggest you let go, leave, or fight them instead, as I know you have trouble with those types.
Oh my god. Matt is such a fucking asshole. That moment, though, is hilarious. So good. This
is a Swan moment that I highlighted. It's not funny, but I just wanted to read this because Swan's death I felt like was a little underbaked, but I love this. She's talking to Egwene. As a queen ages, she begins to think about her legacy. Like every good wife probably starts to think the same things. Will she have an heir to hold what she has created? As a woman grows in wisdom, she realizes that what she alone can accomplish pales in comparison to what her legacy can achieve. Well, I suppose I can't claim you entirely as my own, and I wasn't exactly pleased to be succeeded. But it is comforting to know I've had a hand in shaping what is to come. And if a woman were to wish for a legacy, she could not dream of greater than one such as you. Thank you. I'll watch this Sanchin woman for you. Maybe help poor Min crawl out of the fangfish net she's found herself in. Little did Swan know they died within like 30 minutes of each other, but what a beautiful fucking moment to give Swan.
I know. It was so good. And it was kind of when I knew she was probably going to die. You know, when you have a moment that was beautiful and so heartfelt and it really just summed up Swan's character. Because Swan was never the best Amyrlin Seat. No.
She fucked up.
And she knows.
But she fucked up because her goal wasn't to be a good Amyrlin. It was to get Rand to the last battle. And her and Moraine, she accomplished her goals.
She did it, yeah.
Her and Moraine did what they set out to do in A New Spring. And if I hear anyone say New Spring is not a worthy read in this series, I disagree. New Spring is necessary. Absolutely. I wish we'd read it earlier. The next thing I highlighted was, I'm trying to read that thought, Pavara said. Did you just compare me to an old strap of leather?
Yes, we talked about that. That was good.
I'll assume it's a leather worker's thing.
You can compare me to a strap of leather. It's fine.
I would never.
But I'll get it now. You know what I mean?
Yeah. This was a moment I wanted to call. Years of maturing, years of age, had brought Tam an understanding of the void. He understood it now, better than he ever had. Years of teaching Rand responsibility. Years of living without Kari. Years of listening to the wind blow and the leaves rustle. Mm-hmm. I fucking love that they brought up the years of being a widow's effect on him and how it made him a better person.
Yeah.
And how living with loss... living with grief isn't always destroying a person, but it can actually make you better.
Yeah.
Not that it's good to lose things, but I love the idea that Tam acknowledges in this moment that his loss made him stronger. And
it's it's part of his humanity, right? It's a part of who he is.
Yeah.
And honestly, Tam is probably one of the best characters in the whole series. Mm-hmm. It is he doesn't get to do as much as I would have liked, especially after all this. But God, he is so good and he is so fucking well written.
All right. There's two more things I want to read.
Okay.
The first one is evidence that Matt wrote one letter. If you were here,
this is not evidence.
The letter was written in Matt's hand, and Elaine noticed with amusement the handwriting was much neater than the spelling, much better in this one than the one he'd sent her weeks ago. Even in the last battle, even in the final battle of the Wheel of Time, Brandon Sanderson took time to point out that there was one letter written to Elaine from Matrim Coffin because
Elaine
she acknowledges the one letter.
Elaine saw one.
Because he only wrote one letter. Because every other time he went to the castle, he went in person, and he kept getting turned away in person, so he wrote a letter. He tried a different tactic with a single letter.
This does not prove anything. This is fucking circumstantial. It doesn't prove anything.
I have more evidence than you have. I win.
No, you don't. No! This is the one letter that I saw. How would she have seen the other letters if they weren't given to her?
Because he didn't write them.
Yes, he did.
No, this was the one letter.
No, you're fucking incorrect.
I want to end before we go into high-low with this.
Absolutely wrong.
I did not come here to win, Lan whispered, smiling. I came here to kill you. Death is lighter than a feather. God, it would have been such a good final line if it was his final line.
The Wheel of Time!
Remember when Nerdy said this wasn't going to be a running joke?
Yeah,
it's not a joke. I take this one letter shit deadly seriously. You guys don't know how excited I was when I got to that part of the last battle. And I was like, there's more evidence! I'm winning!
He stood up and screamed.
It's not in one of Matt's letters. It's the one letter he wrote.
The one letter she saw.
It's the one letter he wrote.
Letters
that's not what she says. She says the one letter he wrote, not the one letter she saw.
Because she doesn't know him and
I'm saying that you have to spin the words to make it evidence in your case.
No, you don't!
Yes, you do.
No, you
Garen
do
Barrows,
not.
thank you for that super chat. Lines I'd like to see, get your reaction. Abel, that's my boy. Loyals, an assault on the enemy core. And lands, I've always wondered. I highlighted the lands I've always wondered too. I just didn't read it now because we talked about it earlier.
Right.
But
I
highlighted that.
I love that, like, I feel like Abel Cawthon does not know who his son is at all because they haven't, like, spoken.
Yeah, and that's not going to matter in the show at all. I had long wondered, Lan said to Tam, about the man who had given Rand that heron-marked blade. Mm-hmm. I wonder if he had truly earned it. Now I know. Yep. Lan raised his own sword in salute.
Yeah.
It's a good line.
So fucking
it's a pretty good fucking line.
Honestly, my god. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so good. Guys, we made it through the last fucking battle. And the battle's not done yet.
No, we have to talk about it next week.
I have been lied to.
It's a 5-hour book club, y'all. I'm so sorry.
They're not mad about it, let's be honest.
The man called Lev, thank you for that super chat. Letters and holes in walls, that's the content I come here for.
That's what we're good at. Fucking bullshit. Bullshit content.
So when I was a child, my mom married a wonderful man. They are currently in Spain because they're on their 20th wedding anniversary trip.
Aww.
They've been married 20 years next week. So to my mom and my stepdad, congratulations on 20 years.
We share an anniversary month.
We do share anniversary
month.
month.
We're about 17 years behind.
We're 8 days apart. I'm so happy you guys got to go to Spain. I'm hoping you're having a wonderful trip. You've earned it.
Yeah.
We are just behind you at 3 years. Let's
Hell
go.
yeah.
But when I was a kid, in order to try and bring our blended family together, we sat around a dinner table every night and we did high-low, where we celebrated each other's highs and we commiserated over each other's lows to bring us closer together. There are only 3 high-lows left in the Wheel of Time.
But there are no beginnings
or endings in the Wheel of Time. You can always go back and watch old episodes and watch me tear my hair out over this book series that I have a deep, deep, deeply rooted love-hate relationship with. Mm-hmm. Clearly. Mm-hmm. Clarus, what is your high? Because I will say my high last because we compliment Sandwich this biche.
Yeah.
What is your high,
my high
from the first half of the last battle?
My high is being married to you for 3 years.
Stop. Don't do that.
You're all right.
Disgusting.
You okay. My high of the book series was that brief, 5 minutes of the horn being blown and me realizing that Matt had died before the balefire thing came into
you can
play.
Watch our emotional roller coaster.
It was a roller coaster. But that moment of being like, Matt died, and then having it I realized it 3 seconds before the book fucking explained it to me, and I was like, oh shit, that's so fucking cool. I think it's gotta be a high for me because I was so disappointed, and then I was like, oh no, I'm stupid, and before we crashed down again. But it's fine. That upswing, that was a high for the fucking history books. Yeah.
Yeah, my low is tough. Mm-hmm. I don't know. I think that it's the convenience of the Fael plot. I think there's a way that could have all gone down that would have just felt a little bit cleaner to me. Honestly, it's tough because I think my low of this is the same low I have of the books. It is just the fake out stuff that I don't think works for me. Mm-hmm. Much like a lot of the ta'veren stuff throughout the books doesn't work for me, right? That's the stuff about this series I don't like as much.
Yeah.
And I would say that the continuing saga of ta'veren this is kind of my continuing low with this series is the convenience stuff.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. What about you? What's your low?
I mean, I think my low is is definitely the fake out of both Galad and Lan.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I wish that one of those things had meant a bit more, because there's so many amazing moments in this in just this one chapter, right? There's so many amazing things that characters do, and I having those two right back to back, I just was just not as satisfying as I wanted it to be. Especially with characters like dying left, right, and center, and not even having a moment. Yeah. What's your high?
That's harder than the low.
I know. There's so many incredible moments.
I think that my low, or my high, sorry, ultimately is Egwene's death. I think the reverse balefire I love the idea of that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, how she comes up with it. I
love the idea of a beam that builds and not to counter a beam that destroys.
Yeah.
I you know, Egwene's whole thing throughout the books has been this ability to like make up abilities, to create new and to remember the old, and she is a bridge between the ancient Aes Sedai and the future of the Aes Sedai.
Yeah.
In so many ways. And so I love that, you know, like rediscovering the how to Quendalar and stuff like that. I think that having her final moments be the continuation of that thread of idea with her, and that she brings about the end of the evil channelers on the battlefield.
Like, puts the world back together for a moment.
Yeah.
Like,
well, she brought the one tower back together, right?
She did, yes.
And so, like, really
she is the creator.
But she isn't. But no, it's not about being the creator. It's about being a person who brings things together. Mm-hmm. Even if, you know, her own union was imperfect. The way she brings about the unions of other people really is. And I would have to go with that. I think there's so many moving things. I think here's the thing. It would have been Lan's sacrifice.
Yeah.
It would, if he had died, that would have been the highlight of the whole thing for me.
Yeah, for sure.
But because he lives,
the moment
got
is
tainted
so
to
good.
me.
Yeah.
TJ, thank you for that super chat.
Thank you, TJ.
You don't like the Ta'veren stuff. Respectfully, what the hell, my man? I don't mind the Ta'veren stuff until it got to the point where it started to explain things that could have been better done by having characters make stronger choices.
Yeah.
There are
it became
times
a bit of a crutch in certain moments.
Yeah.
That you know, if in previous book clubs we have talked about.
This series wore me down a little bit with the just random shit just randomly happens, and that the series chose to create conflict by having random shit happen rather than having characters make decisions that created conflict.
Yeah.
And the villains so often were so incompetent, and the majority of the damage done to our heroes throughout a lot of these books was done by like bubbles of evil that were literally just not a choice that somebody made, but just shit thing. I don't know. But beetles appeared. And I would have appreciated... I think that there are times where the series could have made its characters a little bit more active in the plot moving forward.
Yeah, that it wasn't just things that happened to them or around them.
Yeah, because there's a lot of stuff, especially once Brandon Sanderson took over, where it feels like that got a little bit better, in my opinion. Mm-hmm. I think that Robert Jordan got worse at it as he went on. Like, I think the first... Like I've said so many times, the first 6 books of this series are... There's nothing I would change, right? Up until the end of Lord of Chaos, there's nothing that I would change.
Yeah.
And then there's just...
loved it.
It got a little too Ta'veren-y. It got a little too caught up in these endless plots that just didn't really matter in the end. And Brandon Sanderson really brought back character focus. I think Gathering Storm, of the Brando Sando books, I think Gathering Storm is still my favorite, just because of how focused it was and what it like really paid attention to, what it built for the characters. I think that book is very, very, very good.
Yeah.
And this one is a close second to it, in my opinion, of the Brando Sando stuff. But you know, there's still there's stuff about the series that like just doesn't work for me, and I'm okay with it because there's so much that does. And there's so much that I do love here. And there's characters that I do love. Even the circus meme monk says, Fires of Heaven, I would cut some stuff.
Sure, yeah, that's fair.
Arzu, thank you for that super chat.
Thank you, Arzu.
Considering Lan started this wanting to kill himself to fight, him dying would go against his character arc, as cool as it would have been to see. I don't agree with that. I think that Lan's sacrifice being to kill Demandred is
is his role.
Because here's the thing, like him throwing himself at nameless Trollocs, like that definitely goes against his character, like
yes.
the arc. But him intentionally and strategically sacrificing himself would have made all the difference in the world, right? Because he just fucking fucked off to go fight.
Yeah.
Whereas this, like, actually, like, mattered.
Arzu, the reason I disagree with you is because when Lan went to die at Tarwin's Gap, he went to die for himself. And when he went to die here, he went to die for everybody else.
Yeah.
And that is the arc that is the difference. That is what he learned over the course of the battle that pushed him south, right? Mm-hmm. Is that it wasn't... He wanted to die because he wanted to die. And now it is no longer about him. He wanted to die to go spare everyone else because he was the only one who could do that.
Yeah.
I think it would have worked just fine. I don't know where the rest of the book goes. Maybe he's around and important, but...
yeah, we're not done yet.
It also, Guillermo brings up, like, it would have made Nynaeve saving Alana really interesting, and, like, that part of it would have been really cool, but... I don't know. I think that it could have gone either way. I just wish it wasn't a fake out. I wish that the Dark One didn't know that he was not dead. Like, that's where it gets weird to me, is, like, what is the Dark One's knowledge, then? I don't know.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
Jason Farley says, I don't like that Egwene's "I will outlive you" in your culture speech to Tuon is undercut by her death.
But no,
yeah,
it's not undercut.
I think it is.
Because Egwene, this is what Swan's speech ties into about your legacy. Mm-hmm. And Egwene put together the White Tower. And the institution that the White Tower becomes, I think, I am the optimist in that the White Tower becomes something actually beneficial for people. That is Egwene. That is what she put all of herself into, and saving them in her moments of death. Like, Egwene is the White Tower, and the White Tower will outlive the Sanchin and Tuon by fucking forever.
The problem is that Matt saved this Sanchin from most of the fighting, and so when this is all over, the only, like, full army left in Rhineland will be the Sanchin, and they are going to go enslave everybody because they were spared.
Well, we'll see.
They were spared the fighting. When Tuon left, I was like, fuck, Matt just literally gave the Sanchin the kingdom, because no one's going to be left to stop them after this.
I don't know.
Everyone else is fucking dead.
I don't think Rand dies here.
Rand literally has to die. Like, Rand literally has to die. It's in a series that is so built on prophecies, Rand has to die.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's tough for me to comment on the Egwene stuff without knowing how the series ends and what happens afterwards. But there's not much book left, so I don't know how many of those answers we're going to get.
I hate the Sanchin. I would love for the White Tower to outlive the Sanchin. I would love for the Sanchin to all die. Uh-huh. And all of the slaves be freed.
Yeah.
And live long, happy lives without the fucking people that enslaved them. Mm-hmm. I don't know how they cover that in the rest of this book.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know.
I hear you. Yeah. Yeah, guys, we made it. 5-hour book club. Let's fucking go. What?
I don't know. Christian Rapper says, Lan actually went to go talk to the rulers of the Borderlands. If you read what Lan actually said, I don't know how it turned into a suicide march. What? No, he went to go die at the Gap. He didn't go talk to the Borderlanders.
He went to go die.
The Borderlanders weren't up there, and he knew that.
Like,
the Borderlanders were in Andor.
Nynaeve had to literally tell people and be like, Lan's going to the Blight.
Yeah, like, Lan knew where the Borderlanders were. They were in far Madding.
Yeah,
they were like just outside of Camelin.
If it wasn't for Nynaeve. Like, would be straight up fucking dead somewhere in the Blight that didn't matter, right?
Garen Barrow says, I think Matt would get the band back together and kick Sanchin's ass up and down the continent. Matt is the Sanchin.
Yeah,
he is the Prince of the Ravens.
It's very weird. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm curious to see where the Sanchin end off. I have no idea. So I'm probably gonna sit down and read for the rest of the day.
Yep.
So
Yep.
We'll find out.
Yep. That's what we're gonna go do.
Yeah. All right. If you like this video, this 5-hour book club.
Oopsie.
We have 4 more minutes. You want to talk for 4 minutes so we actually hit 5 hours?
No, we've been live for...
No, we've only been live for 4 hours, 56 minutes, and 29 seconds.
No, that's the recording. We've been live.
Yeah, but that's the 2-minute countdown. It's been a hell of a journey.
It.
It's not over yet, but I'm here for the next amazing book club. Thanks, James Ross.
James Ross,
I will be here as well. Clarus won't.
Thank you.
This is Clarus's last episode of the show.
Yeah, I'm not going to finish the book, actually.
Clarus is going to go to Tarwin's Gap tonight and fight Trollocs till she dies.
Yeah, because I didn't feel like I fought enough 150,000 Trollocs at the mansion.
Yeah, y'all, this was wild.
It was a journey.
We're
not done yet. That's the thing. That's what's fucking crazy about this.
I know.
Look at this.
And I'm really hoping, like, I hope that today didn't feel too negative. I was trying to be positive. There was stuff I didn't like, and I wanted to be honest, but there was so much that I did love. I am really hoping that next week I'll be able to be like, let's go back over some stuff that I was negative about and how the end contextualizes it in a way that I do like.
Yeah.
I really hope that happens.
Yeah.
Because I would love that, right? I would love to really vibe with the whole series better by how it ends.
Yeah, for sure.
And I'm hoping that that's what the rest of my day looks like. I'm going to order food. I'm going to have something delivered because we don't really have, like, lunch.
Yeah, we need food. We don't have much in the house.
I might order Ito and go pick it up. I might go have Ito for lunch.
Oh, I was going to say we could do that for dinner and we can have the ham now.
I'm so hungry now, though. And it's 4:00.
Yeah, but there's leftovers. You got all...
Oh, I might make some rice then.
I mean, I don't know.
The heroes of the Horn were having an orgy
food.
when the Horn interrupted them. No, they were dressed. They'd finished the orgy.
Yeah, they finished it.
They were scrubbing down Tel'aran'rhiod.
Well, chat wants some smut, so will you sign us off so we can get to Smut Corner?
All right, if you like this video, like and subscribe to the channel. If you don't, hit the dislike button. Leave mean comments down below because the algorithm god is hungry and we must feed her. This episode, that algorithm goddess is... Good luck.
I'm
going to say it's Swan.
Sure, yeah.
You deserved more in your death.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
Roland says, maybe you can listen back to this stream, Nerdy, to find out if you sounded too negative. It's only 5 hours.
It's only 5 hours.
People are like, why don't you guys make, like, short content out of the book club? And it's like, because our book club isn't like other podcasts are an hour long. They need to find the 2 good moments in that hour. I would have to go back and watch 3 hours every week.
Yeah.
I ain't got time for that.
We're very busy.
Someone wants to make shorts content out of this. I'll send you all the files.
Well, here's the thing. We should pay someone to do it, but the problem is it's so long that it takes them hours to comb through it, and that's so much money.
We might start with the
matter.
next series.
Maybe, yeah.
But we're not going to do that backwards because I don't think enough people are going to go back and watch this book club in hindsight for us to make money on it.
Who knows?
It doesn't matter.
Time for smut!
Follow us around the internet. I'm at Nerdy Nightly.
I'm at Clarus Polaris.
This book club, this 5-hour book club was brought to you by MistyMountainGaming.com. MistyMountainGaming.com is a website where you can buy the best dice in the business. Go use Nerdy Nightly 15 as your code to get 15% off your order so that you can roll with the best of them because some point next year, we will be doing a Wheel of Time TTRPG on this channel and we're very excited for it. It's going to be fun and you should look forward. It's going to be a minute. We're not going to be able to get it up by the end of the year.
Yeah.
But probably around April, sometime, we will be doing a Wheel of Time TTRPG.
Sometime in there.
1 day a week on the channel. I'm planning it. We might start on my birthday.
Aw, that'll be fun.
But yeah, so that'll be next year. It's just we don't have enough time to get it going by the end of the year, and we're out of town a bunch, so...
Yeah, there's no way.
Yeah. Let's go. With some Smut Corner.
So obviously, Angela and Pavara, like...
Angela and Pavara,
they're both bonded to one another, so having that, like infinite, like, pleasure circle of, like, I'm feeling good, so then you're feeling good, so then I'm feeling good, so then you're feeling good, is like... And
Amarin is just there behind, punching that prostate. Well, he's gay, and she's gonna bond him.
Oh, okay, I guess. So they're gonna thruple up, is what you're saying. I understand. Okay.
No, you know what? Talmains and the band are having an orgy with Aludra around the dragons in the basement.
Well, they can't be interrupted.
They've got nothing else to do.
They got nothing to do. They're in a cave. They can't get out. What else are you gonna do but, like...
Aludra is just like, you know what? I haven't had sex in a while.
Yeah.
Y'all are hot.
It's gonna be the biggest gangbang in recorded history.
Yeah. No, it's not, actually, because Pennywise the clown... fucked 100 companions.
But there's only 100 of them. There's definitely more people with Talmains.
No, there's only like 6 dragons they're fixing. There's like 20 people down there. It's a reasonable sized blowbang.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. I can't remember what her name is because every time we say it's fucking something different from Strike Child.
Albino says, I would be scared of all the toys Aludra would bring to an orgy.
She's got like a full like kit.
That's where we end the book club.
That's it. You know what? That's it.
Do something nerdy tonight, y'all.
Bye, guys.
See you next week for the end of the book, the penultimate book club.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye.